Hello everyone, welcome to What If Hollowknight and Hornet Reunited in the City of Tears Part 2. Before we start, please go support Subaru9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender. A big party. Hollow, please tell me this is a joke, you can't be serious, said Ogram with noticeable concern in his voice. The knight looked at him without showing any sign of understanding the problem. In his eyes, Ogram was exaggerating, so he ignored his question and turned back to the mirror to finish arranging his formal cloak, an elegant black model with a silver breastplate, another of Demetrio's exclusive designs. You can't do that. The beetle spoke once more, standing between the knight and his reflection. You and Orchid can't be a couple. Hollow addressed him angrily, no one was going to prohibit him from making Orchid his partner if they both wanted to, something he made more than clear with his gestures. And can you tell me when that happened? He proposed to you in the cemetery while I was high, how romantic. Hollow crossed her arms proudly. Hollow, you can't take someone's words seriously when they're under the influence of drugs. It's common sense. She probably doesn't even remember that happening. He grabbed his head in exasperation. Look, I doubt that girl is interested in being your partner, you know how racist and xenophobic her species is. And even if she were able to put all that aside and love you, how do you expect to maintain a relationship with her being what you are? Hollow was furious at this comment. I know your condition has never prevented you from living a normal life and all that, but there are certain things you can't do besides not speaking at an audible volume. I suppose you've taken into account the fact that you'll never be able to bear him children. Just because you don't like children doesn't mean she doesn't. What if she wants to be a mother someday? That kind of thing should be a decision for both of you. He was a little disturbed by these arguments. And even if you both decide you don't want children, when she wants to touch your body she'll discover that something isn't right there. Hollow tilted his head in confusion, not quite understanding what she meant by touching. The compacted shadows could imitate an insect shell quite well. For some reason, in all these years, no one outside the family had discovered the secret of the children of the shadows. Let's see, the beetle seemed somewhat uncomfortable having to explain these things. Hex isn't just for bringing children into the world. Did you know that? The conversation was about to take a very interesting turn, but now wasn't the time, as they were about to start a very important party. Just at that moment, Hollow's bedroom door opened and Big walked in, his eyes oozing excitement. He looked almost like a child, rocking from foot to foot, his beautiful silver floral patterned cape flapping behind him. Hornet has arrived. And she's bringing her children. The Spider Queen was in the foyer, being served by the courteous servants, who offered her all kinds of refreshments and tirelessly asked if she needed anything, which, instead of being pleasant, only made her uncomfortable. She would never get used to the opulence Big enjoyed. She preferred simpler, more accessible things. He glanced at his partner who was a little further back chatting with a maid. His simple and friendly nature made it extremely easy for him to socialize, in fact he seemed quite comfortable, sometimes he envied that quality of his. The maid stared at Hornet's babies, who were snuggled up in a basket beside her. They found the little ones adorable and were dying to reach out and pick them up, but they had to restrain themselves, as too close would upset the mother. One of them had already endured the Spider Queen's glare for getting too close. The little ones, of course, were oblivious to all this drama. They just looked around with excited eyes. Everything was new, beautiful, shiny, and white. The floor was so shiny they could see their reflection in it, the curtains were beautiful and soft, the decorations were full of details imitating flowers and plants, and the people were dressed in silly ways, in the little ones' eyes. They were so excited about everything that they didn't know what to do. Chester, of course, being the most restless, intended to be the first to explore that whole new world and had already started trying to escape from the nest. Of course, his mother, who was attentive to his every move, stopped him. No, Chester, go inside, I'm not going to let you get into trouble, maybe the castle saws are off, but there are still many dangerous things here. With a gentle push, she put the boy back in the basket, which he wasn't too happy about. And while Hornet was distracted trying to restrain the little one, her spider sister took advantage of the situation to make an escape attempt. She might have been calmer and more obedient than Chester, but the place was too beautiful to resist. Fortunately, Dad came to the rescue and stopped her. No, princess, don't imitate your brother's bad habits. The woodlouse made sure to tuck her into the nest. But the princess, despite her young age, was clever and already knew her father's soft spot for her. She extended her arms toward him, letting him know she wanted him to hold her. He, of course, obliged. The girl, happy to be up high and able to better appreciate the things around her, gave her brother, who was still in the basket, a superior look, provoking his anger. Chester was about to ask his mother to hold him too when an imposing presence appeared in the room. The king had arrived. Everyone bowed to him, Hornet and Quirrell also gave him a polite bow, but the children they burst into tears. Big was so large and exuded so much power that it was obvious that creatures as tiny as them would be overwhelmed. The king had the power to burst them with a finger, and they knew that. Terrified, Chester and the little woodlouse unfurled the sheet they had in their basket and hid underneath. The princess, who was in Quirrell's arms, clung to him and hid her head, still trembling. This situation devastated Big. He had been looking forward to meeting his nephews, and it turned out they were afraid of him. The monarch's sad look caused enormous pain. There was no one in the room who hadn't been moved by his anguish, so, not wanting to bother the children any further, he bowed his head and stepped back, giving them some space. Big, don't worry, this will be temporary, as soon as they get used to you they'll surely adore you, Hornet tried to reassure him. Yes, I suppose so, he sighed heavily and tried to maintain his composure to comply with protocol. I welcome you to the palace, my dear queen. I hope your stay is pleasant and that you enjoy the festivities. Your hospitality is greatly appreciated. Hornet also had to resist the urge to comfort and hug her brother. Well, now if you'll excuse me, there are some matters I must take care of first. If you need anything, ask one of the servants. They'll be happy to help you. And at that moment, Hollow and Agram arrived, who, even without any explanation, sensed a certain tension in the air. They looked at the king, who seemed extremely sad, and at Hornet, who was somewhat distressed. It was then that Hollow noticed the small bundle nestled in Quirrell's arms and, moved by curiosity, approached to inspect it. Hollow, I don't think it's a good time for this. The kids are a little scared right now, to be honest. But to Quirrell's surprise, the little spider on top of him poked its face out and fixed its eyes on its uncle. It stayed for several seconds watching him intently, while everyone around them held their breath in anticipation of what was going to happen, and when they least expected it, the little girl stretched out her arms towards the knight demanding to be taken. Hollow, to tell the truth, got very nervous. He wasn't very fond of children, and this creature was so small that he was afraid of hurting it with a wrong move. He glanced at his sister who nodded, indicating that he should go ahead, and after sighing and gathering his courage, he took the little spider. The little girl seemed to calm down in her uncle's arms. Hollow had a protective nature. He would always be a guardian, and apparently the children's instincts had revealed this to them. With him, they would be safe from all danger. That's why the princess in his arms calmed down enough to look at the king with a little more confidence. Even the little ones hidden under a sheet in their basket dared to peek out to see what was going on. Big looked at his brother with genuine envy. The little girl seemed happy in his arms, while with him she only cried. He wanted so much to caress her and play with her, but he couldn't, and this hurt too much. However, to his surprise, Hollow began to walk towards him. The girl became nervous and clung to the knight without taking her eyes off the king. Big wanted to back away so as not to scare the spider further, but before doing so, Hollow stopped walking and extended a hand towards him without saying anything. At first he felt confused and looked alternately at the limb offered to him and then at Hollow. Then with some doubt he took his brother's hand and noticed how the princess flinched in her uncle's arms. Now it was she who looked alternately at the king and the knight, until after several seconds she calmed down again. Somehow Hollow's gesture was enough to determine that the powerful giant was not someone dangerous. Big regained his good humor when it became clear that the girl would no longer cry with him. This time he was able to calmly approach her to look at her better, even gently caressing her with one of his fingers. He was impressed by the smallness and fragility of the baby. She was so tiny that she fit in his hand. She looked so delicate that the slightest blow would kill her. It was impressive to see how every part of her body perfectly imitated the body of an adult, but in miniature. In fact, now that he looked at her better, it was quite interesting. Her head was very similar to Hornet's, albeit with an extra horn and pair of eyes, although that was where the resemblance ended, as the rest of her was much more similar to that of a spider. In fact, it reminded her quite a lot of Hera. She couldn't think of a more perfect creature to rule over deepness. In fact, even within the insecurity and tenderness that this hatchling presented, a certain proud and demanding attitude could be guessed. Hopefully when she grew up she wouldn't become too hateful towards her brothers who were already lower in rank than her, although she trusted that Hornet's upbringing would be enough to form an educated and pleasant princess. Well, I think that's enough, Hornet chimed in, not liking her offspring being handled too much, even if they were members of her own family. Don't you have some arrangements to make before the party? Oh, of course, that's true. Hollow, please put her in her basket. While Hollow returned the spider to its brothers, Big, who had already gained some confidence in front of the little ones, took the time to examine them closely. Both siblings actually began inspecting the remaining hatchlings. Hollow couldn't help but smile at how similar the woodlouse looked to Quirrell. Even with its 4 eyes and 4 arms, it was obvious who its father was. It was like having a mini Quirrell in front of you. Plus, she seemed so calm and patient that she instantly attracted sympathy. But the one who truly impressed them was Chester. Both of them gave Hornet questioning looks while pointing at the little boy. Well, according to the midwife, it's the Pale King's genes that manifested very strongly in him, there's a reason he's identical to his uncles. In fact, I think he looks a lot like Hollow when he was little. But I was never that small. Yes, you were, I'm sure you were. We're all born small at first, but some end up growing too big. She gave Big an accusing look, although he pretended not to notice. Can he talk? Not yet, but he has a voice to make sounds, and in every way he is a healthy and normal child. The emphasis on the word child was his way of subtly indicating that he had a defined gender. The lack of Hex and Shadow children was a hidden topic for most people, and having grown up nearby, it wasn't something they could openly discuss at the time. However, Big seemed to get the message, as he stood up with an expression of absolute joy. You're sure to be tired from the trip. Perhaps it's best if you settle into your room so the children can relax before the party and the presentation ceremony. Margarita will guide you. We really appreciate your attention. Hornet bowed her head respectfully and covered the little ones with a blanket from the basket to calm them. This way, Your Highness. The aforementioned Margarita, who was a beetle, prepared to guide the Spider Queen and her consort through the intricate corridors of the palace. My king, a mosquito suddenly said, running down the corridor. Queen Clara and Queen Sade have arrived. Oh, tell them I'll be right there. He gave his sister one last look. I'll see you later at the party. I'll wait for that moment. And immediately the king turned his back to go to his guests, however when Hornet had that beautiful silver cape waving in front of him, he noticed that something was hindering his movement, there was something caught in the middle, and it was none other than his son. Chester. Get down from there. The Spider Queen immediately ran to Big and, after asking for permission and apologizing, climbed on top of him to free the little one, who had no desire to let go. Everyone present had to stifle a laugh at the comical scene they were witnessing. In the end, Hornet managed to capture the child and, with her face red with embarrassment, set off to follow her husband, who was carrying the basket at the time. Chester, in his mother's arms, looked over her shoulder to watch his uncle grow smaller as he walked away, then spontaneously waved his hand in farewell, which the monarch gladly reciprocated. Big felt his heart swell with joy, his nephews were precious, and in particular little Chester had put him in a very good mood. He was truly pleased that Hornet's son was a child of the shadows, and that he was also a normal child. It often made him somewhat sad that his species was destined to disappear, since none of them had the ability to reproduce. Living on the surface and eating its food made them mortal beings, therefore, all those who left the abyss to live another life would one day die, but Chester was the hope. If he reached adulthood and managed to have children, some of them could be children of the shadows, therefore the species would manage to prosper. In fact, this whole matter had made a very particular idea plant itself in his head, hopefully Hornet would not get angry about it. Finally, Big reached Queen Clara, along with her retinue of mosslings and her inseparable personal guardian, Demeter. As soon as she saw him approach, the warrior gave him the typical warning look she used with everyone who approached her queen, before giving the courteous bow the situation warranted. Clara wasn't really much for following protocols, which was forgiven for being a child. In fact, it was impressive that someone her age could rule. Fortunately, her superior intelligence and the fact that nothing rarely happened in her kingdom made things much easier for her. The young root ran towards Big and gave him a warm hug, which the container reciprocated affectionately. She surreptitiously glanced at Demeter, who looked very annoyed. She laughed inwardly at her grumpy attitude. It was always fun to see her get angry. Big, why are you so tall? The little root complained, releasing his brother from his embrace. When you grow up you'll be even taller than me, after all your mother was huge. And how long until that? About a years, perhaps. That's a long time. The girl pouted in disgust, then calmed down and began wringing her plant fiber clothing as she swayed. Thanks for inviting me to the party. It's been a while, and the food was delicious last time. I'm glad you enjoyed dinner. Clara was startled by the formality with which Big spoke, so she stood at attention, trying to assume a dignified attitude, although she looked more tender than imposing. However, I hope you remember that this party is not just for the enjoyment and fun of those present. The Queen of Deepness will formally present her heir. Yes, I know. The girl seemed determined to prove she was up to the task. In fact, the Kingdom of Greenlands has brought a fabulous gift for the heiress. Sure, Big found it hard to take the little root seriously. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this celebration. I hope you enjoy your stay and welcome. Thank you. The girl looked at her guardian with a smile. Come on, Demeter. To the party. I want to try. Suddenly, a look of anguish appeared on the girl's face, and after letting out a moan, she looked at Big with longing eyes. Oh. Do you need it now? Yes, she said sadly. You know where the gardens are? Why yes. Demeter. The container, knowing the problem that plagued her queen, quickly went to her and took her hand to lead her to a suitable place for relief. The mossmen accompanying them, aware of the private nature of the event, went ahead to the banquet hall where the guests were growing. Big watched the inhabitants of Greenlands walk away and took a moment of peace for himself. He needed it before receiving his next illustrious visitor. Truth be told, Queen Sade wasn't his favorite person, but his status forced him to treat her cordially. "Big darling, nice to see you, long time no see." And there was the monarch of the hive, with her flirtatious walk, her brash personality, and her retinue of subjects trailing behind her. He wasn't all that happy to see her, but he knew how to hide it well. In fact, he was an expert at concealing his feelings. "Queen Sade, welcome to the White Palace." Her impeccable manner, as always, impressed the bees, but not their leader. "Big, darling, with all the time we've known each other, you could treat me with more confidence, you know." She concluded with a wink that Big completely ignored. "Rules and protocols are important, and this is not a private situation." "Sure, I guess you're right, maybe later after the party we could talk more closely," he said, taking a step forward, closing the distance between them. "I'm afraid I'll be a bit busy, my nephew's visit will keep my attention focused on them." "Ah, family man, that's lovely. I'm fascinated by loving and devoted men, but it would also be nice if you could dedicate some time to yourself." "Oh, believe me, I have more than enough time for myself." Sade had already begun his game of seduction. He knew her well, and now it was his turn to be alert and reject her honorably and politely. It was a challenge of strategy and charm, not entirely unpleasant for him, as he liked games of wit. Although he wasn't in the mood right now, with or without desire, he had never failed to keep the bee away. "I would really be honored to share some of that time with you. But I don't want to bother you. Besides, I know you'll be very busy right now. If I remember correctly, you'll have to choose a parent for the next generation of the hive, right? Yes, we need to secure the future, something you might want to consider as well. You won't live forever, and you need an heir. And an heir is something a bee can't give me." And indeed that was the case, as queen bees only gave birth to pure bees, all of which were infertile, unless a queen was raised. Big had already grown bored of the beating around the bush and gave a more direct answer. He knew that Sade was very determined to obtain his paternity, because being such a big and strong bug, he could theoretically give her children subjects with good qualities, but of course something like that was beyond his capabilities, so he had to keep her away at all costs. "MPHF, well, thanks for inviting me. I hope the party and the food are up to par." Sade's annoyance was noticeable. "And consider my words regarding an heir. That's a truth you can't escape. Don't worry, I have everything under control." Without saying anything else, the queen bee and her entourage walked away from the monarch and into the corridors toward the main hall. Orchid looked at herself in the mirror once more with some sadness. Although everyone told her she looked very beautiful, it was hard for her to accept this. She felt that the party dress was a waste on her. It would have looked better on anyone else, even though it had been custom made for her. She sighed in resignation, mentally preparing herself to go to the celebration. The truth is, now that she knew what the event entailed, she wasn't as excited as before. She was embarrassed by that intimate dance that practically forced her to hug her partner. Her face flushed as she imagined herself hugging Big, and she almost fainted at the thought of the same thing, but with Hollow. She told herself over and over again that it didn't mean anything serious. In fact, they told her she'd probably end up dancing with several strangers during the party if she felt like it, but she couldn't help it. Everything involving the gentleman turned her world upside down. He left his room with the intention of heading to the Great Hall when he noticed something strange. The plants that decorated the hallway were growing, that is, like any plant they always grew, but now it was so fast that he could notice the changes with the naked eye. Like any normal creature faced with an inexplicable phenomenon, she was a little scared, but it was in the nature of Mantises to face their fears, although not knowing what to do really made her nervous. In fact, she wasn't quite sure if that was a good or bad thing. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to go to the central garden of the palace, the place with the greatest concentration of plants. Perhaps there he could find some answer to what was happening, and boy did he find it. When he reached the enormous urban garden that decorated the site, he delved among the trees and plants, being careful not to touch any of them. They were all growing at a crazy pace, even the earth itself was sprouting new life at an unthinkable speed. Then he heard a moan, and when he turned his gaze toward the center of the garden, he found something very strange. It was like a miniature tree, with a white trunk and branches, dressed in vegetal clothing. It had violet eyes and a pair of branches that resembled hands with which it held a daughter of the shadows who dressed similarly to her, although her outfit looked somewhat less ostentatious. The creature had some plant fibers decorating its head which were also growing, their reach extended through its horns, while small flowers sprouted, creating a kind of crown for it. The tree-like being had to be responsible for all the display of plant life that flooded the palace, since it had buried its roots in the earth, and around it was filled with flowers. It was a sight as strange as it was beautiful, and somehow familiar to Orchid, although after searching her ancient memories, she was able to connect it to the ancient Lady Blanca. If her assumptions were correct, this being was surely also a rude and a high being. More specifically, it must be Queen Clara, the young regent of Greenlands. Orchid stood for a while watching the girl unleash all her power on the earth, granting it fertility. According to what she had heard, the roots had a constant need to give life. This must have been one of their reproductive impulses and one of the main reasons why they were so appreciated. Finally, young Clara finished relieving herself and with a sigh pulled her roots out of the ground. She looked somewhat exhausted but happy. Then she looked around, proud of what she had done. Orchid also felt happy to have witnessed something so beautiful and unique, but now that she was done, it seemed appropriate to withdraw so that she could maintain her privacy. She wasn't sure if she had seen the one she shouldn't have seen, so she preferred to keep her presence hidden. Unfortunately, she wasn't careful enough and stepped on a branch that creaked softly. Despite being a very faint sound, Demeter perceived it and immediately, without asking anything, took out his spear and attacked the mantis. Orchid was able to avoid his attack without suffering any damage, something that couldn't be said about her clothes. She watched sadly as an ugly tear ruined her designer suit and angrily directed her claws towards the knight. She skillfully blocked his attacks using her spear, and taking advantage of her strength she pushed it away. She was about to attack again when a root tangled around one of her legs and she fell. "Enough, Demeter," Clara shouted indignantly. "Why do you always attack everyone who comes near without even asking? She's a mantis, but we're not in the Greenlands or the Fungal Wastes, this is the palace, and if they let her in I don't think she's dangerous." Well, Clara blushed slightly. Spying isn't right, but it's not a crime serious enough to warrant death. "Then I shouldn't have seen," Orchid said, somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. I just wanted to know why the plants were growing so fast. I didn't think it was anything wrong. It's not that it's a bad thing or anything, but I don't like being seen because I get a little out of sorts." Clara looked away, trying to calm herself. "I apologize for my guardian's behavior. Sometimes she's a bit over the top when she's looking after me. It's okay, it's nothing serious. Under other circumstances I would have loved to fight her, but with these clothes." He looked sadly at the torn fabric on his chest. "Oh no. Look what you did, Demeter." The container looked away, annoyed at being scolded. "And it's a very expensive outfit. Oh, I'm really sorry. It probably cost you a fortune and this just happened before the party." "It's not so. Let me help you." Without Orchid being able to reply and despite the guardian's protests, Clara took the mantis's claw and closed her eyes. A small vine began to climb up the insect's arm, terrifying her. For a moment, she thought it would imprison her in a plant cage or something, but the vine always maintained its fine and delicate form, extending its branches to her chest where the hole in the suit was. Then, a bouquet of flowers sprouted from the plant, hiding the imperfection completely. After that, the queen released the mantis, leaving her work perfectly accommodated on the insect, almost seeming like it was part of the suit. "Okay, I can't fix the suit, but that will at least hide the problem until the end of the party." Thanks. "Of course, I know this won't be enough to pay for the damage done, so now I owe you a favor." Demeter began to shriek indignantly upon hearing this. "If you ever need anything that's within my power, please let me know and I'll grant it to you immediately." Sure. Good. So now we're going to the party." Clara, with a nod, released the root that had Demeter trapped. The container stood up with some discomfort and gave Orchid a glare. "Don't look at her like that, this is your fault, Demeter. In fact, when we get home you'll be grounded." "I don't want any replicas." Orchid sighed as she followed those two toward the ballroom. What had just happened left her thinking. Perhaps her opportunity had finally arrived. If Clara owed her a favor, perhaps she could obtain permission to hunt in Greenlands. She hadn't yet forgotten the reason she had left her home. To hunt the most powerful prey in history. Now it seemed that after so much wasted time, her goal was just around the corner. Suddenly, she spotted her beloved knight standing at the end of the hall waiting for her, and her heart raced as she felt herself faint with love. The hunting permit could wait. She had more important things to think about now. A ceremony and a name. Hollow and Orchid entered the grand ballroom hand in hand, and of course, their presence didn't go unnoticed. As soon as the first pair of eyes fell upon them, a veil of murmurs rose among the audience. It wasn't just the castle servants who were talking about the romance between the knight and the mantis. The story had crossed the palace walls, and numerous magazines, from the most prestigious to those of dubious quality, had dedicated at least one article to the couple of the year. But the fact that the knight hadn't made any formal declaration meant they couldn't take the story as true, although that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. People love to form theories and fill in the blanks with imagination. And now, to add to the morbid curiosity and gossip, Hollow showed up with a rumor mantis as his companion instead of one of the palace knights as he had done on previous occasions. The place was buzzing and everyone was dying to know more. Who was this mysterious lady who had escaped from the tribe? Was there a forbidden romance? Had she seduced him? Didn't the age difference bother them? Fortunately, Orchid was oblivious to all the gossip circulating about her. Since she wasn't much of a reader, she hadn't even glanced at the newspaper that religiously arrived at the palace every morning. If she learned anything, it was from some comment Big made, as he liked to tell her the latest news from the kingdom. But the king was in charge of filtering the information he provided, making sure to omit anything that might upset her. Was that a bad thing? In Big's eyes, not really. No one forbade her from reading the newspaper. If she wanted to find out something for herself, she could do so. The Mantis's lack of knowledge of the story circulating about her caused her to misinterpret the situation she found herself in. She was convinced that all the stares and whispers around her were from people evaluating her manners, so she worked twice as hard to maintain etiquette. She truly wanted to be able to fight the king, and if she failed at that party, she would lose her chance. Her trial by fire came when a pair of crickets approached to say hello. Orchid bowed perfectly and greeted her with the exact words she'd been instructed to. She explained that she was a mantis eager to explore the world and that she'd left her tribe to satisfy her curiosity, but as fate would have it, she'd ended up in a tight spot from which Hollow had saved her, and now the two were cultivating a healthy friendship. The story, which could in part be considered true, had been cooked up by Agram, with precise instructions not to let any more details slip. Of course, the Lord agreed. She didn't want to reveal her status or do anything that would embarrass her or her tribe. The cricket pair left, enchanted by the Mantis's manners and by a story that, although somewhat dull, they would later embellish and turn into a tale worth telling. For the next half hour they spent walking around the room greeting a bunch of people that Orchid didn't know and Hollow didn't remember. Unfortunately for the Mantis, most of the questions were directed at her, both because she was the novelty of the party and because of the gentleman's lack of speech, but finally that horde of elegant busybodies came to an end and Orchid, exhausted, approached the table to eat some snacks. "Finally, we're done with this," he said, taking a few bites of his canap. "This is very good." Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching them. "Hollow, if anyone else comes to ask me about the story of how we met, I swear I'll go get my spear and challenge them to a duel." "Would you challenge him to a duel?" He wrote worriedly on his whiteboard. "Sure. Honestly, I'd rather chop his head off without asking, but we're at a party and we have to be polite." It was good that Orchid was so determined to maintain her manners, but her violent nature was something he obviously couldn't get rid of. Hollow thought about it for a bit and not even Sharpie, a fairly calm mantis, had completely eliminated those behaviors. Fearing that her temperament would lead her to commit some indiscretion, he moved her away from the snack table, preventing another curious creature from questioning her. "Don't worry, as soon as Big walks in, all the attention will shift to him and you'll be left alone." Poor Big. "Don't worry, he knows how to handle people and he loves being the center of attention." The sound of a bugle brought them out of their conversation. "Look. There it is, it looks impressive." Indeed, Big stood tall in all his splendor and displayed all the power granted to him by the mark of the king that Hollow had given him. Everyone present at the party, from the proudest noble to the humblest servant, bowed before him. It was something that simply could not be avoided. He descended the stairs to the second floor, his cape caressing the ground beneath his feet, blending with the whiteness of the immaculate palace. As he completed his ceremonial descent, he raised an arm as his soft voice commanded everyone's attention. The silence was deathly. No one dared to say a word. It was necessary because Big couldn't speak loudly. It was then that his brief speech began. "I thank everyone for joining us in this moment of great joy and celebration, for the purpose of this celebration is not limited to just sharing and enjoying themselves. Tonight, a great announcement is planned, one that will hopefully fill all the heartfelt inhabitants of Hallinist with joy, as well as the allied kingdoms." Looks of curiosity and anticipation filled the room, everyone speculating in their minds about the content of the great news she was going to give them, and the most prevailing idea was the possibility that the marriage of the king's brother would be announced. They saw it as very likely, something about all the rumors spreading around had to be true, some even went so far as to assure that this was why the Mantis denied being in a relationship with the knight so much, so as not to ruin the surprise, because it was impossible for them not to be a couple. It was enough to take a look at them to notice how in love they were, every gesture and look was filled with tenderness. "It is therefore a pleasure for me to announce that the Queen of Deepness has brought an heir into the world." A mild disappointment over the news gripped the public, followed by general bewilderment, which gave way to imminent curiosity. The news of Hornet's eggs wasn't widely disseminated outside her kingdom. Despite the good relations established with the other territories, Deepness remained a fairly secretive place, both due to the characteristics of the terrain and the character of its inhabitants. Big stepped away from the ladder to make way for the little queen, who was descending the steps with complete poise. Her simple gait conveyed the strength and ferocity that made most people think twice before attacking her. But in contrast to her aggressive attitude, there was infinite delicacy and love in the way she held the small basket in which the princess lay. The baby spider looked nervously at her mother as she cowered in fear. There were many strange and frightening people in the room, and she hadn't appreciated being separated from her siblings. Her mother tried to calm her with words of encouragement and affection. She felt sorry for her, but the next half hour was going to be very stressful. She was to receive the gifts from the allied monarchs. She just prayed that she wouldn't start crying in the middle of the ceremony. Finally, Hornet arrived at the area where she was to place the basket. It was marked with dark red floral arrangements. At the beginning of the celebration, many wondered why they had put that there. Now they knew why. The audience parted, giving the mestiza a chance to introduce her heir. The baby ducked and tried to hide under the sheet of her basket, but to her horror, her mother's hands grabbed her and lifted her up, displaying her in front of the entire audience. The baby spider froze in fear, remaining still and feigning death, an instinctive defense mechanism typical of a baby her age. This made things much easier for Hornet, but she couldn't help but feel tremendously sorry for her daughter. Sadly, this was the simplest of the inconveniences she would have to deal with on her path to becoming queen. People of Hallandastart, people of Greenlands, inhabitants of the Hive, and people beyond. Today I stand before you to introduce my daughter, as yet unnamed, but already destined to be the future Queen of Deepnest. It is my will that she rule over my people, and my hope and wish that she guide our lands toward times of peace and prosperity. The little spider had a blank stare and its legs drooped. In such a state, it didn't impress anyone, but that didn't mean it was denied the respectful reverence it deserved as a member of the high nobility. Finally, the princess's presentation ended and Hornet placed her back in her basket. The baby girl was as limp as a rag doll, although she did react a little when her mother gently stroked her. Since she seemed very stressed, she covered her with the sheet to calm her down a bit. However, for what followed, which was the presentation of the welcome gifts by the other monarchs, she didn't need to be present. Thus, protected by the soft silk sheets, the girl was able to calm down and slowly began to move. Being covered made her feel safer. She could still hear murmurs around her and didn't intend to leave until everything was quiet. However, something broke her resolve. A fresh sweet scent, perhaps the most exquisite thing she had ever smelled in her short life. Driven by curiosity, she dared to peek her head out of the sheet and found herself facing a beautiful, violet-eyed creature with its head covered in flowers and buds. She couldn't help but let out a moan of surprise. "Wah! Look, Demeter. There he is, looking at me. Hello, little one, I'm your Aunt Clara." Hornet let out a loud cough to remind him of the situation they were in. Clara, embarrassed, took a couple of steps away from the basket and looked nervously around. She could see the amused glances of the nobles. She knew they always forgave her behavior for being a child, but she no longer wanted to make such an embarrassment every time she was in a formal situation. Trying to regain her dignity, she assumed a proud posture and began to recite her lines. "I, Clara, Queen of Greenlands, acknowledge this creature as the heir of Deepnest and promise to assist her in times of adversity, as well as hope for support for my kingdom. As a token of cooperation and friendship, we present this gift, drawn from the depths of our home." In front of the baby was a jar filled with curious blue seeds. They were a very special type of seed and highly coveted, both for their usefulness and their rarity. These gave rise to beautiful blue flowers that produced an energizing liquid very similar to lifeblood and could also be used to make blue ink, the most difficult color to obtain for dyeing clothes. It was an ostentatious and elegant gift, simply the best Greenlands could offer. Of course, the baby ignored all this. To her, it was just a jar with some blue marbles inside, but they were so pretty that she felt happy just looking at them. She looked at Clara again and gave her a smile that moved her deeply. Even Demeter, who was next to her, felt enamored by that childish laugh. But they couldn't just fool around looking at the girl. The ceremony had to continue, so both girls curtsied and left, making way for the next leader. The baby had already forgotten her fear and now looked with interest at the next person who approached her basket. This one also caught her attention. Until now she had never seen any insect covered in hair. In fact, being only a few days old, she didn't know many people yet, so a bee was quite a novelty. Its fur and its colors had certainly caught her attention, so she watched the queen bee with total interest. Said smiled smugly, proud of having made such an impression on the baby, then placed in front of her a jar with a golden liquid inside. Now the little spider had its eyes fixed on that strange colored liquid. "I, Said, ruler of the hive, approve this fledgling as heir to Deepnest and offer my consent to an alliance of mutual cooperation between our peoples, granting aid and cooperating for a future where peace fills our homes. To demonstrate the seriousness of our commitment, I offer this humble gift, filled with the spirit and good wishes of every bee in my kingdom." "It's not fair," Clara whispered to Demeter. "Said's speech is much prettier than mine." The small root pouted in disgust, and the knight rolled her eyes in response. This time, the gift presented to the baby was a jar filled with royal jelly, one of the most nutritious foods in the world, packed with so many vitamins and so rare and difficult to produce that its consumption was reserved only for members of royalty. In fact, the consumption of royal jelly was what differentiated a common bee from a queen bee, and it was also thought to be what had caused Big to be so tall. Once her participation in the ceremony was over, the queen bee gave a gentle bow and left, making way for the great king of Heart of Hellenist. The person in front of her was not as pleasing to the princess this time. Although she had already been convinced that he was not dangerous, she was still frightened by his impressive height, which was now even more noticeable, considering that he was at ground level. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and awaited his action. Big looked at the girl with great sweetness and presented her with a beautiful silver needle. Hornet sighed when she saw this sophisticated piece of weaponry. It was forged from pale gold and so beautifully crafted that it was just a hair away from matching her brother's pure stinger. It was clear Big had spared no expense in crafting the most perfect needle possible. It was a beautiful gift, although she would have to wait a few years before being able to use it. The weapon was almost 5 times larger than the child. I, Big, King of Heart of Hellenist, accept this creature as the official heir of Deepnest. I wish that our people may cooperate with each other and aid each other in times of need. As a token of good faith, I offer this gift on behalf of all of us. Ah, I suppose such a convoluted speech isn't necessary, the young root mused, to which her guardian nodded in agreement. This time, the princess, dazzled by the weapon's silver shine, peered out of the basket. Big, delighted that she seemed so interested in his gift, brought it a little closer so she could see it better. Hornet became somewhat nervous about the situation. She was still very apprehensive with her children and was afraid that Big's enormous eyes would prove dangerous for her offspring. But the king was extremely careful. The girl simply stared at the needle, enthralled by its shine, although her eyes fixed on a curious detail. It had an engraving on its surface. Hornet leaned forward to get a better look because the engraving also caught his attention. It was letters, there was a message. Silky. Silky, Hornet repeated to herself, then looked at her daughter and understood. That's your name. As was the custom, Big always gave an expensive and ostentatious gift for ceremonies and special events, in this case a pale gold needle. And along with that, he gave another, more personal and humble gift, in this case his name, the title that would always represent his silken soul. After the introduction ceremony, a dance followed, officially kicking off the party. These kinds of events were often used to meet new people, as you could dance with whomever you wanted. It wasn't necessary to dance with your partner. In fact, some believed that dancing every song with your partner would make you jealous. However, it was also established that the first dance was the most important, so whoever you chose to dance that song with was special. As expected, Hollow extended his hand to Orchid inviting her to dance, and she of course accepted, she hadn't practiced so much to just sit in a corner. All the couples positioned themselves around the dance floor and after a few seconds, the music started. That was a traditional waltz, very similar to the ones the Mantis had used to practice, so it wasn't too difficult for her to keep up with the steps and perform an appropriate dance, perhaps a little clumsy due to nerves, but it wasn't very noticeable. Since he had already mastered the intricacies of that activity, just as Big One said, now he could distract himself by talking to his partner or looking around, but since Hollow couldn't speak and obviously wasn't going to ride on his slate while dancing, he opted for the latter. He watched as in a distant place the Spider Queen danced next to her consort. He found the sight funny, 2 little bugs dancing together, they formed an adorable couple. Too bad she seemed so nervous, perhaps she was worried about her young, even though they were calm in a basket next to a maid quite close to them. On the other hand, there was a more graceful couple, this time due to the tremendous height difference. Clara and Big had chosen to share that initial dance together, something very favorable, since it could be interpreted as a great commitment to friendship and cooperation between both kingdoms. Very close to them, Demeter danced with Azuri, to tell the truth, she had forced him to. He couldn't take his eyes off his beloved Clara, so if he had to force his brother to dance with her to stay close, he would. The Mantis had to admit that it all seemed like a glorious white dream. The palace's decor was dazzling, and all those people, of all shapes and sizes dressed in colorful costumes, made it the strangest, funniest sight she had ever imagined. She didn't entirely dislike the situation, although she still didn't find the monotonous, slow dance funny. She had enjoyed the little celebration at Crystal Summit more. She would definitely dance that piece and no other. But the Mantis hadn't counted on someone else asking her to dance. As soon as the music stopped and a pause took place for the couples to reshuffle, the King of Hellenist approached her and offered his hand. This was an invitation she simply couldn't refuse. It would be very offensive to the kingdom, so the Mantis sighed and resigned herself to her fate. Now the ballroom was bustling with activity, people whispering all around about what they'd seen. Were some of the rumors about a love triangle true? Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the king had invited that commoner Mantis to dance. He should have invited Queen Hornet or Issei or some member of the nobility, but instead, he chose this stranger beloved by his brother. This time the gossip of the people was so boisterous and shameless that even Orchid noticed and began to feel worried. She wanted to ask the king about the situation, but he interrupted her with another question. What have you thought of your stay in the kingdom so far? That was good. I think Heart of Hellenist is a very beautiful place. I really like the pink stones of Crystal Peak and the tranquility of Blue Lake. City of Tears is also impressive, although I wouldn't live there because of the water. I see. Have you gotten used to people? Yeah, I found them irritating at first, but I guess it was just my prejudices. They're actually nice people who fight and show their strength in their own way. I guess I was wrong in my way of thinking about bugs. There are many ways to be strong, and it would actually bother me to kill someone I like just because they're weak from a hunter's point of view. Even a small pink beetle can defeat a type of prey that I can't. I presume you're referring to someone in particular. Yes, Ren. He's a friend of Moon's who works with her at Crystal Summit. He's a bit annoying, but he has a good heart. He helped me a lot there. He's honestly one of the kindest people I've ever met. I'm happy to have become his friend, too. I'm glad to hear that. The king gave her a sweet look that made Orchid blush. You know Hollow's vacation is almost over, as is your heat, which means you'll regain the freedom to go wherever you please. You won't need us to look after you anymore. Yes, that's true. With everything that had happened lately and how comfortable she'd felt, she'd completely forgotten about her jealousy. Then it's time for me to leave the palace, I suppose. Well, not necessarily. Actually, our decision to let you leave was as much for our sake as for yours. You didn't seem comfortable here, and the others didn't like you much either. I assumed you wouldn't be happy here, and that's why you had to leave. But contrary to my expectations, you've adapted well to our life and even have friends. Yes, a lot of things happened. I didn't even expect to be so comfortable here. Of course, considering that my brother and I have grown fond of you. A slight blush crept across his face. I don't see any reason for you to leave anymore. I mean, if you want to stay, I wouldn't object. It was very strange to see the king so nervous. Stay. But the Mantis was incredulous at what she was hearing and looked for an excuse not to accept the invitation. But what would I do in this place? I'm not well educated, at least by the standards of this place, and I wouldn't want to just sit around doing nothing. I'm made for fighting and working, not for a placid life of leisure. If you're looking for a job, I assure you there's no shortage of things you can do. There are all kinds of jobs in the palace and the city. Although if I had to suggest one, I think the job of night trainer would suit you well. Coach. Agram mentioned that Loomis, Kyrie, Cliff and Chari improved a lot after training with you. You seem to have a talent for teaching, and I assure you it would be put to good use here. As for education, there's a reason we have the Cloudy Canyon School. Most of the classes there are children, but adults attend as well. If you put your mind to it, you won't have to worry about seeming ignorant anymore. I see. At that moment, the music stopped, ending the song. Now she had to decide whether to continue dancing, do it with the same person, or change partners. Perhaps Big would have liked to dance more pieces with her, but his duties as king required him to attend to other guests, so after giving her a friendly smile, he walked away. Orchid stared at him for a moment, entranced, until new murmurs behind her unnerved her. Now she knew what people were saying about her, and terror filled her at the thought. Hollow approached her hoping to dance again. She had already forced herself to dance with Sade, and after enduring his annoying advances, she wanted to spend more quality time with Orchid. But the Mantis had other plans. As soon as she saw a certain round, stinking insect, she walked toward it determinedly and held out her claw. By tradition the male invites the female. Did you know? Agram said sadly. I don't give a damn about tradition, I need to talk to you. Agram looked at Hollow, who looked frankly annoyed with the situation. I really don't think so. Are you rejecting me? Orchid showed such a fierce expression that it seemed she would kill the beetle. Okay, let's go, he sighed sadly. Despite his enormous eyes and body shape, Agram knew how to move, even better than Orchid, but that wasn't the important thing. The dung beetle immediately noticed that the Mantis was upset about something. Well, what is it you want to talk about? And why with me in particular? I know we're not very close, but given your position, it seems you're always up to date on everything, from the king's business to things outside the palace. Oh yes, in addition to being a night trainer, I'm also something of an advisor to the king. I don't know much about administration, but there are some areas I can help him with, such as information and dealing with people. So, what do you know about the rumors about me and the king? Agram gulped at that. Well, are you sure you want to know? Why do you ask that? Sometimes living in ignorance makes you happier. Now I want to know even more what's going on. Well, he sighed again. People think there's some kind of love triangle between Hollow, the king, and you. Hasn't that press rumor already been denied? I was told these stories were fleeting and people quickly forgot about them. Well, that's true as long as there are no events that feed them to keep them going, and I'm afraid that the fact that you and Hollow have been strolling around the City of Tears, that you went on a trip just the two of you, and that you behave so affectionately in public, gives a lot to talk about. He said this in a noticeably reproachful tone. But there's nothing between Hollow and me. I thought so, but I'm afraid your actions have confused even him, for he is convinced that you love him and intends to propose a formal relationship to you tonight. Relationship formal. Me? But didn't Hollow like someone else? Someone else? Well, she's liked other people before, but her love stories usually end badly. Oh really? Yes, really his first love died, the second had to go far away, the third was just playing with him, the fourth was a mugger and left her because she was dangerous to be with, the fifth suddenly decided she liked girls, he decided to stop when he saw the faces Orchid made. Well, they weren't loves that ever got very deep, all this happened before his last molt, they should be things they've overcome, in fact, you're the first female who's caught his attention now that he's an adult. So she likes me? Really? Agram became worried when he noticed the tone of hope with which she spoke those words. Perhaps Hollow was right and she did like him. But I suppose you'll continue with your bad luck in love, I mean, you're a Mantis Lord and you have a duty to your people, you can't stay in this place, you must return to your land to take care of your people, govern, protect them and all that, right? Orchid remained silent, not knowing what to answer. Everything seemed to be going so easily that she could stay with Hollow and live a dream life. However, her duties to her people weighed heavily on her heart. It was true that her sisters were in power, but would they be enough to rule over all the Mantises? Furthermore, she had to train them to make them stronger in order to face external threats. Surely, Hollow and Big would promise not to attack her tribe, but they were not the only possible threat. At that moment the song ended and Agram said goodbye to her politely, leaving her alone and confused, not knowing what to do. The drunk woman and a name. Orchid felt stunned by the reality Agram had presented to her. Hollow was interested in her and intended to make her his girlfriend that very night. The right thing to do would have been to reject him, but she didn't feel capable of that. She loved him too, and above all, desired him. She wasn't sure she'd have the willpower to deny herself everything he wanted. She definitely needed a drink. She wasn't in the mood to dance anymore. She walked up to the bar ignoring Hollow who was trying to get her attention. Unfortunately for the dumpster, another girl interpreted her signs as being for her, and she had to dance with a very effusive butterfly. The Mantis approached the table and looked at the various glasses of colorful liquids. She didn't know any of those liquors. What was prepared here had nothing to do with what was available at Fungal Wastes. She decided to ask the bartender. I don't know any of the drinks they serve here. What drink do you recommend? The bartender looked at her somewhat worried, he belonged to the castle servants and was aware of the rumor that said that Orchid was there to give birth to the king's heir. He didn't know if she had already conceived or if she would do so soon, but given the circumstances, it wasn't a good idea for her to drink alcohol, it could affect the offspring, so he hurried to offer her a drink that was appropriate for her supposed state. I think you like Florazno's punch very much, it's a very pleasant aromatic drink, she said, pouring him a violet liquid with a piece of fruit inside. Thank you so much. Orchid walked away from the bar, unaware of the nature of the drink she had been given. This punch was a non-alcoholic drink prepared by boiling brandy with jasmine flowers and some spices. The jasmine flower was a fruit from Tierras Verdes, characterized by its fragrant flavor and absorbent properties. When boiled with brandy, it retained all the alcohol and released its aromatic oils, leaving a sweet drink with a slightly bitter aftertaste, suitable for all types of people, even children. Of course, the alcohol didn't disappear. It remained contained in the fruit, but everyone knew that the fruit shouldn't be eaten, except for Orchidia. That was a shame, the Mantis was actually a very responsible person with alcohol consumption, the only time she got drunk was during her coming-of-age party, and the hangover she suffered was so horrible that she swore she would never drink like that again. So far she had kept her promise, and if it had been up to her, she would have continued like that. He downed his drink and realized it was alcohol-free. He wondered if the bartender thought Mantises had no stamina, but he didn't complain anyway, because the drink was so tasty he wanted another one. She ended up drinking 3 glasses and eating 3 pieces of fruit, after which she felt dizzy and confused. She tried to walk over to Big, but it became increasingly difficult to maintain her balance and grace, until she finally tripped and ended up on the ground. Fortunately for her, the first to notice the situation was Shadow, who crouched down next to her to check on her. Are you okay? Isn't it too early for you to get drunk? Big? Is that you? Did you shrink? Shadow shook his head in dismay, looking around for Hollow who now looked very uncomfortable dancing with an obese beetle. The same thing always happened to him, girls wouldn't leave him alone at parties, and his lack of speech didn't allow him to defend himself. He looked at the mantis in his arms and decided to take it to his room, as it was he couldn't enjoy the celebration any longer. He helped it stand up and in return he received a hug. "Big, are you going to put cream on me again? Come on, say yes." Shadow had no idea what she was talking about. All of this was making him nervous. If Orchid started spouting nonsense about the king, it would be a very negative thing. He did care about his brother's reputation. So, trying to save the day, he covered the insect's mouth and dragged her away from the ballroom as discreetly as he could. 2 more songs passed until Hollow was finally able to free himself from the girls who wanted to dance with him. It was a real pain to be so popular. But now that he was free, he set out to find his mantis. It was time to propose to her. However, she was nowhere to be seen. He scanned the area, finding no trace of her. It was strange. She was a very tall insect. She should be easy to spot. A pang of terror stabbed at his guts as he thought of the worst-case scenarios, so he ran off to find her. But with his poor common sense, instead of inspecting the most likely places, which were the balcony, the bathroom and her room, he checked the strangest places. The saw cellar, the training room, and the library. Hornet and Squirrel danced 2 songs together, one more with someone else, and that was it, because the Spider Queen wasn't going to put up with her offspring in the hands of a castle maid any longer, so as soon as they finished the mandatory activities, they headed to the quietest corner of the room, where her children were sheltered. It had to be said that the beetle in charge of caring for the babies felt a great relief when she saw their parents arrive. It had only been a little while, but she was already somewhat tired of watching over Chester so he wouldn't run away. The queen and her consort relieved her, happy to be reunited with the children again. Now they would have to be present at the party a little longer, greet those who came by to look around, and then they could go to their room to put the children to bed. And everything could have worked out well, but the lack of experience typical of first-time parents worked against them. The newly named Silky, being in a quieter place, lost all her shyness and asked her mother to pick her up with a little spider on her, while Hornet took care of the nobles who came to pay their respects. As for Squirrel, he dedicated himself to watching and entertaining Chester. Both of them left the nameless girl aside, not because they didn't care for her, but because since she was so quiet, they assumed she would stay in the nest sleeping and wouldn't need to be taken care of. If they had known more about children, they would have understood that babies cannot be neglected at any time, no matter how calm and easygoing they are. The happy young woodlouse would have fallen asleep, but the place was too noisy and bright for her, and since she couldn't get to sleep, she had become very grumpy. But she was the kind of person who didn't complain and sought to solve her problems on her own, even when they were too big for her, a characteristic that would cause her problems more than once throughout her life. So, instead of crying for a better place to sleep, the woodlouse left the nest and went to look for one herself. The tiny bug made its way through that jungle of moving legs and managed to reach the end of the hall without being stepped on even once. Even at its young age, it displayed strong survival instincts, which seemed to bring out the best in woodlice and spiders. Once it reached the end of the hall, it headed toward a huge wide open door. It had no idea where it was going, but that hallway seemed much quieter than the living room. It was a good thing the castle's saws were off, so the baby girl could move forward without difficulty and without suffering any harm. The hallway was quieter than the living room, but it was still bustling with activity, as numerous creatures flitted back and forth carrying plates of food, drinks, or whatever the guests needed. This wasn't the quiet place the baby needed to rest, so she kept moving, unnoticed. The further she went into the halls, the quieter everything became. There were only a few guards and knights wandering around, all too tall to see someone as short as the girl. Finally, the place was quiet enough for the woodlouse to feel at ease. She only needed to find a comfortable bed, which might be the most difficult part of all. Since she'd slept on soft silk sheets since birth, she was a bit fussy about that. But she had barely begun her adventure in search of the lost bed when something stopped her, a strange sound, at least to her, who didn't know much about the world. She didn't know what it was, but it made her feel sick. She wanted it to stop because it made her want to cry. That sound was a heartbroken cry that caused the girl anguish and pain. She just wanted it to stop, so she walked toward the source of the wailing. When the baby finally arrived at her destination, she found a scene that an adult would find shameful and pathetic, but to her, it was sad. There was a huge mantis clutching a shadow child, crying inconsolably, while the child tried to shake it off and push it into a room. "Egg, why are you treating me like this? You've never been so cold to me. Let me go, you crazy bitch. After you told me I could stay with you, now you're kicking me out. You're cruel. I hate you. I. Go to your room and stop bothering us. Now you're throwing me out on the street. First you were a gentleman, and now you're a scoundrel. Don't keep quiet." Shadow clutched his face in exasperation. He couldn't say anything to calm Orchid down, and with her drunkenness, she couldn't even interpret his signals. He was afraid she might escape and cause a scandal for the king. So he planned to lock her in her room, but the task was proving too much. He was still considering his options when a small squeal woke him from his thoughts. They both turned to look at the source of the sound and found themselves staring at a tiny four-eyed four-armed woodlice. Neither of them had ever seen hornets' babies in person, but Shadow had at least heard descriptions of them, so he was able to recognize the baby. As for Orchid, even if someone had told him about her, he wouldn't have been able to recognize her. She was too drunk. "Ran," she shouted, happy to see the girl, then ran to hug her. "Hey. Let that baby go. Hornet won't like it." "Ran. It's so good to see you. I've missed you so much. How's Moon?" "Eee. I'm so glad, Ran, I need help. Big's being mean to me, he wants to kick me out." He pointed accusingly at Shadow, who shook his head desperately. "Googa googa Jimmy." The girl said this in a scolding tone, and although there was no reason for it, Shadow felt guilty. "Ran, what am I going to do? I'm an embarrassment to my species." She began to shed tears again. "Nah nah yigu nah. Don't try to make me feel better, I fell in love with Hollow. I've crossed the forbidden threshold. A mantis shouldn't fall in love, much less a Mantis Lord. The pop yiga. It's just sniff, I don't want to go home anymore, I want to stay here, I love Hollow, I want to stay by his side, but it's not right." Tears fell in torrents from her eyes. "I am a leader of my tribe, I must be responsible, I can't abandon my people. What do I do, Ren? If I go back, will I be able to resume my life with this tremendous pain that I carry inside?" "Goo goo goo." Orchid hugged the baby close to her body, and she instinctively began to stroke the mantis, trying to comfort it. Shadow watched the scene somewhat uncomfortably, feeling unnecessary, so he decided to discreetly walk away, at least until he remembered the context of what he was seeing. Orchid was drunk, hugging a baby that belonged to her sister, who would surely go hysterical when she noticed her baby was gone. The knight became nervous. He couldn't leave the woodlouse alone with the mantis, but if he stayed to watch them, he couldn't go looking for Hornet either. What would he do? The best thing would be to snatch the baby from the Lord. But doing that was more complicated than it seemed. As soon as he put his hands on the woodlouse, it began to cry, and when it cried, Orchid did too. Shadow's stress levels were rising to unimaginable levels, and now he wanted to cry too. On the other hand, Hornet's maternal instinct seemed to have suddenly been activated, as a concern forced her to hastily dismiss a certain pair of crickets that were looking to chat with her and direct her attention towards her nest. It was then that she discovered with horror that it was empty, the nameless girl had disappeared. Hornet had to use all her self-control to keep from screaming hysterically and turning the palace upside down. First, she quickly scanned the room for any trace of her little girl, then made up some excuse to retreat and search the rest of the castle. She left Quirrell in charge of the two offspring while she searched for the lost girl, although she asked him to check the room more thoroughly in case she had missed something, which was quite likely, since it was very difficult to look for someone so small in such a crowded place. When Hornet found herself running through the hall shouting "Daughter," she realized some realities she had ignored until now. She still didn't know her children well. Now that she was lost, she couldn't imagine which place she would prefer to go. Perhaps the kitchen, guided by some appetizing smell. Was she a plant lover and would end up playing in the garden? Or would she fancy playing with water and head for the bathroom? The baby didn't really know where each place was, but her preferences would make her stay in one place over another. Since she had no clue as to where her little girl was, the queen had no choice but to search every corner of the palace. Along the way, she alerted some servants to be on the lookout for her, many of whom even left their duties to help her. It was in the midst of this frantic search that Hornet happened upon her brother, finding him in a meeting room looking under a table. Accustomed to Hollow's antics, she perhaps shouldn't have worried too much about it, but for some strange reason, she decided to ask what he was doing. "I'm looking for Orchid. Are you playing hide and seek or something?" "No, I wanted to dance another song with her, but she disappeared. I'm afraid something bad has happened to her." If that were the situation, why would she be under the table? "I don't know. Maybe she escaped from her kidnapper and hid here." Hollow Hornet raised an exasperated hand to her face. "Please, learn to think like a normal person for once. Everything you're saying is ridiculous." If Orchid wasn't at the party, she probably felt overwhelmed by the crowd and retreated to a secluded spot like the balcony or went straight to her room. Is it that hard for you to think of something like that? Hornet, you're a genius. And you're an idiot. I shouldn't even be wasting my time with you. My daughter is lost. Which one? Hollow was alarmed as soon as he heard the news. The one that is a cochineal. I'll help you find her. He immediately stood up to accompany his sister in her search. Anyway, Orchid must be fine, she knows how to defend herself better than a baby. Following Hornet's logic, they began searching in the areas closest to the ballroom, gradually moving away. The mother was growing increasingly desperate, already beginning to fear a kidnapping, which seemed odd to her considering the cochineal had no political clout. If someone had to be kidnapped, the candidate would have to be Silky. It was Hollow who finally perceived something that guided them in the right direction. He thought he heard Orchid crying along with another voice. It was like a murmur, a nearly inaudible sound, but it was enough to attract his full attention and head for the source of the disturbance. His sister followed him almost on a hunch, although the path they were heading toward didn't seem very logical. They began to walk further and further away from the ballroom, climbing the stairs until they reached the second floor where the bedrooms were. Considering the baby's love of sleeping, it would seem a logical decision to Hornet to take that route, but it would be odd if she got there considering she didn't know the way and it was too far from their starting point. But contrary to all expectations, there was the woodlouse, cuddled with a praying mantis next to a dumpster, everyone crying. What how this but what's going on here? I'm a bad mantis. Ren scolded me. Gooey goo baba. Hornet stared at the scene in disbelief, although when it came to her family, things always defied all logic. Sighing, she headed toward her offspring to calm it down and take it away from the potentially dangerous mantis, but as soon as she tried to take her daughter back, Orchid resisted. No Ren. Don't go. Hornet immediately noticed the mantis's drunken state. What the hell is wrong with you? Give me back my daughter. Hornet let me calm Orchid, maybe that way she'll release Ren. He turned his attention to the mantis and stroked its head. Hello? Is that you? Knowing that the mantis couldn't understand him, he just nodded. Hello. I'm sorry I know I can't be with you. My family needs me even Ren said so he showed her the girl in his arms who looked confused. Hollow then trying to explain to her that she should let go of the girl pointed to her mother. Moon? Ah, sorry for taking Ren without permission he handed it to the girl. Thanks. Hornet didn't understand what was happening, but she wasn't going to question it if her daughter was returned to her. Hollow I love you. I love you so much. And at that moment the mantis lost her composure and hugged Hollow, crying desperately. But it's not right for me to stay with you. This is so sad Shadow sobbed. Are you still crying? Hornet looked at him strangely. Shadow was a serious type and it wasn't his usual behavior. The Spider Queen analyzed the whole situation and a certain unease settled in her guts. This was the worst that could be happening. The rumors in the press were not rumors. There was a sentimental situation between her brother and this mantis. If she did not do something, things could end disastrously. If Orchid discovered her brother's secret and her family could end up revealing it out of terror, and that would bring dire consequences. Hello, tomorrow morning you and I will talk very seriously. No, better you, me and Big, the three of us have very important things to discuss. Hornet, the way you look at me is scaring me. Oh yes Hollow, be afraid, be very afraid because tomorrow I will give you the sermon of your life. Hornet's murderous aura was such that even the little girl in his arms became enraged. And with that grim declaration, he walked away from the knight and the mantis. Shadow, not quite knowing what to do, bowed goodbye to his brother and followed Hornet. Hollow looked at Orchid who was in his arms with glassy eyes, but calm, maybe he should lay her down on her bed for a while, so he took her in his arms and carrying her princess style he entered her chambers. Meanwhile, Hornet walked down the hallway back to the living room, but she was somewhat uncomfortable because of Shadow's stares, which were as piercing as her own needle, but the queen was not someone who would remain silent in the face of annoyances. Shadow, will you stop looking at me like that? You're making me nervous. Sorry, I just want to see Ren, but she's really busy. Can I take her? Ren? He looked at his daughter. Her name isn't Ren. Biggie goo. As soon as he mentioned the name the girl uncoiled herself. Daughter? Wait, don't tell me you reacted to Ren's name. B.E. Ren. B.E. Why did you have to choose that name? Why not something prettier like Juliet? The girl made a face of disgust. I like Ren too. Well, it will be Hornet's side. Even though I don't like it, it was fate that chose her name. Hello, Ren, my beautiful daughter. And if it were just an illusion. Orchid woke up that morning with a terrible headache, sat up in bed, wondering how she got there and inspected her surroundings, looking for clues as to what had happened the night before. She found nothing unusual, except a glass and a huge jug of water next to it. She felt grateful for the presence of the vital liquid because she was unbearably thirsty, and in an instant she drank it all. After this he felt a little better, although the headache was still horrible. He couldn't remember feeling like this since the drunken stupor he'd gotten at his coming-of-age party. Something clicked in her mind as she recalled this incident. She tried to search the recesses of her memory for the events that had taken place at the party the day before. She remembered the greetings from the annoyed guests, the presentation ceremony for the heiress, the dancing, and that strange delicious non-alcoholic drink she had tried. She analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that the drink did contain alcohol. How did they manage to hide its presence? If she'd known, she would have drank more moderately, but she ended up downing 3 glasses in a row. A shiver ran down her spine as she imagined herself at that party surrounded by strangers, drunk. At least at her coming-of-age party, she was with family and friends who took it upon themselves to protect her from any unseemly situation, but here did she do something crazy while she was out of her mind. First of all, she checked her body for any signs that someone had done anything to her, but everything was in order, even the fabric that neutralized her pheromones was perfectly in place. She sighed in relief and decided to take a bath. Perhaps it would help with the heaviness she was feeling. Besides, she wanted to take off her party dress and return to her normal appearance. After a cold shower, she felt much better, so she decided to go find Hollow. Perhaps he could shed some light on what had happened the night before. After asking around a bit, she learned the gentleman was in her sister's room, so she headed there. Since she didn't know if Hollow was having a private chat with her sister or something like that, she wanted to knock on the door, but just before she could announce her presence, a scream from inside interrupted her. The voice was undoubtedly Hornet's, and she looked very angry. She didn't want to get involved in family matters, so she preferred to withdraw. However, when she heard her name in that conversation, she was tempted to spy. She knew that it was not right to listen to other people's conversations, but if her name was involved, then it could be considered that she had some right. Perhaps they were planning her murder, and she didn't know it. In reality, she saw the latter as very unlikely, but distrust was something too deep-rooted in her. Hollow, seriously, I'm saying this for your own good. You can't carelessly establish a relationship with this mantis, it could have dire consequences. Besides, how can you be so sure that she loves you? She told me while she was high in the cemetery. What? What the hell did you do to her, Hollow? I didn't do anything wrong. She complained of having trouble sleeping, so I got her some herbs. Hollow, how many times do I have to tell you that you can't give medicinal herbs to anyone without professional supervision? I bet you gave her the strongest herb you could find. This time Hornet looked more worried than angry. At least nothing bad happened to Orchid. Was it very serious? His sister's grave expression made him sense the weight of the situation. It could have been, but anyway, back to our topic, you can't take something a drugged person tells you seriously. Agram said the same thing, that he couldn't believe her words, but last night at the party she got drunk and started crying, saying that she loved me but couldn't stay with me. Drunks are always supposed to tell the truth. Yes and no. Drunks always say what they think is true. Supposedly last night Orchid shouted from the rooftops that she loved you. Orchid behind the door had to stifle a scream to continue listening. She thinks she loves you, but that may not be true. How could it not be true? She's in heat. Is it about jealousy again? Well, trying to be clear on this matter, as I had explained to you, heat causes females to desperately seek the attention of a male. Normally, instincts lead us to desperately want to copulate with someone, no matter who it is, but occasionally it happens that a female is attracted to a particular male, ignoring the rest. It is not entirely clear why this happens. Sometimes it occurs in couples that have been together for a long time, and other times it is thought to occur when a male's genes are very favorable, he is very attractive to the female, and she only wants to be with him and no one else. And what does that have to do with Orchid loving me? Hollow was already fed up with his sister's constant fussing. Desire for a particular male is often confused with infatuation. In fact, it's common for a girl to no longer feel any attraction or feelings toward the male who captivated her during this period after the heat. That's why young men are taught to be very careful during the heat period and not to start any romantic relationships or marriages, because it could all be a passing illusion that will remain a mere amusing memory. Orchid behind the door was stunned by what she had heard. Was this true? Was her love a mere fantasy, as fleeting as a flower? Was everything she felt false? And why had she never known about this? It didn't take long for her to draw conclusions. For Mantises, love didn't exist and no one ever established relationships such as courtship or marriage. There was no chance of confusion. Babies were conceived through prior agreement and families were held together by a bond of duty, theoretically. She walked away from the door, no longer wanting to hear anything. Her mind was a mess once again. It had been so hard for her to accept her feelings for the night that now she didn't know how to take the event. The most intense thing she had ever felt in her life didn't exist and she would soon stop feeling it, which curiously hurt her. She didn't want to lose this shred of emotion, she didn't want to accept the idea that a relationship with Hollow wasn't special. At that moment she didn't know what was worse, whether to love Hollow and live with constant pain, knowing that she couldn't be by his side, or to forget him and return to her routine and boring life, because despite everything, she didn't regret what she had experienced with him. It was as if she had waited her whole life to feel something like that. The simple fact of knowing that this special person existed somewhere in the world made everything more fun. However, perhaps forgetting everything she felt for him was for the better. With this trip she had become stronger, and now when she returned home she would be a better lord, although that didn't stop that strange discomfort from scratching her chest. Her little experience in matters of love made Orchid have too many doubts. Perhaps at first their relationship was a simple passion that awoke because of hormones, but the time they lived together turned her desire into genuine affection, and this could be known because what tormented the Mantis the most was not having been deceived all this time, rather what broke her heart was disappointing Hollow, seeing his sad face begging for her love. That bleak sight was too much for her to bear. It was this that triggered her to do something against a Mantis's nature for the first time. Instead of facing her problems head-on, she ran away. She ran as fast as she could, away from that room and her silent night. She needed to leave that palace of wonder and sadness, fulfill her mission once and for all, and return home. The servants watched her run through the halls, but no one stopped her. She had earned the freedom to wander wherever she wanted. They were just worried that she looked a little upset. When Orchid finally reached the gateway, she found Queen Clara and Demeter leaving the palace to head home to Greenlands. This was the opportunity the Mantis needed. She came to a screeching halt, sliding across the tiles, and slowly slowed to a kneeling position before the queen. She, her knight, and her retinue of mosslings looked at her curiously before the Mantis screamed in despair. "Take me with you." While Orchid was suffering her existential crisis, Hollow was also having his own dilemmas. Hornet's words had sunk deep into his heart, and the idea that Orchid didn't love him was not easy for him to accept. But what if what I'm feeling isn't an illusion? What if Orchid really loves me? You said that this being temporary was just a possibility. Oh well, yes, that's true, but. So Orchid does love me. There's no way what we have is a lie. Hollow, don't be so stubborn. Her falling out of love with you is just as likely as her actually being in love. Just you have to let time pass, wait for her heat to end. Time will tell who's right, just don't do anything crazy until then, okay? The gentleman looked at her resentfully, then let out a snort and sat down on the bed in the room. His sister approached him wanting to offer her support, but he didn't seem interested in her attentions, so she looked away. Hollow, don't take it out on me, this isn't my fault. I was going to propose to Orchidia today. What? Hornet looked at him as if she thought he was crazy. What you're saying is a joke, right? Agram made the same face when I told him my plans. What's the problem with me becoming Orchid's partner? We love each other. Isn't that enough? It may sound cruel, but it often isn't. What do you mean? Well, Hornet remained silent for a few minutes, thinking about how to explain her years of experience in relationships. Are you sure you know her well? Yeah. Maybe it's not quite like that. How much can you get to know someone in a month or so? He hesitated a moment before continuing. Look, you're an adult now, and I'm no longer in a position to tell you how to live your life. In practical terms, you can do whatever you want, but if your decisions are going to affect others, I feel obligated to intervene. You can't be with Orchid because you don't know her that well. You don't know what kind of person she is, if she's completely trustworthy, if she's capable of keeping a secret, or if she'll be overcome by terror and say things she shouldn't. What are you implying? If you continue your relationship with her, one day she'll find out what you are, what the whole family is, shadows hidden beneath a mask, shadows that may be harmless, but that can frighten ordinary people. If, out of fear, she tells your secret to someone outside the family, can you imagine what will happen? The common population will erupt in panic. They'll reject them. They'll want nothing more to do with Big. They might attack your brothers, overcome with terror, declare war on them, considering them dangerous. But we're not dangerous, we've been living together happily for years. Hollow was already starting to worry. You're not so sure everything will turn out alright, are you? His brother couldn't reply. People can do the stupidest things out of fear. Anything they don't understand is scary. No matter how good they've been in the past, the mere idea that they're beings with powers they can't fight will make them reject them. Or even if they do accept them, there will always be those who say that because they're a shadow, Big can't rule, that's a right that belongs only to normal bugs. But Orchid doesn't she? Hollow looked down, weighing the situation. Hornet was right. He didn't know how the Mantis would react when he told her the essence of his nature. Would she still love him the same? Perhaps that was the least of it. The well-being and peace of his entire family was at stake. He couldn't risk everything for her. It wasn't just his business. He looked up at Hornet, almost pleading. But I could keep the secret, I could be with her without her finding out what I am. Hollow, two things. First, it's not right to keep such important secrets from your partner, and second, she'll find out anyway at some point. Oh yeah, Agram said something about how when he wanted to touch me, he would discover that I was missing something, and then some business about Hex not being just for having children. He didn't get to explain everything to me. Hornet sighed, thinking of the poor beetle. She actually felt quite sorry for him. Instead of spending his senior years in peace, he had to deal with a bunch of overgrown children with no common sense who didn't understand normal people. But she would save him some awkward explanations. It was her duty as a big sister anyway. Let me see how I explain, Hollow. You really like it when I pet you on the head, right? Yes. It's one of the things I like the most. The gentleman was somewhat confused by the question. Well, it turns out that hex is something that feels really good. It's like having your head stroked, but times better. Huh. Really? Hollow was excited at the idea of something that felt this good until the reality of his condition hit him. But I can't experience something like that because I can't have children, right? Well, that's the point I want to get to. Normal bugs don't have hex just to have children. It can be done outside of the breeding season. Even many people do it just because it feels good, for fun you could say. But I can't. Hollow was starting to get depressed, though after a sigh she seemed to resign herself. Well, I'm not going to die from it. I don't need it anyway, although it makes me curious. The thing is, Orchid is going to want to do it with you if you two become a couple. Oh no. I'm not going to be able to make her happy. Hornet, is there anything I can do to make it up to Orchid in some way? Hornet found it incredibly sweet that her brother's priority was the happiness of the Mantis, but his explanation wasn't complete yet. Don't worry about that, Hollow. There are ways to please her through unconventional means. The problem lies elsewhere. The knight's anxiety at what his sister was going to say was now palpable. Just as you're worried about making her happy, she'll also want to make you happy. Ah, but I don't care, I can live without Hex. But she'll care. That act helps strengthen the relationship. Not being able to give you as much as she receives will be frustrating, no matter how much you tell her it's okay, because if she truly loves you, her greatest desire will be to please you. So it's impossible for me and Orchid to work out. Her brother's sad look broke Hornet's heart. Well, maybe with effort, inventiveness and love it could work, but it won't be easy, and it will take time, a lot of time, much more than a month and a half, which is how long you've been with her. So take my advice when I say you're taking things too quickly. Okay, I get it, no need to scold me. I'm not scolding you, not yet, when Big arrives I'll take care of that. Aren't we done yet? At that moment Quirrell, Big and the children entered the room. The woodlouse was carrying the empty basket in his hands because the little ones had climbed on top of their uncle and were too comfortable to want to get down. Who would have thought it? Yesterday they were crying just at the thought of being near him, and today they're playing all over him. Good morning, Big. Good morning, Hornet. I think your kids are used to me now. We played for a while, but we stopped because Ren got sleepy. Typical of her. Come here, my girl. Big crouched down to a comfortable height for the children to climb down, but it was only Ren who went into her mother's arms, where she snuggled up and closed her eyes, feeling safe and comfortable. Okay, a little nap before we head home. Aren't you staying longer? We didn't get to play that much, Big complained. I'm sorry, Big, but I can't stay away from my duties as queen for that long. Yes, from yesterday afternoon until today is too long. There was a marked tone of sarcasm in Quirrell's voice. Did you say something, love? And in Hornet's voice, a subtle threat. Okay, I understand. You should return to Deep Nest. Big didn't want to see a couple fight, so he tried to calm the atmosphere. At least stay for lunch. Okay, let's stay for lunch, so we'll have time to discuss some rather unpleasant matters. What matters? Does anything about a love triangle between the king, his brother, and a certain Mantis ring a bell? Not at all. I think you should stop reading so many romance novels. As Big spoke these words, he carefully removed Chester and Silky from him, then discreetly walked towards the door, but his sister, who knew him well, immediately noticed his intentions. Don't even think about leaving this room, Big. You two and I are going to have a long talk. Howell looked pleadingly at Quirrell for help, but he shook his head. However, he was so insistent in his silent plea that with a sigh the woodlouse finally agreed to his request. Hornet, I think the children are hungry. Those simple words were enough to upset Hornet. Her children were hungry. She immediately became anxious about feeding them and ended up forgetting that she was going to scold her brothers. She grabbed the 3 babies and left for the kitchen with them. In reality it was time to feed them, but it was not that they were dying of hunger. They could have waited a little longer without problems. Thanks, Quirrell, Big said, beaming with joy. You saved us. It was nothing, but don't get used to it. I can't always resort to these tricks. You're lucky it's right around the children's lunchtime, and besides. He couldn't continue because a hug from Hollow cut off his words. Hollow, is something wrong? My romantic life is doomed to be a disaster. Oh. What things did Hornet tell you? Big was very curious about what Hornet had talked to him about. Very sad things. I'm sorry, Hollow. It's just the cruel reality of the world. He patted her back in a show of support. But everything will work out somehow. You'll find a way to move forward and be happy, whether with or without Orchid. At least you'll always have your family supporting you, that's something, don't you think? Yeah, I guess. Speaking of family matters, Big seemed somewhat hesitant to start the topic, but after a glance at the affable woodlouse, he warmed up to her. There was something I wanted to discuss with Hornet, but I'm afraid she might not take it well, and I wanted to get your opinion. What would it be about? Well, as you know, I'm the king of Hellenis. That really wasn't the smartest way to start the conversation, and you also know that I'm not going to live forever. I mean, well, I could live forever if I locked myself away in the abyss and sustained myself with the energy of the void, but then I wouldn't be able to rule and live up here. Being here and eating the food of this place has made me a mortal being. Yes, I'm sure. Quirrell was getting impatient with all the preambles. I won't rule forever, and I wouldn't want my people to be left helpless without a king to guide them after my departure. That's why I need an heir. Oh, but because of your condition you can't bring children into the world. Yes, I know. That's why, looking for an alternative solution, I was thinking that perhaps I could make one of Hornet's children my heir. Oh, honestly, I don't think Hornet would agree with this. No mother would want to part with her children. I'm not taking her children away from her. I would never do something so cruel. Big quickly clarified. She will always be their mother and raise them. I was just thinking that when Chester was a little older, she would let me raise him to make him king in the future. Do you think she'd agree? It's going to be difficult. Look, I don't want to offend him, but I doubt Hornet has much confidence in his abilities to raise a child. Let's just say that lack of common sense about the containers would make him consider it dangerous to leave any of his children in his care. I'm not going to kill him. I can raise a child, and besides, he'll be more grown up by then, not a fragile larva that dies easily. Yes, I understand, but please understand Hornet, she's a first-time mother, so she's very apprehensive about her babies, which is normal after all the problems we had during the egg incubation. Were there any problems? What happened? Quirrell opened his eyes in horror when he realized the indiscretion he had committed. Big was unaware that someone had tried to destroy the eggs. Hornet didn't want to tell him for fear of his anger, and now he had carelessly blurted out those words, hinting at the problem they were trying so hard to keep secret. It's nothing, really, you don't have to worry. Although the professor tried to hide it, his nervousness was so evident that even someone as distracted as Hollow was able to notice it. Quirrell, you're lying, something happened during the incubation of the eggs. It was nothing, really. Quirrell, don't you dare lie to us, we have the dream sting with us, whatever secrets are in your mind, we can read them. Big's threat was clear, Quirrell had no escape, so he had no choice but to confess the truth. How someone tried to kill my nieces. The scream released by the monarch was so powerful and his fury so great that everyone in the palace realized something was wrong. It was almost as if an explosion of power had spread through the building, sending shivers down the spines of every creature in the place. In fact, many dropped the vases and glasses they were holding from the sheer shock. Even Big's nephews perceived that aura of fury and clung to their mother's legs for protection. Although their mother herself didn't seem too sure at that moment, Hornet was scared. Big, stop right now. You can't overrule my authority like that. Big had just gotten off the Deer Road at Deepness Station and was now walking purposefully towards the heart of the kingdom. Behind him, pulling at his cloak, Hornet was dragged in a futile attempt to stop him. I am the queen here. If you do something like this, you will discredit me in front of my people. I resolve the affairs of my kingdom. And we all take care of family matters. How could you hide from me that the eggs had been attacked? You even asked Clara for help before me. I would have supported you, I would have opened the palace doors for you to hide your babies, they would have been safe and well cared for. If I didn't do it, it was precisely because I wanted to avoid this. You walking into my kingdom with the intention of killing that imprisoned spider without getting any information out of it. You're always calm, analytical, and make wise decisions, but when it comes to someone in the family, you react badly. And do you want me to be all smiley? No. I just want you to let me do things my way. That's all. What if something bad happens to the children? That's why I've already taken measures, I know what I'm doing. Big looked at her sternly for long seconds, his expression cold. He was holding back the desire to run to the jail to destroy the prisoner, but for his sister, he made the effort to calm down. Fine, it'll be as you wish, but if I ever find out that any of my nephews are in danger or have an accident, I will seriously consider taking them to the palace where they will be safe from any malicious creatures. Believe me, that won't be necessary, now if you'll excuse me. She didn't have time to finish her sentence, as if the universe had conspired against Hornet. At that moment a spider came running from the entrance to the station. It looked very upset and screamed hysterically, calling for the queen. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. He's finally back. Yes, I'm here, please don't give me any bad news, I'm not in the mood for that. But something terrible has happened. Please don't. The prisoner accused of trying to kill his balls has escaped. That. The monster of the forest. The three Mantis Lords stood in the throne room, all exhausted and bearing the marks of a fierce battle they had recently fought. Facing them was their opponent, their brother, the fourth Lord. At the edge of this makeshift battlefield lay the corpse of a young Mantis, the daughter of the male who had insolently raised his claws against his sisters. "That's enough. You can't beat the three of us." Lavender yelled at him furiously. "Besides, you know the rules. It's forbidden to associate with foreigners." She broke a taboo. She had to face the consequences. "I won't stop. I want justice. You killed my daughter. Your own niece. She was the only chick in my clutch who survived, the only one I had left. And now I don't even have her. Stop being so sentimental. You should be happy he had an honorable ending. He'll never sleep with that foreigner again." As always, Lily was the most ruthless in her assertions. "Besides, you can always have more offspring." "That's enough, Lily, each child is a unique and irreplaceable being, don't say such insensitive things," Lavender scolded her. "The FFF, whatever. Brother, that's enough. Rules are rules." Orchid tried to calm the atmosphere with a more conciliatory attitude. "The same ones that have governed us for many generations, you yourself had to enforce them against other Mantises who dared to break them. Why would it be any different with your daughter?" Maybe this is all wrong, maybe if we could think differently, see other points of view, consider more options." "Blasphemy!" Lily shrieked. "This is unacceptable, Hygo. The pain of your loss is driving you crazy. Abandon those silly sentimentalities and go back to being the proud, strong Mantis you always were. Look at all the stupid things you're doing. You're taking up arms against us, questioning our way of life. What the hell is wrong with you?" I'm tired of all these stupid rules, of this rigid life, of not being able to cry when I need to, of not being able to tell someone how much I love them, of performing brutal training on the young. Of not being able to honor my daughter with a proper grave. I want to destroy the system. And I'm not the only one, many other Mantises in this place think like me, but they keep quiet out of fear." Suddenly, something strange began to appear in Hygo's eyes, a faint orange light that no one was able to notice. "That's why I want to defeat them. I want to crush them, to rise to power and rule the way I consider right." "A weakling like you could never do it," Lily challenged him. "You lack more power to defeat us." "More power, more power, more power. Yes, I need power, all I can get, because if not my dream won't come true, I won't be able to, it won't be possible. I need more power, more. Hygo's determination to gain power at any cost, coupled with his grief over the loss of his daughter and resentment towards his sisters, created the opening in his mind through which the moth goddess was able to corrupt him. In reality, the infection had begun to penetrate long ago, but it was at this point that it was finally able to advance and take control of him. The signs of the illness became so evident that it was impossible to ignore them. His eyes took on the characteristic orange glow of the goddess, and his body began to grow more robust and powerful. His sisters looked at him with a mixture of disgust and horror. "Brother, no. How is it possible? You gave your mind to the goddess. Traitor." With the renewed strength granted to him by the goddess, the Lord once again faced his sisters, but as before, he was defeated, albeit narrowly. But this time there was no mercy for him. Surrendering himself to the moth goddess was a crime too grave to be forgiven. He would have been executed if Orchid hadn't interceded for him, arguing that exile was a crueler and more fitting punishment. When the banished lord left the village, he didn't go alone. Just as he'd said, there were other Mantises who shared his ideas about a more relaxed and flexible existence, and inspired by the courage he showed in challenging his sisters, they became his followers. That day, for the first time in a long time, Orchid felt like crying. It wasn't easy to say goodbye to her closest brother, her brood brother. She didn't know if Lily and Lavender felt as hurt as she did, but none of them showed it. They all stood firm, not shedding a single tear. And all the tears she never shed before now flowed from her eyes like an endless river. In front of her was a beautiful grave, with an impressive tombstone decorated with those curious pale flowers that abounded so much in the area, and on its epitaph it said, "Here lies the traitor's daughter." Clover was buried there was no doubt about it. Hygo made sure to take his daughter's body with him. He said he would make a beautiful shrine for her, so she would never be forgotten. As it looked, he kept his word, he always did. Her niece's grave was the last thing she expected to find when she went out for a walk in the surrounding area, looking to clear her head a little. It was a reminder of a tortuous and guilty past, one the three sisters regretted but, out of pride, never deigned to mention. However, this discovery affected her more personally than anyone else. Hygo was her brother, and after the experience she'd endured over the past month, she could feel Clover's tragedy firsthand. By now, with everything that had happened, she no longer considered foreign bugs to be inferior creatures. She no longer even considered it something so horrible that two bugs of different species could mate. If Clover had been alive at that moment, she would have supported her, even helped her escape, so she could be happy with her strange girlfriend. But that was no longer the case. She was dead, Hygo too, and she had no choice but to carry the weight of her guilt until the end of her days. Now Orchid cried, begging for a forgiveness she would never receive, wasting her energy in laments and tears. She no longer cared about pride or appearances. In that forest of thorns and grass, she only wanted to say goodbye to her dead relatives. She remained in that sad catharsis for more than half an hour, only when she was too exhausted to continue did she decide to return to Queen Clara's lair. They were sure to be worried about her. She had said she would go and reconnoiter the area, but she had gone too far into the thicket and had wasted too much time. Despite how far away he was from his return point, he was confident he could find his way around. Curiously, he found his bearings better in natural environments than in urban places like the City of Tears. She walked slowly, trying to compose herself before presenting herself in front of the queen. She didn't want them to notice that she had been crying and ask her awkward questions. She didn't know she was a lord. She didn't know that the mantis that terrorized these lands was her brother, and she didn't want to have to confess it, so it was best to buy time. Unlike Crystal Summit, this place didn't have any prey that was a real challenge for her. She hadn't killed any being because she wasn't authorized to hunt there, but she measured her strength with the bugs of the place, discovering that she was at a clear advantage, so she allowed herself to wander around in a relaxed manner, since there was nothing to fear, but it was already her custom to be attentive to her surroundings. So it was impossible for a certain curious individual to escape her sight. Orchid stopped and fixed her eyes on the male mantis that appeared out of nowhere from the middle of some bushes. Although she saw him, he didn't even realize that he was being watched. The Lord was astonished by what she saw before her. What was a mantis doing there? Was it a settled foreigner? She honestly doubted it. Its physical features seemed to be those of her tribe. There were slight differences between the mantises from one place and another. The behavior of this male seemed very strange to her. It was clear that he was looking for food to fill his pantry. He had 2 dead prey hanging from his back and a basket full of fruits and vegetables that he had surely collected there. Up to that point, everything was normal. The strange thing was that this individual was picking flowers. Why would a mantis do such a pointless thing as pick flowers? Why? They weren't edible, nor were they good enough to make anything. I just didn't understand. The male finished collecting those plants and took out a red ribbon with which he tied them, forming a beautiful bouquet. He looked at them for a few moments with a dreamy expression and put them in the basket along with the vegetables. After that he happily left without noticing the presence of the Lord at any time. When Orchid finally arrived at Clara's den, a feast of fruits and vegetables awaited her, along with some egg dishes that had been prepared just for her. She didn't much like the vegetarian diet, but that was how the Mossies ate. As soon as she was granted a hunting permit, she could procure food to her liking. "Welcome, Orchid," a rather confident mossman greeted her. Of the entire group gathered, he was the only one who didn't look at her with suspicion. "Thank you. Were you waiting for me?" "Oh yeah, you took so long, we were almost afraid you'd stepped on a booby trap or something." "I'm not going to fall for something like that easily." The mantis sat on the ground in front of the long communal table from which everyone ate. The Mossi way of life was very humble. They didn't use chairs like in Big's elegant palace, they didn't serve you an individual portion on a plate, and there was no accepted etiquette or manners. Everything was more rustic and wild, which she liked. She really liked the friendly and peaceful atmosphere. Everything would be perfect if it weren't for the food, but at least they prepared eggs for her, and she was very grateful for that. "You're very quiet. Did something happen?" "I saw a male mantis." "Oh yeah, that's great. Did you exchange words?" "I see that my meeting doesn't interest you." "Should I?" "Well, there aren't that many, there are quite a few mantises living around here." Orchid's surprised expression didn't go unnoticed. "You didn't know?" "No, all the mantises in Hellenist are supposed to be from my tribe." "Why are there mantises in Greenlands?" "Ah, well, as I understand it, years ago, during the time of the infection there was a division in the tribe. A portion of the mantises were infected and were exiled because of it. However, after the moth goddess was defeated, some of these mantises were able to save themselves, but since they could no longer return home, they stayed living here." "Really?" Orchid was increasingly astonished. "And they integrated into society and everything?" "Well, it was difficult at first, but an agreement was reached. They can live and do whatever they please, as long as they don't hunt moss creatures and aren't disrespectful to the local deities." "And the deities are?" "Un and the Shadow Lord." "Well, the statues of the Shadow Lord are there out of respect for King Big, but most of us here worship Un." "Ah, I see, there isn't much drama over religious differences." "Not really." The mossman paused to eat, and Orchid did the same. The creature waited for her to resume the conversation, but there was only silence from her. He felt somewhat bad about this. He was a somewhat older and very wise mossman. He knew how to read between the lines and interpret people's attitudes. What he had been able to read on the guest's face was sadness and anguish. He had no plans to interfere in her life, but if he could distract her from her worries, even for a moment, he would try. So tell me, how was your encounter with the other mantis? Did you chat about anything? No, he didn't even notice my presence, but I think it was better that way, he was a very strange mantis. What are you talking about? I was picking flowers. Imagine. The mossy man couldn't hold back a laugh. This Orchid, what's so strange about that? What's so normal about it? I was picking flowers. Flowers aren't edible or made into anything. Why would anyone bother gathering them and making a bouquet? Well, maybe to give them away. Come on, it's not that hard to imagine what's going on. Surely that mantis's mate is expecting babies and he wants to spoil her, that's why he brings her flowers as a token of affection. Can flowers be a sign of affection? The mossy looked at her in disbelief. Are you telling me you don't know the meaning of flowers? Oh, poor thing, she's never been loved, I bet she's had zero experience with the opposite sex. The mossy now showed genuine pity for her that drove her crazy. Orchid didn't want anyone's pity, but she couldn't think of how to refute the bug's words, because he was right, she wasn't used to associating with males, due to the terror that falling in love caused her, she constantly pushed them away, even of the three sisters she was the least popular with the male public, not because she wasn't considered attractive, but rather because they scared her. In reality, now that she was hopelessly in love, or as close to a crush as it came to, according to Orchid, staying away from men no longer made sense, so she was considering putting aside all her quirks and losing her virginity once and for all. Although that would come later, for now she had other priorities. The mantis had inadvertently become lost in thought, so it jumped wildly when the mossy creature touched it to get its attention. It paid attention to it almost angrily, and although it managed to intimidate it a little, the creature was not intimidated. Queen Clara has arrived. The message was clear and concise. The mantis immediately stood up alongside the rest of the diners, and they all bowed respectfully to the queen. Displaying all her candor, she responded to his greeting with a nod. I see you're really enjoying your food, she smiled with complete innocence, causing that feeling of affection that awakened in each mossy the desire to protect her. Even Orchid felt a certain urge to care for that creature, but she didn't let that feeling get the better of her. She had clear ideas, she knew her goals and how to achieve them. He took the confidence to walk a few steps toward the small queen, but as soon as his intentions became clear, an obstacle stood in his way. Demeter stood in front of the mantis and crossed his arms with an attitude of absolute superiority. The mantis instinctively reacted to the challenge by standing up proudly and adopting the same contemptuous look as the guardian. Clara, somewhat nervous, ran to stand between them. Her small stature didn't make it easy for her to command respect, but she was determined to stop the potential fight. That's enough, both of you, she shouted in her sweet little voice, which did its best to sound angry. The dining room isn't for fighting. If you want to fight, you'll have to do it outside. Demeter obeyed her queen's orders, displaying all her confidence as she headed toward the exit door. She was the greatest warrior in the Greenlands. No moss knight could stand against her. Even some of her warrior brothers were unable to defeat her. Surely this mantis would fall at her feet. All these thoughts were running through her mind as she continued forward until she realized that no one was following her. She turned around, looking for her opponent, and found her sitting there chatting amicably with her queen. The stupid mantis had completely ignored her. She returned to her queen and made a scene with pantomime that no one could understand until she finally calmed down when Clara called her attention. Demeter, let the adults talk, sit there and be quiet. It was funny that a little girl would scold her using such words, but she couldn't reply, she swallowed her anger and sat quietly, but kept a close eye on Orchid. Every gesture or word could betray her sinister intentions, however so far nothing suspicious came from the insect. So do you want my permission to hunt in my territory? That's right, your majesty, that's the favor I wish. Oh, alright, I don't see any problem with that, but there are some rules to be established, like no hunting. I'm not going to touch any moss, so don't worry. Oh yes, that's the main rule, but there are others. To preserve the ecosystem, some prey can't be hunted at certain times of the year. This way, we ensure that there's plenty of it when it's huntable. Does anyone have a hunting calendar around here? Ah, I see, it's not that easy, however the prey I want to kill is unique. Will I still be able to hunt it? Single prey. Clara showed her confusion and looked at the mossmen in the room for answers that none could provide. I don't know of any single prey. He's not a creature anyone would consider prey, he's legendary, someone who is above common insects, he is never hunted, he is the hunter. Hunter, wait, a minute look of fear appeared in her eyes, body of a branch, eyes and a hood of grass. Are you looking for that being? The hunter. Are you crazy? Clara said those words with such fear that the mossy ones who until that moment had not paid attention to the conversation, turned their antennas towards them. What calamity had disturbed the peace of their beloved queen? I'm not crazy, the mantis replied resolutely. The reason I'm leaving my tribe is to prove my worth as a warrior and return as a champion, with proof of my victory against the most powerful being in the 5 kingdoms. The hunter will fall to me. That's what I've been preparing for all this time. A general murmur spread through the room. The hunter was a being that no one in their right mind would want to encounter. It was already known that he had killed some mossmen who had ventured too far into wild territory. They knew of his existence and his appearance from the few who survived an attack of his and returned to tell about it. Please don't do it, pleaded the mossy man she'd been speaking to earlier. It's too dangerous. The hunter is too strong. No one can stand up to him. Believe me, Mantises have tried. Some never returned, and others came back badly injured, raving about the six-eyed branch creature. A being of such power is exactly what I seek. If I defeat him, I will gain the fame and recognition I need. No one will ever question my strength again. Perhaps I will even be spoken of as the strongest warrior in history. Is that so necessary? Clara asked. Orchid stood still for a moment, trying to dissolve the lump that had formed in her throat. She looked up, a hint of sadness and resignation, coupled with a silent plea. Then, in a soft voice that denoted nostalgia and longing, she said. I want to go home, but they won't let me unless I prove I'm strong enough. Who didn't know that feeling? Missing home and being with her people was something very natural and understandable, no matter what the family was like. The affection and memories couldn't be erased. She longed to return home, and denying her that chance would be cruel, even though the price to pay was too high. Isn't there any other way? There are many powerful creatures out there. Once a year, they even hold a tournament to find the strongest warrior, although, of course, you can't kill your opponent. It's done for sport, Clara was quick to clarify. I don't think that tournament will be held around this time. I don't want to delay my return any longer. I've been away too long. Maybe you need to train a little. The hunter is a formidable opponent. The Mossy tried to buy time. Maybe they could convince her not to fight. I've trained a lot, both in the castle and at Crystal Summit. I even defeated Moon. This statement left everyone speechless with shock. Moon was famous for her power, even rivaling Demeter, although usually the victory of one or the other depended a lot on the territory where the fight took place. Each one was adapted to their environment, and it was where they brought out their potential the most. If Orchid had defeated Moon on her own ground, then perhaps she could have some chance of coming out alive from the encounter. They didn't even consider her capable of winning. All right, you have my permission to hunt, the queen decreed rather sadly. Anyway, if you could eliminate that creature, it would be quite helpful. It's very dangerous and attacks without warning. But even so, if you change your mind and decide it's no longer important to return home, you're welcome here. I'm sure the local Mantis community will welcome you. They're very open to deserting Mantises. Deserting Mantises? Those who escape from the tribe in search of freedom. Hearing this saddened the Lord greatly. She found it hard to believe that someone hated the tribe so much that they wanted to leave it forever, but by now she could understand his feelings. It's horrible when something is expected of you and you simply can't live up to it, so it's natural to leave in search of a better life. When she returned home, she would try to make the tribe a better place so everyone could feel at ease there. He had so many plans for his return, so many things and changes he wanted to make, he couldn't keep delaying his stay. Very well, thank you, Your Majesty. He bowed very respectfully. If you'll excuse me, I'll leave right now. Don't you want some tea to wash down the food? I'll walk down there. I'm sure it'll take me a while to find the hunter, but I appreciate your concern. No one said anything else, no one could stop her, just pray for her quick return. My lady, please take care of her, don't let her die. My brother will be very sad if she doesn't return, Clara prayed, joining her palms. It was a long journey. Orchid had too much time to bring down the food. Finding the hunter was not easy. She had to squeeze her own skills as a tracker to the maximum. This being knew how to be discreet. It did not usually leave many traces of its presence, nor broken branches or remains of corpses. It devoured its prey completely. No remains of shell were left behind by chance. But this mantis knew how to distinguish other kinds of signs, some more subtle, such as the behavior of the creatures in the surroundings. The prey in the place were larger, stronger and more elusive, always on alert, waiting for an attack from any flank. Such behavior could only be explained by the presence of something dangerous lurking in the surroundings. In addition, there were fewer and fewer signs of civilization or intelligent beings. She could no longer find a statue of Honor, the Lord of Shadows. She had seen the last ones more than an hour ago. In fact, something very strange had happened to her at that moment. She had already made a habit of regularly praying to the Lord of Shadows, and this time was not going to be the exception, especially considering that she was about to risk her life, so she knelt in front of the statue, not before nodding to Un as a form of respect, joined her hands, closed her eyes and began to pray, not only for herself, but also for her sisters, for her people and for her deceased relatives. She asked for forgiveness for the horrors she had committed and expressed her sincere regret for each sin. If she was going to die, she wanted to go with a clear conscience. It was not a remedy for the problems caused, but it was better than nothing. However, when she opened her eyes, the statue of the dark god was looking at her with extreme concern and shaking its head, pleading with her not to go. Frightened, Orchid jumped to her feet and rubbed her eyes. When she looked again, the statue was still in its usual position, its forearms raised in a perpetual threat to the sinners. The mantis regained its breath after calming down a bit and convincing itself that the sight had only been its imagination, an illusion triggered by its stress and worry, nothing magical or extraordinary, just a trick of its mind. It still caused him some unease to remember that fact, it was almost like a bad omen of his disastrous future, but he could not let himself be intimidated by his fears, no victory had ever been obtained thinking about defeat. Suddenly her antennae picked up a subtle change in the surroundings, absolute silence was established, she no longer heard the fluttering of any bugs or the rustling of the leaves, all the voices of the forest died away in unison, leaving her in the solitude of her thoughts and her fears, then Orchid had that certainty, she was not alone. It was only by a millisecond that she didn't die in the sneak attack that came from behind. She was truly grateful for the training she received at Crystal Peak. It was only thanks to her developed hearing that she was able to react in time to avoid the beast swipe that came for her. She crouched gracefully and then leaped, increasing the distance between herself and the forest monster. A shiver ran down her spine and her stomach twisted in fear as she saw the being rear up to its full height. It was gigantic. At that moment, she couldn't tell if it or King Big was taller. Either way, she was too scared to analyze it. The 6 terrifying eyes in front of it, covered by a hood of grass, were distracting her. Had she ever thought herself strong? Now she mocked herself, how stupid she had been. There was a reason this being had legendary status. It wasn't by chance that no one had ever defeated him before, and now she had to face the weight of her decisions. Win or die, or perhaps for the first time in her life. Flee. The hunter. The hunter always had absolute control of his territory, not a single winged beak fluttered without him noticing, he always tracked his prey, never the other way around, that's why that day when he noticed that mantis entering his territory he became interested in it. With her years of experience, a glance was enough to assess her prey. What she had in front of her was a wonderful mantis, its size was larger than that of common mantises, its legs were firm, its claws sharp and its body strong. In addition, the stealthy way in which it moved denoted its skills as a hunter. I could even believe it was a lord if it weren't for the fact that they were confined in the fungal wastelands. It wasn't long before he realized this mantis was hunting him, and when it did, a tremendous thrill washed over him. He honestly hated mantis meat. It was disgusting to his palate, but sometimes he hunted them just for the challenge they presented. They were the toughest prey in all of Greenland, and a high-caste mantis like this one would definitely bring him some fun. His first thought was to sneak up on her and appear unexpectedly to scare her, delighting in the terror in her eyes, but then he dismissed the idea. This mantis was too special to be used for cheap maneuvers. She was strong and deserved special treatment, a battle that would take her to the limit. Only then would he be satisfied. He lunged at her in an attack that would have been fatal to most creatures, his claws nearly piercing her body, but she dodged in time, saving her life by a split second. The hunter smiled inside his grass hood, he had been right, this female would be a worthy adversary, the best fight in a long time. He lashed out at her again, forcing her into a defensive stance, constantly retreating to avoid being slashed by his claws, giving her no chance to counterattack. Orchid soon realized the magnitude of her enemy's power and regretted her overconfidence. She thought her speed and training would be enough to take down this monster, but the hunter was as fast as she was, and his power was far from hers. She jumped across the ground trying to gain distance in order to plan her strategy, but her enemy gave her no respite, his relentless and continuous attack prevented any response from her, at the slightest hint of an offensive he vanished from her sight like a ghost, in a similar way to her, but it was worse, because he didn't make a single sound, his steps were silent like the fall of a leaf, and predicting his position was a challenge, if she lost sight of him she was dead. In these conditions, even if he had his spear, he would have no advantage. He had never faced an enemy like that, but the worst was yet to come. Suddenly, the hunter vanished, or rather, camouflaged himself in the surrounding bushes, leaving the mantis in a state of absolute terror. Orchid looked everywhere for that strange creature, concentrating on her hearing to the maximum extent possible to predict its next attack, but all she heard was absolute silence. As time passed, she began to develop a certain anxiety and paranoia, in each bush she saw 6 glowing eyes watching her, but upon closer inspection, they disappeared, revealing that it was just a normal plant. The minutes continued to pass and her agony lengthened. Orchid realized what the hunter intended. This wasn't a very common strategy among mantises, but they were familiar with it. To exhaust a prey, leaving it in a constant state of alert, weakening its mind and rendering it weak. This technique was usually used on overly resistant prey, but she suspected the hunter was using it on her out of mere curiosity, to test what she was capable of. Orchid wasn't going to be anyone's plaything. She wasn't going to sit around waiting to be devoured without moving a claw. So, letting her anger flow, she ran toward the first bush she found and dug her claws into it. She realized it was just grass and immediately ran to the next plant. She would find that damn insect if it was the last thing she did. He dug his claw into one bush, then another, until suddenly, as he plunged his claw into a clump of leaves, he felt a terrible pain that tore a guttural scream from him that nearly tore his throat out. He tried to pull his limb out as quickly as he could, but it was stuck, caught between something sharp that held it. He lost his breath when he saw 6 eyes shining among the leaves. The hunter's characteristic branchy body emerged from the ground to its full height without letting go of the mantis. Now Orchid was hanging from his claw, which was obviously held by the hunter's jaws, as dangerous as they were mysterious, since it was impossible to see his face under the hood. Overcoming the pain, the mantis began to thrash about, trying to free itself, but when it felt its limb crack, it stopped. If it continued, it could lose its arm, and it wasn't very happy about that. It didn't want to be a cripple, but its life was at risk. She was still considering her options when the hunter dropped her. The pain of the fall was nothing compared to the pain in her arm. She grabbed his member and hunched over his body, trying to stabilize herself and gather the strength to stand and escape. With an effort, she sat up, her only thought being to save her life. She glanced sideways at her monstrous adversary, who stood motionless, like a statue watching her. Keeping her senses alert, she took 3 steps back, expecting the hunter to attack her at any moment. The beast's gaze showed a hint of disdain. Up until that moment, it had remained silent, but finally, its deep voice emerged. "I expected more from you, you have disappointed me, cowardly mantis." It was a simple message, but one that meant a great deal to Orchid. She felt ashamed of herself. How had she even thought of escaping? It was a disgrace. And also madness. She wasn't so deranged as to not know it was a lost battle, but in her mind, if she couldn't hold her own in combat, life wasn't worth living anymore. Ready to die fighting, she stood up and raised her good claw against the hunter, who immediately responded to the challenge by running towards her on all fours. The size and speed of his adversary forced her to dodge the onslaught of his body, but the lack of an arm made her lose balance, a wrong move made her stumble. The lethal and ruthless 6-eyed monster did not miss the opportunity and scratched her belly, exposing her bloody flesh. But this time Orchid's determination made her respond to the attack by burying her claws in the predator's arm. It wasn't a cut deep enough to disable him, but it did cause a good amount of blood to drip. But far from being enraged or scared, the eyes hidden beneath the hood betrayed a smile. "This was what I expected." The grass-covered creature leaped back and spewed a spray of thorns that the mantis dodged as best she could by rolling. She wasn't scratched, but her anxiety increased greatly. He had the advantage of ranged attacks, which she didn't. She needed her spear, though that would hardly be useful. Her blasts of cutting air were too slow. The second flurry of thorns followed the first, and this time Orchid, fueled by the adrenaline of combat, managed to get back to her feet and jump, even with all the damage she had. She looked for a close call to inflict damage, but since the hunter took a few seconds to recover after expelling his thorns, she was unable to respond to the Lord's attack. She barely moved to avoid it damaging her face, but in return, she received a deep cut on her shoulder. The hunter's left arm was bleeding, and his right shoulder was difficult to move, but that didn't affect his lethality in the least. He had Orchid in front of him and, without giving her the chance to escape, he showered her with thorns. The mantis shrieked in pain and with a swipe of its hand, removed a pile of thorns that covered its chest and abdomen. They didn't really hurt, but they hurt so much that it was unbearable. Not even its disabled arm bothered it that much. The brief distraction of removing the thorns gave the hunter enough time to swipe at her, knocking her to the ground, further opening the wound in her belly. She looked up in terror and saw the monster approaching her. That was the power of the hunter. She never expected to be overcome like that. Not only was he strong, he was fast, resilient, and the damage didn't seem to affect him, since even with both limbs wounded he continued attacking, and now without preamble, without boasting or unnecessary talk he was preparing to kill her. Orchid closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. She thought fondly of her sisters and brother, her tribe, the kind people she met outside of fungal wastes, and finally, she dedicated her last thoughts to her beloved Silent Knight. It was a shame not to be able to see him again, but perhaps it was for the best. Their false love would have a tragic ending, but the least problematic of all possible. She expected at any moment to feel the hunter's claws tearing at her body, but instead it was a sound that reached her. She dared to open her eyes almost in fear, and found herself facing the back of an individual she knew very well, with his determined posture, his elegant antlers and his beautiful dark cape waving behind him. Hollow stood before her, his stinger raised, blocking the hunter's claws. She couldn't see him, but his gaze was so fierce it would have made her heart thump. The 6-eyed creature smiled with his gaze before speaking. "Could it be that my disciple has finally decided to hunt me down? You don't know how much I long for him." Orchid felt that news like a bucket of cold water. Hollow was this monster's disciple. How was that possible? Hollow was tender, kind, and hunted out of necessity. This guy did it for pleasure. At least she should be grateful that he wasn't a sadist who enjoyed torturing his victims. He usually killed quickly so the prey didn't suffer much. Hollow with a movement removed the hunter's claws and stepped back, placing himself in front of Orchid in a protective manner, which made it easy to draw conclusions without the need for words. "Oh, you're protecting her, is she your mate?" He scrutinized the mantis with his gaze. "You've chosen well. She may not be able to put up a fight at her full potential, but she'll give you good offspring, at least that's something." If Orchid hadn't lost so much blood at that moment, she would have surely blushed. The situation was becoming increasingly awkward and strange. Her prey was her lover's teacher, and he was practically giving them his consent to finalize their relationship after almost killing her. This whole situation was just too bizarre. Meanwhile, Hollow, unaware of the mental salad the mantis had, remained alert. He knew his master well and expected anything from him. "I'll let you go, she's bleeding a lot, if you don't take her now she won't survive." The hunter had never been a liar, Hollow knew that well. He could pick up Orchid without fear of her attacking them from behind. He quickly put away his stinger and picked up the mantis, which was beginning to lose color and consciousness. He tore his own cloak to improvise a bandage to slow the bleeding in her belly. She had only recently recovered from her anemia. He didn't want to see her in danger again. Without wasting any more time, he ran away from that corner of the forest, his heart in his throat, fearing for his beloved's life. And as he ran through the grass, a deep voice echoed behind him. "When they have cubs, bring them before me. I want to measure my strength against the young hunters." The hunter let them go in the hope of a legendary confrontation in the future. He truly knew how to think things through calmly and had more patience than anyone else in the world. The knight ran between bushes, thorns and trees with all the speed that his legs allowed him. Orchid's life hung by a thread, the blood was already beginning to soak the cloth with which she had covered her abdomen. It had been a long time since she had felt such fear. She had already grown accustomed to her quiet and peaceful life where everyone was well and safe, but now she was much more aware of things than before, and that only worsened her anguish. The hour it took to return to the mossy village felt like an eternity. His legs ached after all the effort, but a huge relief came when he finally spotted the people's modest little grass huts. He headed toward Clara's den. There was always a healer available to help, and it was where they kept the bottles of hot spring water. He entered the place causing a great commotion. Since his voice wasn't strong enough to be heard, he used a spell that would speak for him. That eerie soul cry was extremely effective. All the surrounding moss creatures flocked to the entrance hall and were horrified by the sight of the blood-stained knight and mantis. No words were needed, Hollow's very gaze made it clear that Orchid was dying. They didn't even bother transporting the mantis to another location. They laid it down right there while the mossmen ran around looking for herbs, ointments, and the flasks of miraculous water. Clara was also alerted by all this commotion, but several servants rushed to restrain her and send her to her room, despite her being the queen. The bandages had already been removed from the patient, and her wounds were too ugly for a child to see. But it wasn't just the bandages that had to be removed, the cloth with vervella extract that neutralized their pheromones was also removed. Fortunately the mossy ones were not compatible with the mantises, so they were not affected, but there were a few mantises that wandered around the town that were attracted to that particular smell. "Hollow. Go to the door and protect it from any approaching male mantises. We need time to go find some verbena branches." The males who approached the den guided by the call of nature encountered an insurmountable wall, the implacable knight who would defend his lady, even at the cost of his life. But neither the Hollow's evident power nor his aggressive attitude would stop them. Their instincts were too strong to oppose them. They threw themselves at him like desperate animals, seeking to destroy their obstacle, but a soul blast repelled them, knocking out a couple in the process. The knight would make sure not to kill anyone, no matter how furiously they attacked him. But he couldn't rely on his magic, as it was a limited resource, so after controlling the first horde, his stinger took center stage, colliding with the grips and parrying each swipe with the precision of a scalpel, in a frenzy of controlled violence that seemed to have no end, and that wouldn't until the vervella branches were brought from the inner rooms of the lair. Meanwhile, inside, Orchidia was beginning to be stabilized. The bleeding had stopped, and after emptying almost the entire reserve of hot spring water on her, it could be said that she was no longer in vital danger, but there was no doubt that she was weak and in pain. Bottled water is never as effective as water from the source itself. Her full recovery would not be achieved until she went to a real hot spring. The mossmen could finally breathe a sigh of relief knowing they had saved a female, so they proceeded to apply the ointments and herbs necessary for proper healing and to relieve the pain. It was all they could do for her in her current condition. The mossy woman had taken charge of attending to Orchid, fighting to keep her conscious. She had lost quite a bit of blood, although not as much as the time she tried to kill herself, so she hadn't fallen asleep and was slowly beginning to regain her senses and alertness. What really woke Orchid up, though, was a loud crash of something hitting the wall of the building, which scared her to the point of almost jumping out of her seat. The girl next to her rushed to calm her down. "Don't worry, it's nothing, Hollow is in charge outside, keeping all the Mantis males at bay." Mantis males? She immediately became nervous. "Don't worry, he can handle them all, and besides, they'll soon be bringing verbena branches." It was true that Hollow could handle all those Mantises easily, as long as they kept attacking in a disorganized and divided manner. The males tended to fight not only against Hollow, but also among themselves for supremacy and the right to fertilize the female, so the knight could use this point to his advantage, especially considering that none of them were thinking intelligently and were limited to using force. However, among them was an individual who enjoyed superior intelligence and control, to the point of being able to draw up a plan to enter. In a move that some might consider cowardly, he took advantage of the distraction caused by the other bugs and sneaked into the den, where he was greeted with a blow to the face. "Here, here, here." The moss beetle waving a branch of vervella tirelessly hit the insect. There. I'm fine now, stop hitting a chiss." Hearing the sneeze, the girl finally stopped. "Ugh, I hate it when this happens." "Are you better now?" "Yes." The girl hit him again. "Ah. Why?" "Just in case." "You're doing it on purpose, right?" A mischievous laugh was the response. Now calmer, the male began to inspect the site with curiosity. What was a female mantis doing there? Normally, they had no reason to enter Clara's den. It was then that he noticed the bloodstain splattered all over the place. He felt horrified by the sight, yet worried. Who was the one who was injured? Perhaps it was a friend or a friend's partner. He looked up at the crowd of mossmen tying branches of vervella around a huge mantis, and when he saw her, he was speechless. She was a lord. He could still remember the lords, the fierce warriors who ruled with an iron fist over their lands and who exiled them for surrendering their minds to the goddess. He didn't hate them for the decision to exile them after all, it had turned out to be the best thing that had ever happened to him, but he still remembered with great resentment all the pain they had caused Hygo. And yet, now as an act of justice on the part of life, she was before him, in such a state that she looked like a remnant of the proud mantis she once was. She didn't wear her crown, she was weak, covered in bandages, with weeds stuck to all sides of her body, and being cared for by those insects she once despised. She was everything a mantis should never be, at least according to the ideology of the Fungal Wastes tribe. Look who we have here, look who has turned out to be a weak and pathetic mantis that deserves no consideration. How does it feel to be on this side, Orchid? At that moment, the Lord just wanted to be swallowed up by the earth. Of all the humiliations she'd been through, this was the worst of them all. Being scorned by a traitor, by a mantis who considered herself trash, was something that surpassed all limits. She was doing her best to remain steadfast with that iron mask she wore in front of everyone, but she was too exhausted for that. Plus, she'd gotten used to being more expressive and her hormonal state had made her a mess. She couldn't hold it in and started to cry. Of all the things that could have happened, Orchid crying was the last thing he expected. He thought she would remain silent, humiliated and ashamed, that she would try to defend herself with senseless arguments, or in the worst case, that she would insult him. But start crying. He was almost regretting what he had said. He had never seen a mantis cry so inconsolably, and the situation was too embarrassing. Like any mantis, he wasn't good at dealing with that kind of reaction, and he was terrified, not knowing what to do. He didn't have to think about it too much, the mossy hit him again with the vervella branch. "Look what you did, stupid." He hit him again and again. "You made her cry, you inconsiderate bastard. She's sick." Receiving a few blows from the blows was annoying, but nothing he couldn't bear, nothing as unpleasant as the sensation now running down his back. When they stopped beating him, he felt a chill and mechanically turned to look, then met the knight's cold eyes staring at him furiously. "I'm sorry," he shouted immediately. Fortunately for him, Hollow simply ignored him and walked straight up to the mantis, then hugged it and tried to calm it down. The mantis, having nothing else to do there, quietly and discreetly withdrew from the lair, but not before giving one last glance to the two creatures who were now embracing each other, one seeking comfort and the other seeking to console. There was something suspicious about the whole scene. There was a certain closeness between them, too close, he would say, something much deeper than friendship. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized the reality. It was a situation too similar to the one that had unleashed the tragedy so many years ago. If this wasn't divine justice, he simply didn't know what was. Another way of living. "No, Hornet. You can't be serious. I won't allow it. And what do you suggest we do? There's no better solution than this." Fury was palpable in the air as the spider and the woodlice were doing everything they could to win their argument. No wonder, an issue as important as childcare required the best decisions to ensure their well-being. Each of them had their own perspective on the matter, and it was proving very difficult to reach an agreement. I'll take care of the children if necessary, but under no circumstances will I let Ania take care of them. Quirrell, please. How do you plan to do that without neglecting your work in the archives? Or your role as a teacher for the young students? It's true that you have a couple of apprentices, but you must be there to guide them. It's not all day, either, just for a while in the afternoons. Look, I understand. I don't like leaving the children with someone else either. If it were up to me, I would leave my position as queen and dedicate myself completely to their care, but I can't. The well-being of many people depends on me. So please understand. She took her husband's hands with conciliatory intentions. Ania will take good care of them. Does it have to be Ania? Hornet sighed before answering. Who else is trustworthy enough to take care of them? At least Silky is a political target and we can't leave her in just anyone's hands. And Ania is trustworthy. He abruptly pulled his hand from Hornet's grasp. Quirrell, please don't start that again. Just because you don't like Ania doesn't mean she's a bad person. It doesn't mean she's a good person either. Haven't you noticed her attitudes? The way she looks at Ren. The way she looks at me. Why do you believe in her so blindly? I haven't seen anything, and unlike a certain person, she has never disappointed me. Several seconds of silence followed this statement. Hornet, are you never going to forget it? I wish I could, she took a deep breath. You lied to me. You had promised that you wouldn't go on trips anymore, that you would stay by my side and share a quiet life with me. I counted on it, and then one day, out of nowhere, you left. I had a promise to keep, I needed to make that last trip. And that's why you broke the promise you made to me, the person who was willing to be your family. The worst part is that you left at one of the worst moments. I had just discovered that weavers weren't extinct, I was still adjusting to the life of a queen, I hadn't yet earned everyone's respect and approval. You abandoned me right at that moment. Quirrell had no way to reply and lowered his gaze, letting guilt consume him once again. Hornet, for her part, was breathing heavily and waited a few moments before speaking again. Your absence hurt like a needle in my heart, I was broken, but I couldn't show weakness in front of my people, no one should know how much I cried when I was alone, it was my secret and she was the one who discovered it. But far from judging me, or losing respect for me, Ania understood me, she was there for me, giving me unconditional support, helping me stand up to continue fighting for my kingdom, she even helped me keep away the annoying noble weavers who only wanted me to climb the social ladder. That's why I trust her. Perhaps even more than you. These last words hurt Quirrell a lot. It was an issue they had already overcome in their relationship, but he was clear that although women could forgive, they never forgot, and they would rub your mistakes in your face even years later, and this mistake in particular had been a very serious one. After returning from that final voyage, Hornet wanted nothing to do with him. It took him a full year to regain her trust and love, and he had to compete with all the other noble suitors who courted her. With great effort, he emerged victorious and managed to marry his beloved, but even so, the mistrust remained, always thinking he would abandon her again without saying anything. It took 5 more years of impeccable behavior for her to finally convince herself that he would not leave her and allow him to be the father of the children she so longed to have. But Hornet. That's enough. Look, Quirrell, unless you get irrefutable proof that Ania is a suspect, she'll be the children's nanny, and that's my final word. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do. The Spider Queen turned and left the bedroom. Quirrell clenched his fists in frustration, walked over to the bed, and punched a pillow with all his might, but that wasn't enough to unleash all his anger, so more punches followed, all charged with strength and rage. The woodlouse would have continued with that cathartic activity for a while longer if not for a small touch on his leg that woke him from his thoughts. Somewhat surprised, he looked down and found his son clinging to his leg, watching him curiously. "Ah, Chester, shouldn't you be sleeping? Come here, I'll take you back to the nest." She scooped the child up in her arms and headed toward the tunnel hidden behind a curtain where the little ones had their nest. Now Quirrell had free access to it and could watch them whenever he wanted. He placed the little boy next to his sisters, but he didn't seem very interested in sleeping. "Chester, seriously, can't you stay calm even at night? Yugi. Yes, I'll have to bring out the heavy artillery." In the couple of weeks he'd been a father, Quirrell had already discovered a very effective method for lulling a rebellious child like Chester to sleep. Stroking him on the head. The boy immediately felt relaxed, then drowsy, but still determined to stay awake. However, when Quirrell began to sing his lullaby, he couldn't resist it anymore. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The woodlouse watched them with pride and happiness. Those 3 were her treasure, and she wasn't going to let anything bad happen to any of them. She would definitely find irrefutable proof of Ania's evil intentions. In Greenland's another pair of bugs faced an awkward situation. In a cozy guest room located in Clara's lair, a certain convalescing mantis lay reclining on a bed of moss with its claw gently pressing against its abdomen. It was the site where it had received the wound that almost cost it its life. At that moment, it didn't hurt, but it couldn't help but feel vulnerable and want to protect that weak spot, especially now that it felt threatened. It wasn't that the person in front of her was going to hurt her. After everything he had done for her, such an idea would never have crossed her mind, but the fury projected by the gentleman made her feel insecure. She had never seen him like that. Hollow was trembling and breathing heavily, his hands gripping his magic slate so tightly it seemed like it would break at any moment, and the message written on it was in such shaky, sharp handwriting that it was a bit difficult to decipher. Why did you go alone to find the hunter? Why did you never tell me that he was the prey you wanted to hunt? Why did I have to say it? This was my business, nothing to do with you. The way Orchid spoke was cold, having placed over her the iron mask she used to wear during her time as a lord when she presented herself as an impenetrable and ruthless wall. She didn't want to give Hollow any hope with her false hormonal love. She was willing to put distance between them and break all ties of affection, but she still didn't know the knight well enough to know how insistent he could be when he wanted something. Hollow furiously erased the board and wrote another message in handwriting as thorny and strange as the previous one. Because I care about you. I care about your well-being. I love you. Orchid already knew about Hollow's feelings, the conversation she eavesdropped on, plus Ogram's statements allowed her to know this truth, but she didn't expect him to tell her directly, or rather she hoped he wouldn't. As long as she remained in supposed ignorance on the subject, she could evade the responsibility of making a decision. Now this direct and clear statement put her in a difficult position. How could she prevent him from committing the folly of loving her? It was too late for that. They had become close, and she didn't want to make him suffer from a heartbreak. She desperately needed to push him away, even if she had to be cruel. And is loving me a reason to control me? I'm not interested in your love. Love is stupid. I'm a strong mantis who doesn't need useless things like love or you. This time Hollow's rage didn't even allow him to write anything else on the board, his hand almost moved on its own when he slapped Orchid. The mantis brought a claw to her face. It wasn't the worst blow she'd ever received, it was a caress compared to the brutality she usually faced in her fights, but she could almost say that it had hurt more than the hunter's claw or Moon's beatings. They had hit her in the face, but it was her chest that burned, her throat that tightened, and her conscience that tormented her. She had gone too far, she had said something too cruel, and now she regretted it. He expected another punishment at any moment. Perhaps the physical pain would ease his guilt, but he wouldn't get that from Hollow, for in her eyes, although anger still shone, now also regret for what he had done. That wasn't right. It wasn't right to hurt someone unless it was in self-defense or in an arranged duel. That was the strict code of honor his sister had raised him with. What would Hornet think of him? Before doing anything else stupid, he left the room, and the mantis was left alone drowning in guilt. What had she done? Her intentions were to reject him to spare him the suffering of unrequited love, but instead she had hurt and offended him. She was a monster. Orchid hugged her legs and buried her face in her knees. She didn't want to cry again, but she felt she desperately needed to. What the hell was wrong with her? She'd spent years without shedding a single tear, and now she burst into tears over the slightest thing. Perhaps her sisters were right when they said she was no longer useful as a lord, or as a mantis, or as a lover. The ex-lord had fallen into that spiral of self-pity, in which she was unable to see a light at the end of the tunnel. She could only see the negative side of things. She had failed at everything, she had lost everything, she could not defeat the hunter, she no longer had a home to return to. The few of her tribe who lived in that area had seen her in the most pathetic state possible. They no longer had respect for her, and now she culminated by destroying the affection of the one who extended his hand to her at her worst moment. Surely even Big would hate her now. What did he have now? Was there anything left to keep fighting for? She looked out her bedroom window and didn't think twice before leaving through there. She no longer wanted to be a hindrance, nor did she want to force Hollow to see her again. Her life no longer had any value, no one would miss her if she disappeared, she would erase her existence once and for all. It's what she should have done after her brother's exile. If she had supported him things could have been different, but she turned her back on him, and things ended the way they did. But she wouldn't make any more mistakes, now she would make the right decision. Orchid raced through the town with unthinkable speed. No one could guess she was just recovering from a situation that had nearly cost her her life. She was like a gust of wind passing between the houses, vanishing just a moment after appearing. No one could stop her. With luck, some were able to see her, and none of their calls were able to stop her before she left the place. After running for a while, the mantis finally reached its destination, the shore of an acid lake, one of the many in Hallinist. She gazed longingly at the bubbling liquid. It was impressive that creatures could walk on its surface, and plants preferred to grow on its banks. A drop would be enough to leave an ugly mark on her shell, and a few minutes submerged would be enough to disintegrate her body, her guilt, and her sins. How beautiful those waters looked in that moment. He sighed, seeking encouragement. His survival instincts were in an internal dispute with his despair. Everything looked so dark that he saw no way out or solution to his existential dilemma. Deep down, he didn't want to cease to exist, but your complete conviction that he was a waste of a creature complicated things for him. She sighed deeply, took a step forward, and a root caught one of her legs, causing her to stumble. The mantis's body plummeted inevitably into the acid, the distance between its shell and the liquid getting smaller and smaller, and just as it was about to make contact, a network of branches and leaves grew beneath it, halting its fall. At first, Orchid just stood still in a state of complete stupefaction, trying to understand what had happened. She had been a second away from dying and was now lying on a bed of plants. She couldn't even seem to move and get out of there. She just lay there looking up until someone caught her attention. Ahem ahem. The sweet small voice emitted a fake cough to make itself known. Guessing her identity wasn't difficult. Queen Clara was unmistakable. It's dangerous to play on the edge of acid lakes, you might fall in. There was guilt hidden behind her words. She had been the one responsible for Orchid's stumble. She had only wanted to play an innocent joke on him, but she hadn't expected such consequences. Now she was trying to hide her fear and pretend that nothing had happened so that the mantis wouldn't get angry with her. Under no circumstances did she suspect that falling into the bubbling water was her original objective. "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time," he said in a muffled voice, not moving from his spot. "Hey, are you okay?" "Yeah. It doesn't seem like it." "No, I don't want to seem rude, but I would appreciate it if you would leave me alone." "I don't know, I don't think it's a good idea to leave you alone." "Are you sure you're okay? Don't you need a hug?" He approached Orchid. "Are you going to give me a hug?" Before she could finish her question she found herself wrapped in the root's arms. Surprisingly it was more therapeutic than she expected, although more because of the fragrance the queen gave off than the hug itself. In about a minute she relaxed completely to the point of feeling sleepy. "Ah. Sorry, I still haven't learned to control my scent." Clara distanced herself from the mantis and let it breathe. "It doesn't matter, I think I feel a little better." "Great. Do you want to play with me?" "I don't feel well enough for that." Even though she was a child, she found it incredible that the queen acted so familiarly. Clara sat next to the female, and they both remained silent for a while, contemplating the bubbles in the acid lake. Their distinctive chirping sound was somehow soothing. That place could have witnessed a tragedy, but now it seemed like the ideal place to take a short nap. Did you have a fight with Hollow?" Clara dared to ask. "Did he say anything to you?" "Not directly, but his eyes spoke for him, he looked devastated." "I'm sorry." She hugged her legs and hid her face. "I said something really cruel to him that he didn't deserve. I'm to blame for everything. I'm a horrible person." So, calm down, it's not that bad, just go apologize and you'll see how everything will work out." "I don't know if that's enough, it's just that my presence here is more of a problem than a good thing, and now I have nowhere to go, I couldn't defeat the hunter, I'll never be able to return home." "You can stay with us in Tierras Verdes." "Surrounded by mantises who hate and despise me?" "No thanks." "Why do they hate you?" She hesitated for a moment before speaking, not wanting to tell her story under any circumstances. "I did something very bad in the past when all the mantises lived together. They remember that and now they hate me." "What if you apologize?" "I'll help you. I'll go talk to them." "No." His sudden exclamation startled Clara slightly and a nearby bush stirred. "There's no need, Your Majesty. I don't think they'll forgive me. Besides, I'm sure in their eyes now I'm just a despicable being, a shadow of what I once was." "Is this all because of that hunter defeating you?" "Please don't be silly. I doubt any of those mantises would be able to defeat that guy. Not even Hollow could stand up to him. There's a reason he's never faced him before." Orchid didn't want to mention that the reason Hollow had probably never fought the hunter was because he was her master. "I think you're drowning in a glass of water. What you did can't be that bad. I'm sure a good apology will fix it." "Oh little one, you're so innocent." The mantis approached the root and dared to cup its face so she could better look into its enchanting violet eyes. Nearby, a bush shook violently and a pair of eyes peeked out from between the branches. For her part, Orchid gently stroked the young root while speaking to it with affection and sadness. "Sometimes you can apologize from the heart and still not be forgiven. Sometimes the things you do are so horrible that there's no going back and then it's too late to make amends. The consequences are inevitable, so you have to be careful with your actions. But you're too young to understand. I know that as a root and a high being you're very intelligent, but there are things you don't learn by reading books, you learn by living. I've lived through many things and made many mistakes. Now I'm living with the consequences. I've lost everything. My honor, my home, my family, my hopes. What do I have left? What can someone do when they no longer have anything? Save." The mantis let out a genuine laugh at such an innocent comment and let go of the root, and nearby bush calmed down. We are not talking about financial losses, Clara. But you said you didn't have a home anymore, so you'll have to save up to buy a house. In the meantime, you can stay in my lair. At least that's what I can think of to start over. I mean, you can't give up. If you've lost everything, fight to achieve new things. As long as you're alive, there's always hope. An innocent comment again, the mantis gave a bitter laugh. That's easier said than done. Have you ever met anyone who went through a period of absolute despair and got back up? Of course. Really? Orchid didn't expect this response. Over there, he pointed to a distant abstract spot behind the menacing bush. There's a thorn forest. It's a bit tricky to navigate, but if you look carefully, you'll find a somewhat rustic path. At the end of that space, there's a cabin where two artists live. One of them left everything behind to change his life, and the other lost everything after reaching the abyss. They know what it's like to start over. Maybe they can give you a tip or two on how to move forward. You should go see them. This information was certainly of interest to Orchidia. The testimony of someone who was able to move forward despite everything could be very motivating. She didn't believe they would give her the solution to all her problems, but she should at least try to find her truth. He thanked Clara for her company and immediately headed to the artist's cabin. The queen watched her walk away with a look of utter happiness. She felt very satisfied that she had helped her. She truly was a good queen. She walked happily toward the angry bush and spoke to it. You can come out now, Demeter. The aforementioned appeared with a clearly annoyed expression. Oh, come on, don't be so upset, it wasn't that bad. The container looked away. She needed it, and let's be honest, with you there, it was hard to have a peaceful conversation. Demeter was still upset and hated to admit that she was completely damn right. With any luck, she'll recover soon and apologize to my brother, then the two of them will admit they love each other, get married, live happily ever after, and… Demeter patted his queen affectionately, already delirious in his romantic fantasies. She was adorable when she got like that, but he thought it appropriate to ground her a bit. Well, dreaming doesn't cost anything, right? Anyway, forget it, let's go get something to eat, it's time to The young root put on that expression that Demeter knew so well. I think I need to unburden myself, he said as he buried his roots, preparing to release life into the earth. Demeter took her hands ready to accompany her in the process. What do you think I should grow today? Her guardian simply shrugged, not really caring much. I was thinking about red orchids. The warrior looked at her in surprise. It's no coincidence, I have a very nice idea. Start over. Clara's directions had been extremely precise even in their simplicity. It hadn't been difficult for Orchid to find the thorn forest and, after careful observation, she found a path that helped her cross a huge lake of acid that would have been impossible to cross otherwise. It was a long walk, and when he finally spotted the cabin, he questioned the sanity of its occupants. Who in their right mind would live in such a remote place? Did they have something to hide? She shook those thoughts from her mind. It wasn't good to form prejudices without the slightest basis. Besides, it only increased her nervousness. Going to knock on the doors of complete strangers to talk about life made her feel strange and embarrassed, but she'd been through so many embarrassments lately that this was the least of them all, so without further ado, she knocked. At first, she got no response. Either they hadn't heard her or they'd ignored her, thinking some twig or wild creature had accidentally knocked on the door. So, to confirm their presence, she knocked again, with identical results. She decided that if there was no answer on the third attempt, she'd leave. But this time, she got a response, though not the one she'd expected. She heard a sort of moan of pain. Was someone injured, or was that her way of answering? Somewhat worried, she opened the door and entered on her own, being devoured by the darkness of the house. It was difficult to see anything inside. Hello? Is anyone here? He scanned the surroundings of the room for signs of life. But what? The mantis directed its antennae towards the place where the voice it had heard came from and found two beetles embracing each other, their faces completely red. Ay. Orchid immediately left the cabin slamming the door. The insect was extremely confused. She didn't really realize what was going on inside, but when they started screaming, she did the same in fright and ran away without thinking twice. Now she was breathing heavily, leaning against the wall, trying to understand what had happened. It was very strange. After almost a minute, the cabin door slowly opened and a very large beetle wearing a paint-stained apron timidly peeked out. The creature coughed a couple of times to clear its throat, or perhaps to ward off its nervousness at least, that's what Orchid assumed since it looked quite agitated, which encouraged her a little and gave her more confidence. That afternoon, the mantis stood up straight and bowed politely. After what had happened, she figured showing good manners would be best. Oh, no need to be so formal, really, and the insect hesitated a moment before continuing. I apologize for what happened inside. We don't normally receive visitors, and it was rude of me not to answer. Are you here for painting classes? Painting classes? No, I've lost everything and I'm looking for a reason to keep going. I was told that maybe my answer is here. A delicate matter from what I see, go ahead, pass. Although Orchidia had stated that she hadn't come for painting classes, they still sat her down in front of a canvas, gave her a brush, colors, and an instruction as simple as it was complex. Express yourself. Art was something very foreign to the Mantises. It is true that they had quite beautiful crafts, but they all served a practical purpose. They had very beautiful and very useful ceramics to store liquids, fine tapestries to warm the floor, and precious very specialized tools. Perhaps the only useless decoration they kept in their homes were the claws of deceased relatives, but their presence was something symbolic, done so that the spirit of the relative would protect the home. And not all mantis claws hung on a wall doing nothing. Some Mantises had even found use for those vestiges, making with them the levers and mechanisms that opened the doors of the houses and the corridors of the village. And now this mantis had to create something that was going to be of no use. He had to paint a picture that perhaps with luck would hang on a wall for the rest of eternity. It seemed stupid to him. He didn't understand the purpose of all this and much less did he understand these insects. The apron-wearing bug that had spoken to her first was standing in front of a canvas just like hers, painting as if its life depended on it. She had rarely seen such a passionate bug, wielding the brush as if it were a stinger. She sighed, somewhat disappointed. That beetle had an enviable physique. It would surely be wonderful to watch it struggle, or better yet, fight with it, but instead it was wasting its efforts and energy throwing paint at a piece of cloth. The other beetle that had a long horn, a nice beard and sleepy eyes, was smaller. It didn't seem like the fighting type, although its claws looked strong, like those of a virtuoso craftsman. That was a profession that existed among the Mantises and was respected. They were in charge of building weapons and tools, but this bug on the other hand, seemed more interested in molding ceramic figures that again, didn't serve any purpose. I don't understand, Orchid finally said. What don't you understand? Shio's confusion was evident. Why are we doing this? It doesn't make sense. It's art doesn't need logic, just feeling, you have to put your heart on the canvas and let it all flow. It still doesn't make sense. But that way of thinking, it's no wonder your life has no meaning. This comment greatly irritated the mantis, who stood up indignantly. Look, I came here looking for logical and easy to understand answers, not riddles or stupid things. I need a reason to continue and not throw myself off a bridge because I lost the most important thing I had and I don't know what to do. Shio, I have a suggestion, the bearded beetle chimed in. Remember, she's a mantis. Mantises have a rather peculiar outlook on life. Oh, right. You're absolutely right, Neil. The mantis language has its own codes and characteristics. Obviously, it won't understand me. Okay, Neil, please help me carry some cans of paint outside. Once again, the pair of insects did things that made no sense to the mantis. They took a can of paint of each color to the ground outside the cabin and Neil took out a mirror from inside the house. They asked her to come out as well. Once they were all out, Shio took out a paintbrush, dipped it in red paint, and pointed it at her. Very well Orchid, come and fight, I'll wait for you here. Orchid looked at him incredulously. You do know that brushes don't hurt, right? Of course, at most they would tickle you, but I don't mean to hurt you and I hope you don't have murderous intentions toward me either. That depends, the mantis was getting more and more irritated. Anyway, let's say it's a sparring match, no one can kill the other and the one who manages to immobilize their opponent for seconds wins. What do you think? Now it makes more sense, if the goal is to immobilize, you don't need a stinger, your bulky body is enough. And that's why I told you to go on a diet, Neil said. All this idleness isn't good for your health. I'm not fat. They're muscles, the vestiges of the warrior I once was. This phrase caught Orchid's interest, just as she supposed, Shio was once a warrior, she couldn't imagine what had made him go from fighting honorably to playing with paint, perhaps if he won he would tell her. As soon as Neil gave the signal, the mantis ran toward the beetle, not with all its usual speed or power, as it wasn't in its best condition, but it ran as fast as it could. To its surprise, despite his size, Shio was able to avoid its attack and also brushed its head red. He rubbed his face to remove the excess paint and while he was doing so, the artist took the opportunity to apply some yellow brushstrokes to his back. Hey, what are you doing? Hide my way and keep moving. Orchid remembered the particular rules of the fight she'd entered. If she spent more than 5 seconds without moving, she would lose. She walked away from the beetle, which ran toward the blue paint and dabbed it on her brush. She didn't understand why it was getting paint all over her. It wasn't sticky or anything and there was no way that would stop her. The second assault was initiated by Shio, who was determined to paint her blue. There was no reason to avoid it. But Orchid still dodged him with a jump, but she didn't escape the drops of dye that the artist threw into the sky, falling like rain on her back. She landed softly and immediately threw herself at the creature, this time with the plan in mind to grab its hands and finally immobilize it. The master defended himself impeccably, brandishing his enormous brush. Orchid couldn't imagine how he had been able to repel his attack with a miserable brush, but he had done it, and he had also stained her belly. Taking advantage of the fact that she was next to the jar of yellow paint, the art tool was once again imbued with color, and Orchid felt rage burning inside her. She didn't understand anything. This guy was playing with her. He didn't seem to take the battle seriously. He made no effort to restrain her. He just dipped his brush in paint over and over again, in a useless and senseless act, like everything he did, but she wasn't willing to let herself be defeated by such a buffoon. She couldn't allow it. Thus the fight continued. Orchid became more serious and aggressive, this time raising her claws with a genuine desire to hurt, but failing miserably. No matter how hard she tried, she could not land a single attack, and in return she received a new stain on her shell. In addition to her energies being diminished, she was still recovering from her battle against the hunter, and was not at her best. If Shio had once been a warrior, the life of leisure hadn't diminished her talent. She was still as skilled as ever, and that was partly what angered Orchid the most. Not having the energy to put up a decent fight at that moment. Would she ever be capable of putting up a decent fight? Had she lost all her worth as a warrior? Was she now a mere scrap of a fighter, incapable of matching a fourth-rate buffoon? She didn't realize she was briefly lost in her thoughts, only awakening from her trance when Shio's fist slammed into her abdomen. The artist finally unleashed his full strength as the massive blow sent her flying several meters, landing on the edge of the makeshift battlefield, right in front of the mirror Neil was holding. Somewhat dazed, she stood up and looked around, trying to find her bearings in the world that revolved around her, and when her eyes fell on her reflection, she was unable to look away. Her skin, painted in all colors, depicted a landscape. A river flowed down her back, and a floral breastplate decorated her forehead. Her head resembled a jewel, like a sun crowning all that wonder, interrupted only by the fabric covering her tail. She took a few steps and touched the glass, as if she wanted to confirm that what she was witnessing was not a dream or an illusion. It was truly her in a new form, under Shio's vision. Seconds, you've lost, the artist declared happily. What? No way. This isn't, it's not fair. We never said how we could stop the other, anything was valid, even impressing our opponent. But she remained silent, not knowing how to reply. Don't feel bad, Neil consoled her. Most Mantises have rigid minds. You came here looking for an answer, right? Well, to find it, the first step is to see things from another perspective, to be creative, and to explore other possibilities. Other possibilities? Yes, I was once like you, only able to see what was right in front of me. I used to be a craftsman, a blacksmith, a well-respected one. I had a few sisters and a good life, but when the infection broke out and I was left alone, my work was what kept me sane. My work as a stinger smith became the reason for my existence, the only thing that brought me peace, and from this was born my small obsession, my ultimate goal to forge a pure stinger, the ultimate piece of smithing, the perfect weapon. And he succeeded. Yes, a small, silent warrior brought me the materials I needed to achieve my life's work. This description sounded very familiar to Orchid, who hadn't met Hollow. The fact is, after having achieved my life's aspiration, what else was left for me? There was nothing else to achieve or pursue, only to live the rest of my days in solitude without hope or purpose. That's why I asked him to kill me, to feel the edge of the wonder I had created in my shell and end in the greatest glory. But he's still here. Exactly. He didn't kill me, or even injure me in the slightest. He just walked away without a word. I confess that at first I felt very angry and didn't know what to do, but after so much walking and exploring the kingdom, searching for a new purpose, I ended up here. With the crazy fat man. I'm neither fat nor crazy. It's just muscles, and my craziness is art, the teacher complained. When it comes to art, there's never a maximum to reach. You can always improve or try different things. It's not about seeking purity in metal, it's about seeking purity within yourself, tempering your soul to make it ever stronger and more alive. I'm not sure I understand it completely. What Neil is trying to say is that we can't give you the reason for your existence. You must search for it, and to find it, you must explore other ways of living, think flexibly, and consider possibilities that would never occur to you. Like the battle we had just now. Oh, I see, that makes sense. Shio sighed. It was true that Mantises understood everything better when there was fighting involved. But what if a way of life I choose isn't right? Who decides what's right and what's wrong? If you're not causing harm or damage to anyone, what's the problem? Oh well, yeah, I guess if I don't hurt or bother others, there's no problem with how I live. We're often influenced by the way we're raised, Neil explained. We end up developing prejudices and thoughts that range from the unnecessary to the harmful. We're told things should be a certain way, but that's not necessarily true. You're suffering because you haven't been able to live up to what was expected of you, right? Orchid nodded, unable to answer because of the lump that had formed in her throat. Oh, poor Mantis, Shio patted her back, smearing it with the fresh paint. Don't worry, you can find your purpose, something you love, and that makes you feel fulfilled. What I like most is fighting, but I was defeated in the worst way. I should have died in that battle, but they spared my life. Maybe I should give up. Don't give up if you don't want to. Shio seemed almost alarmed that she was saying such things. I think you have a lot of talent, even if you're a bit lacking in physical condition. And maybe your life has been spared for a reason. Maybe fate has something special waiting for you. Maybe you'll find someone whose day you can brighten like Neil brightens mine. Someone to cheer up. It's not like that there is someone, but I've only made him suffer. So work hard to turn her tears into smiles. Are you going to give up so easily? You can't be that weak. The use of the word weak always weighed heavily on a Mantis. Orchid knew that this time he was referring to strength of character rather than physical strength, but it still weighed on her pride. I'm not weak, I think. Well, I don't know, there are opponents I can't defeat, but… yes, I know that feeling, the frustration and disappointment of not being as good as you want, and despite trying your hardest seeing how you are crushed. Orchid looked at him perplexed. Yes, I've been through that. The day in the City of Tears there is a very talented young artist, it even pains me to see how good he is, and the brat hasn't even had his last molt yet. He's sure to be better than me, and maybe no matter how hard I try, I'll never reach his skill, but someone has to be second best, right? Yeah, I guess Orchid had more and more to think about. Don't give up, keep fighting, Neil encouraged her. And even if you're not good at something, enjoy it if you truly love it. I could give you the example of my brother Mado. He was never a very skilled warrior, but he loved the arts of the sting and always continued training. Now he's happy being a teacher and teaching his knowledge. He'll never be the best warrior, but he has a reason to live. Do you have a brother? I have two, Mado, who as I told you is a fencing teacher, and Oro, who although he is also a warrior, lately he dedicates himself more to family life with his wife and children. Orchid noticed the affection and pride with which the beetle spoke. He must love them very much. Yes, they are my family after all, even if I can't see them that often, they are always in my heart, no matter how many years pass, our hearts will always be united. These final words moved Orchid. They were exactly what she needed to hear to encourage her and keep going. It didn't matter if she didn't measure up as a warrior, it didn't matter if what she chose shattered her traditions, it didn't matter if she never saw her sisters again. It wasn't a bad thing. She could choose, she could do it, and pursue the way of life she wanted, building her future according to her beliefs. And deep down in her heart, she hoped that one day her ideas would reach her sisters and her tribe, and they could all open the doors to a better life. Thank you so much. She hugged Shio. This was the answer I was looking for. I'm glad you found it. Now, do you feel like painting a little? Not really. He let go of the beetle and admired the flecks of paint he'd left on it. I think I've painted enough. Besides, there's someone I urgently need to talk to. Oh sure, girl, go ahead, go. And if you change your mind, we'll be here. Both beetles watched the mantis walk away, happy to have helped a soul find its way, although now it was their turn to clean up the mess they had left. It seems we were very excited about our meeting, even the house has paint stains, Shio said, observing the construction. Don't worry so much about it, we are artists, stains are part of our lives. He approached his companion. Neil, I have fresh paint, you'll get it on your beard. As I said, stains are part of us. The bearded creature approached Shio in a more than affectionate manner, gently touching his face. The pleasure of the caress forced him to close his eyes, and when the proximity between their faces shortened to almost nothing, Hollow suddenly appeared. Hollow. Don't show up so suddenly. Shio shouted, half embarrassed and half angry. The container apologized with a bow. It didn't understand why he had gotten so angry, but after living with Orchid, it had learned that sometimes points of view about what was serious could vary from bug to bug, and it was best to adapt. So, what brings you here? It's been a while since you last visited us. As always, Neil's calm demeanor calmed the atmosphere. Hollow immediately took out a paper containing a fairly well-done drawing of a mantis. Oh, her? Yes, she was here a moment ago, she just left. If you hurry, you'll probably catch her. He thanked them with a gesture and immediately set off in search of Orchid. They did not miss a bouquet of flowers that the gentleman was carrying in his hand. It didn't take long to find its target. The mantis had decided to walk very slowly to calmly think about everything that had happened that afternoon, so it wasn't far away. Hollow didn't intend to scare her or follow her silently, so he didn't worry about being particularly stealthy. He shook the plants around him, making quite a racket. Thanks to this, Orchid immediately noticed his presence. They both remained silent for a moment, analyzing the other. Each had many things to say, so many that they didn't quite know how to start, but unlike the mantis, the knight at least had his repertoire written down on his blackboard. He took it out and showed her the message he so longed to deliver. I'm sorry I hit you, it won't happen again. Okay, I forgive you. I think I partly deserved it. I said some very cruel things. Orchid had reacted well to her apologies, so she allowed herself to approach him to hand him the bouquet of flowers she was carrying. Or red orchids, oh hollow. The mantis's face took on a similar tone to the flowers. This doesn't I don't know what to say. She had to wait a moment for him to write his answer on the board. Clara says you're worried about what you'll do now that you can't return to the village. You can stay at the castle if you want. I'm sure we can help you find a job you like. It's not the end of the world. Yes, it's not the end of the world, I'm sure of that, but there's something else that worries me. She looked at the gentleman with pity. I know you have feelings for me, and right now I have feelings for you too, but maybe this is all a lie, and in a few days it will all wither away. Wouldn't it become uncomfortable for you to have me around? Hollow thought for a moment before writing his answer. I don't think you'll hate me when your heat is over, and if we can't have a romantic relationship, it's not the end of the world. I've never been lucky in love. You're not the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Orchid was impressed by the simplicity with which he took everything, perhaps it was because of his personality, or because of his spirit, which had been tempered by all the vicissitudes and painful moments he had had to face in his life. Hollow, if there is anyone truly strong in this world, it is you. She hugged the knight and clung to him, moved. Hollow reciprocated her action, happy to feel her so close and, above all, so devoted. She would never have let him touch her like that before. And in reality, Orchid had reasons for not allowing him to get that close. That simple hug had triggered quite a few indecent thoughts in her mind. She couldn't help it, the gentleman was too desirable for her and her imagination too active. She could already see herself in a bed with that strong and handsome male on top of her, massaging her tail and kissing every inch of her body until they reached. If that fantasy didn't go any further, it was because of the mantis's delicate health, whose vision suddenly became blurred and she ended up fainting in Hollow's arms. Later, the mossy doctor who examined Orchid ended up scolding him for making her go through such strong emotions and gave him specific instructions to wait at least a couple of days before being able to play with her. Baby in danger. Quirrell looked with apprehension, or almost fear, at the baby in his arms. He almost felt that if he let go of her something horrible would happen to her. He was even tempted by the idea of taking her to work, but although Ren was quiet, her escape during the party at the White Palace had shown that she could also do her thing if left alone. She needed a safe place and someone to take care of her. Near him, Hornet was repeating to Ania for the 5th time the care she should take with her children. The servant simply nodded in annoyance. She had practically memorized his instructions and was more than clear about what she should do. She didn't reply to him just because she was the queen. Well, I think that's all, we'll be back in a few hours, behave yourselves children. Hornet bent down to hug and kiss her little ones, although as always Chester resisted. Little rascal, say goodbye to your mother. His small size was no match for Hornet's strength, and the boy was forced to endure his mother's love and his sister's teasing, who found it funny that he got angry when Mom kissed him. Then it was Ren's turn, who was resting peacefully with her father, but she gladly went to her mother's side, ready to take a nap in her arms. However, this time that wasn't possible because Hornet put her in Ania's arms. The girl didn't like this change and immediately showed her discontent. Sorry Ren, but you won't be able to take a nap with me this time. Mom has to go to work, but don't worry, Ania will take good care of you. Ren, still not old enough to understand what his mother was saying, just looked at her with his sad eyes. His parents' hearts broke, but at that moment there was no other solution. Don't cry, Ren. We'll be back soon, and you'll have so much fun that the time will fly by. Okay, see you. Goodbye children, take care. Quirrell's voice was extremely muffled. His children hugged their father's legs, worried that he was sad. The woodlouse was forced to force a smile and bent down to hug and comfort them. The last thing he wanted was to make them feel bad. After that, without saying anything else, he left with his wife. Once outside the house, Hornet looked at Quirrell. Don't be so upset, it'll only be a few hours. Besides, they need to learn independence. We can't be so overprotective. You know it's not just because they're far away. Again with your distrust of Ania, they'll be fine. Besides, who else could take care of them? Hollow. I even trust him or Clara more. Don't joke, Quirrell, let's go. While the queen was present, Ania smiled sweetly and looked at the woodlouse as if it were the most adorable creature in the world. The drama classes she took in her youth had proved very useful. She could have fooled even Quirrell if he didn't suspect her. But that was just a role, a mask the actor wore to briefly pretend to be someone else, and as soon as the door to the house closed, Anya's mask fell away, along with Ren. The maid dropped the girl without the slightest consideration. Fortunately, bugs are generally very resilient to falls, so she wasn't hurt, but she was in pain. She immediately began to cry, but was quickly silenced by a blow from the maid. Shut up, brat, I don't want to hear your annoying squeals. Ren was about to continue crying, but another blow stopped her. After the third punishment, she finally understood that as long as she cried, she would continue to suffer pain, so she remained silent. Her docile personality made her easily obey others' instructions, and if she had to remain silent without complaining, she would do so. She simply shed tears to express her pain. Despite the short time they had been together, the siblings were already beginning to develop empathy and affection for one another. Pity and concern moved Silky to approach her sister, but her good intentions could not materialize because without warning she was picked up by Ania. "No, princess, you shouldn't worry about unimportant creatures like her. They're not worth it." The girl shifted somewhat uncomfortably in her arms, so Anya tried to position her more comfortably, but the real problem was that Silky was worried about her sister. "Ah, the princess is such a sweet and considerate creature. It's truly incredible that such a wonderful creature like you could be the daughter of that anyway. Come on, darling. I have some very pretty toys that I'm sure you love." The maid walked off to a room with the princess in her arms, barely sparing a glance of disdain for the piglet curled up crying and the boy who didn't know what to do. Chester, somewhat clumsily, approached Ren and patted her gently, encouragingly, but she didn't react in any way, and that was all the effort he put into her. He couldn't be blamed. He was too small and immature to handle such situations. Honestly, a child his age shouldn't even have to witness something like that. So after a few moments, he walked away from Ren to chase after Ania and her sister. This event would set the tone for the days to follow. The maid's treatment of the three children was very different and unfair. Silky was constantly pampered, all her attention, treats and the prettiest toys were for her. Inevitably this ended up generating a feeling of superiority in her, making her crybaby and spoiled, and this was further exacerbated by the fact that the princess loved being the center of attention. This trait of her personality never came to light much because Hornet instilled humility in her and treated her three children equally, but Ania was spoiling all the good work of raising her mother. Enthralled by their obvious preference, Silky practically forgot about her brothers and ignored all their annoyances, thinking only of herself. Ren, due to his submissive personality, didn't complain, but his brother was a different story. Anya didn't mistreat Chester, but she didn't give him as much attention as she did the princess either. She practically ignored him and limited herself to making sure he didn't kill himself in one of his escape attempts. She only worried about him when he bothered the princess, and then she unleashed her fury on the boy as much as she could because reaching him was practically impossible. The boy grew increasingly angry, both at the preferential treatment Silky received and at the mistreatment Ren endured. Because of this, he began to develop a deep resentment toward his nanny and even the princess. While they had some disagreements before, they resolved them peacefully through play. Chester now detested his spoiled sister and attacked her, seeking to cause harm whenever she was within his reach, of course, something that didn't happen very often thanks to Ania's impeccable vigilance. As for Ren, she was the one who suffered the most from all of this. It wasn't just that Ania ignored her needs, she punished her for unfair things, even going so far as to hit her. But Ania was cunning and knew how to act. She never did any harm to Ren that left any visible mark on her shell, nor did she neglect her so much that Hornet would have any reason to complain. She made sure that all her mistreatment was kept hidden, and since Ren hadn't learned to speak yet, she couldn't accuse her either. All of this caused noticeable behavioral changes in the children in just 2 days, something Hornet quickly noticed. Silky was unbearable, Chester was aggressive, and Ren cried excessively every time he left. "Ania, what did you do to the children? They weren't like that." "Nothing, your majesty. I've looked after them with all the dedication in the world. They'll probably need some time to get used to not being with you." Hornet's stomach tightened as she thought about how much her children missed her. "I think I'll see about reducing my meetings and rearranging my work so I can leave you alone less often. Maybe I should work at night." "No, your majesty. Children must learn to develop independence. They can't be constantly following you, especially considering you're the queen and have many important responsibilities to fulfill. They must be strong." "But I'm worried," Chester hits his sister every chance he gets. "If my queen allows me some advice, I should separate them. I don't think it's good for those two to stay together. It's dangerous for the princess. But they're siblings. They must grow up together and learn to love each other. Besides, having her siblings and spending time with them will help Silky become a compassionate and considerate person. It will be as you say, my queen." Ania's plan to convince Hornet to send Chester away wasn't showing the results she wanted. Unfortunately, her queen was very stubborn and had her own ideas about how to raise and educate a princess properly, but she wouldn't give up and would keep trying. At least her plan to eliminate that annoying brat Ren was going well. Much to her chagrin, Hornet was attached to that monstrosity, so she couldn't act impulsively. If she caused any harm to the girl and Hornet found out, she would kill her or tear off a few of her legs if she was in a good mood. Their idea was to slowly weaken the girl, both through abuse and the poor food they gave her. Eventually, she would become ill, and no one could be blamed for it. She would simply be considered a weak child who lacked the strength to survive in this world, a regrettable occurrence, but one that did occur from time to time. However, a certain event precipitated a very different outcome than the one she had anticipated. Among the care Ania had to take with the girls was removing their thread daily. Of course, with Silky, there was never a problem, but with Ren, she simply didn't do it. She was disgusted by the idea of having to remove thread from a woodlice, a creature that by nature shouldn't produce it. She assumed it wouldn't have too many consequences. She doubted their thread production was that great. Ren's accumulated thread was what ended up making her sick, her tail hurt, but already accustomed to the idea that crying would cause her more pain, she remained silent, holding it in, until she couldn't take it anymore. That fateful morning Hornet had to meet with some very important arachnid nobles, a meeting that did not cause her the slightest grace. She could not help remembering that some of them were her suitors once, and although the rejection in favor of the love of her life was taken well by most, there were a few who held a certain resentment towards her and always sought to complicate her existence when she needed their approval for something. Given this background, she had to make sure she made the best impression and avoid anything that might upset them or give them an excuse to withdraw their support. That very day, everything was going wrong and she was running late. To top it all off, Quirrell also had to give an important talk that day and he was a nervous wreck. Tester, stop hitting your sister. Silky, don't provoke him. Behave yourselves, kids. You're being unbearable today. By Queen, you're running late. Ania appeared opportunely to help. Yes, I know, Ania, but I'm trying to stop them from killing each other. I really don't understand why they behave like this. They used to get along. Perhaps now that they've grown a little it's becoming more evident that their different natures make them incompatible. Trust me, it's best to separate them. But Ania, what you're saying doesn't make sense. There are bugs of different species that get along famously. Chester tried to bite his sister, and Hornet was forced to give him a light smack to stop him, and as a precaution, she picked Silky up in her arms. Enough, Chester. These kids quarrel, come here, I need you. Give me a moment. I can't find the point of my talk. The day is a crazy day. I wonder how my mother did it. It would be easier if I just had Silky, Anya insisted. That's enough, Ania. Shut up, help me here, take Chester. Ania grabbed the little boy with some difficulty and he also tried to bite her. In fact, if he was aggressive toward his sister, he was even more so toward the maid. Moreover, right at that moment, Silky started crying, hoping her brother would be punished just on a whim. Silky, not now, please. Why can't you be a good girl and behave? Look at your sister, she's standing there quietly, not bothering anyone. Ren, honey, wake up. It's time to get up. Despite Ren being so sleepy, she normally let out a soft grunt or moved a little when someone spoke to her, but this time there was no reaction from the baby. She lay with her back to her mother, which immediately put Hornet on alert. Ren. Ren, come on, my girl, wake up so you can have breakfast. For the second time, Hornet noticed no change in the tiny body lying in the nest, and the mother's concern increased. She set Silky aside despite her protests and touched the woodlouse, but as soon as her hand made contact with the shell, she noticed how hot it was. Already panicking, she turned the baby over to examine her more closely and was horrified by the distressed expression on her face and the difficulty with which she was breathing. The baby was seriously ill. No, Ren. The queen's scream was so powerful that it was even heard in the surroundings of her house. Some devotees who were standing guard outside were tempted to enter, although they were strictly prohibited from doing so without prior permission, so they stayed in place, nervously looking at the door of that home. Quirrell. Ren is sick. Hornet screamed desperately. The anguished voice of his wife made the professor stop what he was doing and run to her. One look was enough for him to notice the seriousness of the matter, because never in his life, not even in the worst moments, had he seen her so broken and vulnerable. She was always an impenetrable wall, the type of strong and confident female who never let herself be defeated by life, but now she was trembling with the baby in her arms, while tears fell incessantly from her eyes. At her side her other two children were also crying, scared by their mother's behavior. Ren won't wake up, the queen stammered. What do I do? This was no time to panic, and Quirrell knew it well. He patted his face to clear his head and immediately gave Hornet orders with an authority she had never had to face before. Take Ren to the hot springs, I'll contact the midwife to pick you up there. Go. Quickly. That order was what Hornet needed. It wasn't time to stand around complaining. Ren was still alive, she had to fight to keep him that way. Holding her daughter firmly in her hands, she ran to retrieve her needle and then hurried out of the house. However, her run was interrupted by a spider that crossed her path. It was a noble spider, one of those she was supposed to meet with that day. Apparently, she was already so late for the meeting that this individual had come to look for her. Ah, she still hasn't left the house. Your Majesty, I don't plan on being disrespectful or anything, but punctuality is something highly valued and the Queen is the one who, above all, should set the example. I had an emergency, the meeting was cancelled, my daughter was sick. The princess is sick. He immediately became concerned about the situation. Not the princess, my other daughter. Ah, so it's not so serious. That careless comment offended Hornet so much that the nobleman ended up with the needle pointed at his head. Both are important and deserve attention, now out of my way. The arachnid had no choice but to step aside and let the queen continue on her way. Hornet jumped off the platform and, with all her skill, drove her needle into the lake and propelled herself toward the lake's edge, heading for the caves that would take her to the hot springs. As for the noble spider, he stood perplexed for a few seconds before being able to react, and when he did, he was extremely indignant. What does she think? She may be the queen, but she has no right to treat me this way. How can she cancel the meeting so abruptly? Try to understand her, one of the devotees guarding the door spoke to her. She's a mother. For mothers, all their children are important, no matter how much political clout they have. I'm a father, and I could hardly choose between any of my children. You'll understand when you have children of your own. The commoner like you isn't going to come and lecture me. Don't waste your time with him, said the other devotee guarding the door. He resents the queen for rejecting him. You know, Clay was the leading candidate to father Hornet's children. Those children could have been his. But the queen preferred a woodlouse, imagine that. How dare you? Clay was red with anger. I don't question the queen's decision, if I were a girl I would marry Quirrell too. Thanks. Quirrell had arrived at the exact moment to hear the devotee's embarrassing words. There was no need to mention how awkward the situation was, but he pretended nothing had happened. He didn't have time to waste on stupidity. Go find the matron and tell her to go to the hot springs where Hornet is, please hurry. At once. Quirrell allowed himself to be distracted for a moment, watching the devotee walk away to fulfill the entrusted mission, but his trance did not last long, since the touch of small hands that clung to his legs brought him back to reality. His children had come to him seeking safety. They were scared after seeing their mother crying and screaming so desperately. The woodlouse was about to take them in its arms when it noticed that they clung tighter and were staring persistently in a particular direction. It followed the path of their eyes and discovered that the cause of their discomfort was a certain noble spider who wore an expression of frank annoyance, as if the presence of those children was the worst thing in the world. Quirrell knew him and wasn't someone he liked very much. When he managed to marry Hornet, he received sincere congratulations from her other suitors, but from Clay, he only received scorn and a warning that if he didn't father a suitable princess, he would take care of it himself. It sickened him to have to cross paths with him, especially because he hated him because he knew his interest in Hornet was driven only by the possibility of climbing the social ladder. He wasn't going to allow that kind of person to upset his children, so he rebuked him. Greetings, Clay. Is there some important matter that brings you here? Oh, nothing, he suddenly returned to reality. I was coming to pick up the queen for an important meeting, but she suddenly cancelled it. I see, well if you have no other matters to attend to, I beg you to leave. Right now we are in a somewhat delicate situation. As you wish. Clay walked away from that welling with resentment and anger on the surface. In just a few minutes, he'd been offended in so many ways that it was unacceptable. He was a nobleman. He was a candidate to be the queen's consort. How could they treat him like that? And it was all because of those brats, all because the woodlouse managed to conceive a spider. If they weren't there, good fortune would surely smile on him again and he'd be able to get what he so richly deserved, according to him. Quirrell was relieved when that annoying individual left, but there was still another annoying person around. Kids, what are you doing outside? Come back. I'll take care of them now, Ania. Please step aside. Her serious expression suggested she wouldn't accept a refusal, but Ania knew how to be persistent. But I'm their nanny, it's my duty to take care of them, I have express orders from their mother too. And I'm their father, I have more rights over them than you do. Quirrell took each child in his arms and carried them inside, where he placed them in the basket they were carried in when traveling. Of course, the maid closely followed their every move. What are you doing? Where are you planning to take them? I can't leave them alone with you, so I'm taking them. What? Are you blaming me for the child's illness? It's not my fault if she's weak. Not all children are born fit to live in this world, and sometimes some die. You can't hold me responsible for something inevitable. We'll see how responsible you are for all this. Quirrell, with the children already safely tucked into the basket, headed toward the door of the house. Where are you going? To find my irrefutable evidence. Hornet was half submerged in the hot springs with her daughter in her arms. She was relieved that she had woken up, but she still looked very bad. Her small face showed pain, she shed silent tears, and she didn't even have the strength to hug her mother. Her mother, not knowing what to do, simply walked through the water, hoping its healing power would solve all her baby's problems, but as the minutes passed, it became increasingly clear that that wouldn't happen. The midwife found her in that state of anguish and expectation. "Hornet, my girl, what happened? Ren is sick and I don't know what she has," she shouted, running up to the millipede. The midwife carefully took the baby and examined her meticulously. She touched every part of her body and noticed several injured areas. It wasn't noticeable or even perceptible to the naked eye, but for someone who knew how to identify injuries, the touch was unmistakable. But even so, that wasn't the source of her mysterious illness. She knew it as soon as she touched the baby's lower body, and when she did, she let out a terrifying squeal. "Accumulated thread," he finally declared. "Hornet, I told you that you should be careful to remove the thread from both girls daily. But that's what I did. Well, the last few days Ania had taken care of that and then she forgot to take care of Ren, and that's why we have her here now with a fever in such a state. Oh my girl, this isn't good. Ren, are you going to be okay?" "Well, more or less, I can help her, but what I have to do for this isn't nice at all." Removing the accumulated thread was a very painful, though quick, process, and while it was torture for the girl, it was worse for her mother. Seeing her daughter suffering without being able to help her in any way was by far the worst thing Hornet had ever had to endure. The child's screams would be a memory that would haunt her until her last days. When the process finally ended, the girl was extremely upset. She looked at the millipede in terror and just wanted her mother to hug her. She cried in pain and fear, unable to cope with all her suffering. "Now put it in the water, that should be fine." Just as she was told, Hornet obeyed, letting the miraculous waters work their magic, and finally the girl found relief from her pain, her screams ceasing until they turned into a soft whimpering that lasted until the exhausted woodlouse fell asleep. Finally Hornet emerged from the water and walked over to the matron. "I hate when you have to do that, it's so sad." "Sad? Yeah, well, not only did I remove Ren's accumulated thread, she'll probably never be able to produce thread again." "Oh, I see." Hornet looked down and sighed, her head down. "It's not that bad, at least in your case. You're a woodlice, you don't really need to produce thread, you can live a perfectly normal and happy life." "It's true, she can be happy, she will be happy." Hornet cheered up a little at this prospect. "But that's another point that worries me, Hornet." "What thing?" "Who is the person who spends most of their time taking care of her?" "Ania, why are you asking?" Hornet didn't like the way the midwife looked at her at all. "Ren isn't well, and I'm not just talking about the thread buildup. She has other issues. I noticed she has quite a few lesions on her shell. I'd say she's been mistreated, not to the point of leaving noticeable marks, but the damage could be cumulative. Plus, her skin is dull, again, something an inexperienced person would hardly notice, and it's a bad sign. Ren isn't eating well." What does all this mean?" "I don't think it's a good idea for Ania to continue taking care of your children." The conversation with the midwife left Hornet extremely worried. It seemed impossible to her that Ania would hurt her babies. She was her loyal servant, the one who always supported her in everything, the one who comforted her in her sadness, the one who helped her prepare for her wedding, took care of her when she was expecting her babies, and taught her tons of things. Why would she do something like that? And above all, why would she hurt an innocent being like Ren? Now her husband's suspicions were beginning to weigh on her conscience. Was Quirrell right and Ania had ill intentions? It couldn't be. She refused to believe it. This had to all be a mistake. There had to be a reasonable explanation for what had happened. Ania was loyal to her. They needed to talk urgently. All these thoughts were running through her mind as she walked back to distant village with her baby girl in her arms. Her gait was slow but steady, she needed to calm down, but at the same time she didn't want to stay any longer than necessary in that cave. Ren needed to rest in her nest and be fed properly, she wished Quirrell was there now. And as if her thoughts were being heard, the woodlouse suddenly appeared before her, carrying in her hands the basket with the children, along with a small bag with baby supplies. "Quirrell." Hornet ran up to him. "Hornet. How's Ren?" She didn't really want to talk about the hell she'd had to witness. Maybe she'd do that later when she felt ready. She'll be okay, she just needs to eat and rest. "I'm so glad, I was so worried. I'm bringing some nutritional shakes for her." "Sounds good to me, but let's let her sleep a little longer, the poor thing must be exhausted after everything she's been through." Hornet placed her in the basket between her brothers who looked at her curiously. The children saw their sister sleeping so peacefully that it infected them a little, and they soon curled up next to her to rest for a while. Seeing the three of them together peacefully like that was a great relief to both parents, so they sat for a while, gazing at them in silence. "Hornet, there's something I must tell you." "What's wrong, Quirrell?" She immediately became nervous. She didn't want any more bad news. "I have irrefutable proof that Ania has bad intentions against our children." "What?" "Like no, please tell me it's not true." "Sorry Hornet, it's the truth." Quirrell took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "What is this?" It's a certificate of correspondence. All the letters we've sent and received are listed here, along with their dates. And what does this prove? Remember that letter you sent to Big asking for the dream sting? The one he never answered. Yes, don't tell me that. Exactly, that letter was never sent, and if we consider that Ania was the one in charge of delivering that letter, we can deduce that she destroyed it. With this we can already say that she is not completely trustworthy. But why would she do that? I don't understand, she didn't know what the device was for. But I knew it could be used to get the truth out of a prisoner. So she was hiding something. But what? That's my second piece of irrefutable proof. Come here, Henry. As soon as Quirrell called him, the individual hiding behind a rock revealed himself. A lame spider with ugly scars on his face appeared before the queen and after making an awkward bow said. Consequences and punishments. A person's attitude can say a lot about themselves, their maturity, their social status, their mood, whether they are sick or if they want to kill someone. When Anya saw the queen enter, she immediately knew her intentions, the strength with which she held her needle, her furious look, everything spoke for her. Partly driven by her survival instinct, she positioned her paws to facilitate her escape, but discreetly, any suspicious behavior would make the blame fall on her, and she still had hopes of convincing Hornet of her innocence. After all, she was her loyal servant. Welcome home, your majesty. How is your daughter? Why did you do it? Hornet replied in a voice of suppressed fury. Why did I do that? Ania seemed so shocked that if Hornet didn't have irrefutable proof, she would have even doubted it. Why did you do that to Ren? What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. I took good care of her, just as I was ordered. Do you think taking good care of her means letting her threads accumulate to the point of illness? Ren almost died because of it. I'm sorry, my queen, it was just a mistake, it won't happen again. A mistake? And why didn't you neglect Silky? Why is Ren the one who has to suffer all this? Why Ania? Your Majesty, please don't get upset. Ania stepped back, intimidated. How do you expect me not to get upset when you almost killed my daughter? Those are serious accusations. I've never done anything like that. It's true that I forgot to remove Ren's thread, but it wasn't on purpose. And the bruises you have weren't intentional either. Is your poor diet just a minor detail? What are you talking about? Ania continued trying to maintain her facade of innocence, but it was already falling apart. Stop pretending, Ania. Now you can't hide this anymore. The midwife examined her. Ren was mistreated, beaten. Maybe it's not visible to the naked eye, but she detected it. Why, Ania? Why did you do it? Although Hornet's voice still denoted fury, a certain sadness and disappointment was also detectable. She was hurt by the betrayal of a person she trusted blindly. She didn't understand why all this had happened, and in her stubbornness, she wanted to think that there was a good reason that justified her actions, that perhaps could explain her behavior, although her logic screamed at her that what she did was unjustifiable. For her part, Ania was beginning to feel sorry for her queen. Her intentions had never been to harm her. She had only wanted to remove from her and the princess an element that she saw as harmful, assuming she would thank her in the end. Her discreet plan had failed for reasons she had never imagined. Truth be told, there was little point in continuing to pretend. All she could do was appeal to Hornet's understanding and friendship. It was for the princess's sake. For the sake of the princess. What the hell are you talking about? What harm could Ren do? She's a larva just a couple of weeks old. It will affect their development. The princess should not be raised with creatures other than weavers. As heir to Deepnest, she must maintain the culture and traditions of the place. And what does that have to do with her being raised with her siblings? I'll teach them the culture and traditions. To all of them. All three of them will learn to knit, all three of them will learn to wield a needle, all three of them will celebrate our holidays. But they can still be a negative influence on the princess. They will never be spiders, even if they are raised as one. This time there was no retort from Hornet. The steel of her needle swung toward the maid, but she dodged the attack as if it were the simplest task in the world. The half-breed picked up her needle, and this time threw herself at Ania, but again she was dodged, this time with a huge leap to the side. And that's the final test, Hornet spoke in a grim voice. You know how to fight, you know how to defend yourself, you're skilled enough to take on any Deepnest guard. You injured Henry and framed him for the attack on the eggs. You lured him here so you'd have someone to hold responsible for your attempt, but you didn't count on Henry trying to defend my children. That's why your plan, which should have been quiet and discreet, ended up being discovered before you could carry it out. Isn't that true? Henry is alive and can talk. Once again, Hornet attacked, launching herself like an arrow with her needle forward. This time, despite her speed, Ania didn't escape unscathed. The queen managed to create a bleeding scratch on her face. The servant could have counterattacked, but she preferred to retreat in a defensive stance, seeking mercy in her ruler's eyes. However, Hornet's fury wouldn't be easily appeased. Please, my queen, think of everything we've been through together, how well I've served you all these years. I won't give in to your emotional blackmail. What you've done is unforgivable. Hornet extended a strand of soul-infused threat and caught Ania, who squealed at the burning sensation it provoked. With her prey secured, she prepared to finish it off with her needle, but the spider was still willing to fight for its life. Any contact with Hornet's thread burned, but she endured the pain and cut the thread that held her. The maneuver didn't come without a price. Now she sported a pair of legs tanned by magical energy that ached with every step, but she didn't have time to worry about that. Her attacker still hadn't given up on sticking a needle into her guts. I did all this for you and the princess. Why don't you understand? She shouted desperately, dodging the murder weapon. For me? For me? Don't lie, damn it. This was all because of you. Because you're one of those wretched women incapable of accepting someone different. And she paused for a moment still, it wouldn't have been so bad if you hadn't tried to kill my daughter. If you didn't want to take care of Ren or if her presence made you uncomfortable, I would have been able to understand it, I wouldn't have forced you to be her nanny, I would have managed somehow and perhaps in time you could have tolerated her. We could have found some solution. But you just wanted to deny her the right to live. There's no excuse for that, that's simply being evil and selfish. I'm sorry, could we try again? It's too late for that. This time Hornet attacked with more fury than ever. Ania was unable to defend herself from all the stabs that pierced her body. With effort and all her skill, she prevented him from causing any lethal wounds. But she wouldn't hold out much longer, especially since she couldn't attack him. She would never dare harm her beloved queen. She managed to escape the torrent of pain inflicted by her attacker and headed for the exit door. Crying in pain, fear and sadness, she ran desperately trying to save her life. In the midst of her escape, she overturned some furniture and threw some objects at her pursuer in a pitiful attempt to stop her, but there was no greater effect other than slowing her down for a few seconds, a short time, but enough to get out of the lair. Hornet gave her no respite and soon cornered her on the edge of one of the platforms that made up the village. Ania now had nowhere to escape. In front of her was a furious mother and behind her was a deep lake. How would she like to die? Until now, she had never considered that idea. She just thought she didn't want to suffer too much. Which fate would be less stormy? To be stabbed or to drown? Hornet took a step and fear made her react automatically without thinking much. She took 2 steps back, reaching the end of the platform. Her legs no longer had anywhere else to hold. She rushed into the waters where she sank like a rock, leaving a dark stain of blood in the process. The Spider Queen walked to the edge of the platform and peered down at the spot where she had fallen, where only the red color could be seen on the water. She squinted, searching for any sign of Ania, any shadow or movement that might betray her presence. She wasn't going to assume she was dead right off the bat. Guards. My lady, a couple of devotees came to her call. I want you to search the lakeshore and its surroundings, look for Anya and bring her to me, no matter if she's alive or dead. At once. Once his orders were given, Hornet retreated to his lair to seclude himself in his office. At that moment he didn't want to see anyone. After the adrenaline of the fight had passed, the rage had given way to a different feeling, more passive and painful. She was sad for many reasons. For having failed to protect her daughter, for having doubted her husband's word, and above all, for being betrayed by someone so dear and close. For Hornet, Ania wasn't just her maid, she was her friend and confidant. An important part of her life had left with her. Now it was hard for her to imagine what things would be like without her, both because of the lack of her emotional support and the lack of someone to keep the house clean. She barely had time to take care of affairs of state and her children. Add to that the constant worries caused by her brother's blunders, it was enough to drive her crazy. A little while later, Quirrell entered the office and found her deep in thought, staring at the wall, without moving a muscle. If it weren't for the slight movement of her breathing, she could have been mistaken for a statue. The professor sensed his wife's delicate emotional state, but that wasn't enough to stop him. He was also deeply angry with her and had no qualms about reprimanding her for her distrust and stubbornness, even giving her the benefit of the doubt. He had a lot to tell her and he didn't care if she was the Spider Queen. She was his wife and they should treat each other as equals. He wasn't going to give in to her outbursts of rage and authoritarian attitude any longer. He would contradict her if he deemed it necessary. He would fight for what he believed was right. But these thoughts clear in his mind, he approached Hornet ready to throw all her guilt in the incident with Ren in her face, but before he could say anything she spoke. I'm sorry Quirrell, I was a fool, it's my fault, Ren almost died. Yes, that's right. But it was difficult to realize his true intentions. He always acted cordial with me and looked at the children as if they were his adoration. How could I realize? Yes, but. I know I shouldn't have doubted you, you're my husband, you deserved my trust more than anyone, there's a reason we got married, but I'm always afraid you'll leave me. Are you never going to forget it? I wish I could. A dramatic silence fell between them, but once again it was Hornet who initiated the conversation. You don't know how much it hurts me not to have trusted you, to ignore your suspicions. I thought I knew Ania well, I mean, we'd been together for so many years, she never showed me any hostile attitude toward mestizos or foreign bugs. How was I supposed to know it was like that? Hornet brought her hands to her face in pain. Why couldn't I have realized it? Now you must be furious with me, surely you want to yell at me for what I did. The truth is that those were Quirrell's original intentions, but Hornet had said everything he wanted to say, he had nothing to blame her for, she had reflected on her mistakes on her own, she recognized them and accepted the blame, given the circumstances and how affected she was, he had no choice but to hug her. Come on, Hornet, calm down. At least the kids are safe. Yes, but Ren suffered a lot, now he has an ugly scar on his tail and can no longer produce thread. It's small, your scar will surely fade with time, but as for the rest, there's nothing you can do, you have no choice but to live with that guilt. My poor Ren. Come on Hornet, calm down, everything will be okay, he tried to reassure his partner by tenderly rubbing her back. She tightened her hug and sighed. This calmed her down somehow, but there were still many worries on her mind. And now what are we going to do? How are we going to take care of everything? Cleaning the house, taking care of the children, our own personal duties. I won't be able to keep up. Maybe Big was right and I can't take care of them. I'm not capable. Hornet, please stop feeling sorry for yourself, that's not your style. The mestiza turned away from him and looked at him reproachfully. When you become a mother, many things change. I can no longer rush into danger and recklessness without careful consideration. It's no longer just about me. I know, love, it feels weird. But don't despair. I know we can find a solution to all of this. And what would be your brilliant solution? Delegate some work. Delegate? To whom? How? Are you implying I should leave some of my duties to someone else? I couldn't do that. I'm the queen, it's my responsibility. What if someone is reckless? What if someone steals resources or commits some kind of abuse? Do you think your kingdom is full of thieves and scoundrels? Your people would be very disappointed if they knew you think that way. The queen looked at him perplexed, and after meditating on his words, she reformulated her position. It's not that I think they'll do anything wrong on purpose, maybe they'll just make some mistake that will cost us dearly. You can make those mistakes too. Look, Hornet, your problem is that you're naturally distrustful. You think no one else can fix things, and that's why you end up shouldering everyone else's problems. Look at what happens in your own family. Every time there's a disaster, they call you in to help. But my brother's case is special. That's not true. They're adults now and have to manage on their own, and you have to trust that they'll be able to do it on their own. You're making the same mistake your father did. This last statement left Hornet extremely surprised, she had not seen it that way, it was something similar, although from another point of view, the old Pale King never trusted that the bugs could live without his light as a guide, and he insisted on maintaining an eternal kingdom, governing according to his criteria without accepting suggestions or help from others. Okay, maybe you're right about that. I'll stop paying so much attention to my brothers and cleaning up their messes. The expression on his face showed how much this decision pained him. But I must take care of the affairs of my kingdom myself, and that's what takes up the most of my time. But that's because of your way of governing. You always have to be on top of everyone, supervising them all the time. Look, appoint a couple of trusted spiders to make sure everything's going well and let them write reports. They can send them to your home and you can read them from here with the children. You can also appoint some representatives who can make minor decisions. That way, you can give everyone a little more autonomy and take some of the weight off your shoulders. But how am I going to find trustworthy people to give such responsibilities to? The last person I trusted betrayed me in the worst possible way. She lowered her head sadly, suddenly feeling like crying. It's a bet, Hornet. There's no way to know for sure who's trustworthy and who's not, but we can't condemn them all because of one person. If I acted like that, I wouldn't even have married you. Huh? Why? Have you already forgotten that you tried to kill me twice? Oh, that Hornet's face took on the color of her cape. I've also had other unpleasant experiences with spiders. Did they try to eat you? Not exactly, once during one of my trips I met an annoying legged spider that made my life impossible by trying to steal some things I had with me, in fact, it seemed to have a particular mania for woodlice. Hornet, is something wrong? No, nothing, love, you continue. Some old uncomfortable memories had surfaced in Hornet's mind. What I mean is, don't stop trusting people. Everyone is a different world. You'll find people who will help you turn Deep Nest into a prosperous place, and we'll find someone to leave the kids with from time to time. Speaking of the children, where are they? I left them with Henry. That. Hornet didn't wait for Quirrell to say anything else. She ran out of her office to find her kids and quickly found them in the main hall playing with Henry. The children seemed very entertained by him and were particularly interested in the scars on his paws and face, touching the injured skin over and over again, as if trying to understand why he looked that way. For his part, the arachnid sat still, letting them do whatever they wanted. The touch of the tiny paws was very soothing. But as soon as he saw the queen introduce herself, he gathered all his strength and stood up to give an awkward curtsy. "I appreciate the gesture, even in the deplorable condition you're in," Hornet responded formally. "How are you feeling? Have my children caused you any trouble?" "No, Sean Bunif Ninif." Hornet Quirrell appeared running. "Don't leave me behind, the children are fine, you see. We're talking about Henry, he was injured and sent to prison unjustly because of you, someone capable of such sacrifice has to be trustworthy." He wasn't entirely familiar with how to verify his gender. He'd read a couple of biology books before and according to them, his genitals should be hidden somewhere in his crotch, so he started touching there. A shiver ran through his body at the first touch. If his body's heightened sensitivity was already difficult to bear, touching there was an ordeal. But oddly, it wasn't an unpleasant sensation, just very intense. He took a deep breath and held it as he continued playing. He soon discovered that rubbing that area could produce different effects and that playing it the right way could be extremely pleasurable. He let out a moan and immediately brought his hand to his mouth, trying to muffle his voice. He was deeply embarrassed to have such sounds coming from him. What was happening? Why was she in this situation? Was this right? Why did it feel so good to touch there? Suddenly, the hand on her intimate area detected something emerging and her eyes widened in shock. "Ah." His brothers knocked on the closet door asking if everything was okay. "Yes, I think something came out of me, it's an elongated tubular organ." "An elongated pipe organ," Green repeated. "Oh, I saw that in a biology book, it must be a henis, henises are elongated and tubular." "A henis? So Hollow is a male. Just the gender he wants to be." The two containers banged on the door, urging their brother to come out so they could congratulate him. Hollow wasn't keen on going out, lest he be locked in that closet for the rest of the day. He was nervous, scared, and had no idea how the elongated tubular organ worked. It had hidden itself back inside his body, and he didn't know why. He assumed it was a response to his stress. Although he was grateful for it, he didn't like the idea of someone seeing that thing. With a flushed face, he slowly opened the door and was greeted by a pair of enthusiastic bin owners who hugged him and congratulated him repeatedly, but all he wanted to do was cry. Loomis was the first to notice his delicate condition. "What's up, Hollow?" "I'm afraid." "About what?" "About this change, I mean, this isn't normal, I'm not a shadow anymore, I don't have his abilities anymore, this weird sensitivity in my skin makes me uncomfortable, and this thing I have between my legs confuses me, and if I'm not a container anymore, then I'm not his brother anymore." "Where do you get such ridiculous ideas?" Loomis scolded him. "Of course you are our brother. You will always be our brother. It doesn't matter if you are a real bug or a container, we are united by an unbreakable bond." "Exactly, just because you're a normal creature doesn't mean things are going to change, we'll always love you, you're our brother." Thanks." Hollow hugged the containers, shedding a few tears. Knowing he was accepted calmed him down a bit, but it didn't make things easier. "And now what do I do?" "What do you mean?" "What I said. What do I do?" "Whatever you want, you can go eat something, or take a bath. True, you're grounded." "I think the punishment shouldn't run," said Green, "this is a special situation, you don't transform into a normal bug every day, Hollow should be allowed to go out and experiment with his new body." "You're right, go on Hollow, go outside for a while, we'll explain everything to Big." "Thanks, but I really don't know what I could do." "What do you mean you don't know what to do?" Green reproached him with his look. "How many of us haven't dreamed of a moment like this, of having a normal body and the possibility of exploring all the pleasures that life has to offer? Isn't there something you've always wanted to do? That wonder that every creature experiences at some point?" "You mean that?" "Yes, to that." After thinking about it for a moment, he agreed with his brother. It was his time. He was an adult now and had all the skills to perform all the activities of a normal creature, so he left the room fully determined to join the choir. Hollow ran through the corridors filled with excitement, or rather nervousness, he didn't know how to really feel, maybe he should be happy for the gift from the Lord of Shadows, but instead he was distressed, terrified and confused. It didn't take long for him to slow down until he stopped, the truth was he didn't know what he was doing, he looked at his feet and the rest of his body, at first glance he seemed the same as always, but everything was very different, now he had a voice and he wasn't a shadow, he would never float around again, eating would become a necessity for subsistence, and physical attacks could kill him. Besides having a voice, he saw no other advantages to being a real bug, and the heightened sensitivity of his body was driving him crazy. A wet sensation made him bring one of his hands to his face. Then he noticed he was crying, and his tears were as clear as water. In a way, it was beautiful, but that didn't make things better. He needed a hug urgently. What would hugs feel like now? He was about to leave in search of Ogrim or Big when a gloomy, silent creature appeared before him. Because he was concentrating on his thoughts, he was frightened when he saw it and was impressed by the sensation of having a heart beating in his chest, but he soon recovered and questioned the mysterious visitor. "It's you, did something happen to Alone?" As always when dealing with the inhabitants of resting lands, he didn't bother to say hello. Of course, the container didn't show any annoyance, although he did show a tiny bit of surprise upon hearing his brother's voice. However, he didn't give it much importance, approached him, and simply delivered a message that was as short as it was confusing. "It's in resting lands." "Who's in the restlands?" I wasn't in the mood to play detective, trying to figure out what they meant. "The Mantis." Orchid, in all the commotion, had completely forgotten about her. He mentally scolded himself for this. He'd be a terrible boyfriend if he could just throw her away so easily. He thanked his brother with a silent bow and turned away. His existential crisis could wait, the life of an innocent mantis was in danger. He had to find her before Big's guards and take her to safety, convince her that they weren't monsters, and then talk to the king so he would forgive her. All of that didn't sound easy, but he had to at least try, although he didn't know how he would make her listen to him if she thought he was a monster and didn't give him time to write. At that moment he realized his situation. Maybe this change wasn't so bad. He could force Orchid to listen to him, he would shout what he wanted to say, and everything would be fine. Maybe even knowing that he was a normal bug, she would finally accept him, and they could become a couple and have children. The truth is he didn't like the last thing at all, but she was determined to have them, and she preferred them to be hers than someone else's. At least she had the consolation that she didn't want them soon. She would have time to get used to the idea, or maybe even change her mind. Life and people were unpredictable. At the top of the holy fields, Orchid woke up after a restless sleep. Having no other place to take shelter, she had stayed at the seer's house. The shadows of the place had urged her to this, even leaving her some food there. It was not the best or the tastiest, but she gratefully accepted the offering. How Orchid regretted having said they were monsters. They were the most charming beings she had ever met, and there was no reason to fear them. As far as she remembered, she had never known any of them to attack someone without reason. Perhaps Big was the only exception, but he just wanted to protect his family and was afraid. Of course, hers was not the best reaction, but she was not sure if she in her situation would have done better. Now that she was awake and rested again, she was reunited with her loneliness and her dramas. What to do now? She was still as lost as she had been the day before. Weighing his options, his only option was to leave Hellenist, go to the surface, and wander the vast and dangerous territories at the mercy of bats and rats. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought, but he had to be brave and face his fears. He was about to embark on the greatest journey any mantis of his tribe had ever made. Besides, before even setting foot in Dirtmouth, he had to get there, and that was quite an achievement in itself. She didn't have enough money to pay for another ride on the deer trail. She'd have to make the journey on foot. But a mantis as tall and famous as her would be immediately recognizable. She'd already been the subject of many rumors and magazine articles. But perhaps all was not lost. A suitable disguise could help her go unnoticed. Perhaps she'd even be mistaken for a grasshopper or something similar, and there was plenty of fabric in that room that no one was wearing. She set about taking down some curtains and decorations from the place. Her former owner truly loved that particular style. With all the fabric she had, she could easily make a complete wardrobe, but she only needed one outfit, so she grabbed what she needed to start working. She wasn't a spider, she didn't know how to knit or sew, so whatever she was going to make wouldn't look very good, but that didn't matter. Even if she had to dress like a beggar, she would do it to survive. She cut some strips of fabric with her claws to tie and adjust the cloak she was making. Another shorter strip she would use for the hood. The result would be quite crude, but the idea was to stay covered. After a while of working, she was almost ready with her new outfit. All that was left was to try it on herself, but her time was running out. She perceived the sound of someone approaching. She immediately went on alert and gripped her fabric in fear. She hoped with all her might it was one of the shadows from the cemetery. Her breathing almost stopped as the footsteps drew closer. Her mind went blank and she trembled in anticipation of what was going to happen next. She screamed in terror as Hollow's head poked through the door and backed away until her back hit the wall. "Orchid, calm down," Hollow yelled at her. "No, don't hurt me, I don't want to die," squealed the mantis, letting tears fall. "I won't hurt you, don't worry," the knight approached cautiously, but that only made her more upset. "Don't come any closer." Calm down, I really won't hurt you." "No, you won't fool me." The desperate mantis grabbed her clothes and ran toward the exit, hoping to avoid Hollow and escape, but the knight was more skillful. He jumped on her and caught her by the waist. They both fell to the ground and a fight broke out. Orchid tried her best to break free from the knight while he tried to immobilize her so she would listen. The struggle was constant and the desperation was palpable as each used all their strength and ingenuity to achieve their goal. If it weren't for the fact that Orchid was crying and terrified, Hollow might have even considered it funny, but the situation was different. This wasn't a game. It was a matter of life or death. Finally, he decided to take a couple of pieces of cloth that Orchid had with her to tie her up. He didn't like having to do that, but the situation was desperate and the brutality was necessary. This time he used a more aggressive strategy, crushing the female's chest with his knee, gaining control of the situation. The pain he caused left her paralyzed. In any case, she wasn't making much of an effort. Orchid never attacked him with her claws. She didn't want to break his mask and make his shadow come out. She was afraid of seeing that again. Now she only wanted to escape alive. For Hollow it was very painful to have to do all of that, but he repeated over and over again that it was necessary. If he wanted to protect her, he needed her to listen to him. Finally he had the mantis completely immobilized, with its claws behind its back and its legs joined by a piece of cloth. By this point the Orchid was resigned. She just cried in silence, waiting for a blow that would end her life. The son of the Shadow's heart broke to see her like that. "Orchid honey, don't cry, I won't do anything to you." The mantis showed a hint of surprise. Before she thought she heard a young, male voice, but she believed it was her own idea. "Who are you talking? What is it, a trick or something?" "Ah, it's not a trick, it's more of a miracle. The Lord of Shadows has turned me into a real insect. Now we can be together." He caressed his beloved's face tenderly, but she rejected the gesture. "Don't fool me with stupid lies, you're a no, you're not a monster, you're just a failed experiment that isn't to blame for anything, but that can't aspire to be like the rest of us either." This time he gave her a pitying expression. "I'm sorry Hollow, I shouldn't have said something so cruel." "Don't worry, Orchid. You were scared, and all of this is a bit complicated to understand or explain. In fact I think you know more now. Alone gave me a book that explains everything. Now I know your story and I understand you better, that damned flirtatious worm." "Yes, you frivolous worm." It had been a long time since he had heard that expression, and it made him very nostalgic. "Well, anyway I'm glad I apologized before the end." She burst into tears again. "Thanks for everything Hollow, in a way I'm glad you're the last person I see, it makes this moment a little more bearable." "Hey, this almost feels like a goodbye. Oh no. Don't tell me you're sick and going to die." At that moment Orchid was very sorry for being tied up because she wanted so badly to hit him. "No, stupid. You're going to kill me. That's why you came, isn't it? To do your brother's bidding." "Oh that no, I'm not going to kill you, I don't want to, actually I'm here to save you from Big." "Huh? Why?" "Because I love you and because I believe in you." Color rose to her cheeks. She had already read those kinds of messages on her whiteboard, but hearing them from her own mouth felt different. The intonation of her voice made it more intense. But are you going to disobey your brother for me? He's your king." "I know, but kings make mistakes sometimes and need someone to talk some sense into them. That's my job." Big was scared, too scared, that's why he wanted to kill you without even giving you a chance to see reason, but just as I thought, you managed to understand everything. We're not monsters anymore. Yes. And I suppose you're not planning on telling us who we are, right?" At this last question, the most important one of all took on an unusually serious demeanor. "No, I'll keep the secret safe." As soon as Hollow heard a reply, he grabbed Orchid, hugged her, and kissed her. The mantis was shocked, not knowing how to react. It wasn't like she could do much while being tied up, but at least she could say she felt safe. The knight's arms calmed her and gave her a feeling of protection. Finally, after a long time, her anguish disappeared and she could allow herself to believe that everything would be okay. As long as he was by her side, nothing bad would happen to her. She deepened the kiss and voluntarily pressed herself against him, her tail instinctively twitching for attention, and she moaned in delight when she felt her lover's hand grip it firmly, but before anything else could happen, Hollow grabbed her shoulders and pulled her away from him. The knight was breathing heavily and his face was completely flushed. I'm sorry, I'm still not used to my new body. It's complicated." Orchid was amazed. She'd never seen Hollow like that, so excited, she couldn't help but think about how sensual he seemed. But he tried to stay focused on the situation and do the right thing. "Now we'll go back to the palace, I'll put you in a safe place and go talk to Big, I'll make him see reason and everything will be fine, then you can go back to Orchid please." The mantis was delighted with Hollow's new condition. It always frustrated her that while she had her head in a mess from her uncontrolled libido, he walked around feeling absolutely nothing, having superiority and control over her, but now it was different. They were equals. Both could be overcome by the desires of their bodies. So she indulged herself in playing with him, kissing his neck and burying her face under his cloak. Perhaps all this might seem like a shameless attitude, but she was already fed up with all the embarrassing situations he had put her through without realizing it, and she wanted a revenge. It was all a mix of feelings for Hollow. He was fascinated, embarrassed, and worried, but sanity prevailed and he pushed Orchid away from him. The lack of balance due to his bound limbs caused him to fall abruptly. While the fall hurt a little, the satisfaction of finally having embarrassed Hollow was greater. He even had the nerve to boast. It's not easy being a normal bug, right? Look, getting all worked up over such a small thing, a few simple touches are too much for you. How does it feel to be on my level now? Hollow. The creature covered its mouth and breathed heavily, all the while looking at her in a very special way, with passion and desire. She shuddered at this as a heat settled in the center of her tail. She looked down at that part of her body, fearing some unseemly reaction, and then noticed with horror that the cloth impregnated with vervella had fallen off. It had probably come loose during the fight, and her playfulness with Hollow had caused it to fall permanently. Now she was completely immobilized at the mercy of an extremely sensual man who desperately desired her. It was a dream and a nightmare all at once. What happened next was inevitable, and she wouldn't have complained about it if it weren't for one small detail. That was her last fertile day of the season. The pregnancy conflict. Only peace and tranquility reigned in the seer's former home, which at that moment was occupied by two lovers sleeping peacefully after the arduous task of conceiving a new life. Both rested, half-covered, embraced in a makeshift nest of fabrics and pillows. Unaware of everything around them, they were unaware of the chaos in the palace due to their absence, nor of how worried their relatives were, nor of the profound change their lives would undergo from that moment on. They slept filled with happiness, but like everything, that beautiful moment had to come to an end, and the first to emerge from her bubble of comfort was Orchid, who lazily opened her eyes. She felt heavy, but extremely satisfied, as if some long-standing longing or desire had finally been fulfilled. The pair of arms wrapped around her waist, and in her sleep, she simply turned around and hugged the man she was sharing her bed with. He nuzzled her neck in his sleep, making a very tender sound. I'm in heaven, Orchid thought. It was so wonderful to be cuddled by her lover. She loved it. She rubbed her tail against him, receiving a gentle caress in return that made her sigh. It would be best to calm down. If they continued like this, they'd end up repeating what they'd done last night. This was enough to wake her up at once, her eyes widened, and she abruptly moved away from Hollow, who opened his eyes disturbed by the Mantis's sudden movement. Good morning, Orchid. Hollow spoke, that was not a dream. The Lord of Shadows turned him into a normal insect and gave him all his characteristics, such as voice and reproductive organs, and they had copulated. The mantis stared in terror at her tail, which was undoubtedly slightly swollen and showed all the signs of a passionate encounter. Had that happened during her heat? Now that she noticed, she was no longer surrounded by the typical sweet scent of that state, and her mind felt clear, but when the act occurred, she had still been in her fertile period. It was the same pheromones that made them unite. Given the circumstances, she must be pregnant now. Orchid let out such a scream that Hollow thought he would go deaf, even the shadows that swarmed through the cemetery flew to hide in fear. Ah, what the hell is wrong with you, Orchid? He pointed at him with a trembling claw. We did it. Did we do it? Oh. That, yes, a soft blush settled on her face was nice. I don't give a shit if it was cute. We did it during my heat. Hollow, I'm pregnant. The realization of that reality left him frozen. Exactly what he didn't want, what he hadn't wanted for any reason, was now happening. He was going to be a father. Are you sure? There's no way. No. There are no exceptions to this. If you do this during heat, you'll inevitably get pregnant. Why, Hollow? Why did you do this to me? I didn't want to have children with you. This statement hurt him. He didn't want children either, but it bothered him that his complaint was only about having them with him, as if he were some kind of disgusting creature. There's no need to get so worked up, I'm sure I can produce healthy, beautiful children. Hollow half-breeds. You and I are of different species. Disgusting half-breeds. I'm going to be the mother of those abominations. This can't be happening to me. No. But there must be a solution. Yes, of course, it's very easy. When the eggs come out, I'll break them. No. Hollow screamed and lunged at Orchid, each of his hands gripping one of her claws, giving her a cold, resentful glare. But the mantis didn't flinch, nor did she let her mind wander into passionate fantasies. Now that her mating season was over, she was able to keep a cool head depending on the situation. Don't even think about laying a claw on those balls. Why? They're not bugs, they're just a bunch of protein contained in an oval receptacle. They won't suffer or anything. I will suffer seeing them broken. Do you want to be a father that badly? No. I don't want to, but I couldn't stand to see you kill them. They're not alive until they hatch. And neither you nor I want them. It's easier to get rid of them. But they are our responsibility, and they are also the fruit of our love. Please don't start with that sentimentality. Love isn't enough to raise a brood. She looked away, taking a distant attitude. And what else do you need? A nest. I can build one in the palace. Food. There's plenty. Opportunities. They have them all. Anyone willing to take care of them? I'm willing to do it. What's the cost to let them live? I'll raise them only if necessary. But they're hollow half-breeds. He shouted angrily now. And what's wrong with that? My sister is a mixed race, and she's one of the coolest people I know. My nephews are mixed race and they're adorable. There's nothing wrong with them despite their species. Would you kill them for who they are too? They already exist and there's nothing we can do about it, but I don't want to be responsible for the birth of other hybrids, creatures that, if they reproduce, could contaminate the species. Hollow tightened his grip in fury at Orchid's words, but she remained stoic without a single whimper. If the father of these eggs was a purebred mantis, would you let them live? Of course. You're cruel. He finally let go of the mantis and stepped away from it, as if he were touching a filthy foul-smelling creature, tears of rage falling from his face, as the mantis did its best to maintain its cool, strong stance. You're just like my father. Hollow shouted. What are you talking about? You're going to throw away some poor innocent children just because they're useless in your eyes. What? Hey, it's not the same, Hollow. You and your siblings are different. Yes, we had even less right to live, we weren't normal, we were strange things, but these children, what's wrong with them? Their mixed race Orchidia's wall of coldness was beginning to crack. And? They're bad, they're bugs that. They're bugs, what's wrong with them? They're not necessarily weak, they're not necessarily evil, or sick, or harmful. What's the problem? What bad thing have you seen in them? I don't, but it's what they always told me to believe. Orchid's convictions crumbled and she lowered her head in defeat, her expression so sad that even Hollow was moved in his anger. They always told me I should find a powerful mantis to bear my children, that it was better not to have offspring than to fail to fulfill that mandate, that it would be a shame and a dishonor if I didn't, and now. He clenched his fists and hit the ground. He wasn't going to cry, he was capable of holding it back now, but he still had the desire. I have dishonored you, I have failed, I have done what I should never have done, I have sinned, I am trash, She couldn't continue because Hollow's embrace interrupted her. The knight held her close to his body and rubbed her back tenderly. Orchid, you haven't done anything wrong, they are wrong, there is nothing wrong with bringing a mixed-race child into the world and the boy or girl can be happy regardless of their species. But. Also, think about this. The Lord of Shadows turned me into a real creature so I could be with you. He himself told me I was your gift. If you take this into account, we can say that he agrees with our union, and if a god blesses us, what does it matter what mortals say? Faced with such an argument, Orchid had no way to reply, she simply buried her head in Hollow's neck and hugged him. In the end, the makeshift clothes that Orchid had made turned out to be useful. With the time that had passed, the order to arrest her had already spread throughout the kingdom, and if they wanted to reach the castle without incident, hiding the mantis was necessary. Thus, dressed in that improvised disguise, the lord posed as a grasshopper and, together with the knight, arrived at the palace gates. At that point, her identity could no longer be hidden, for although she was escorted by the captain of the royal guard, for security reasons, it was necessary to keep a record of everyone who entered the palace. When the mantis removed its hood and revealed who it was, the guards approached Hollow with a questioning attitude. They had orders to eliminate it, but it was clear that the knight would not allow anyone to lay a finger on him, and everyone knew of his strength, so no one wanted to face him if they could avoid it. I'll take responsibility for this mantis's life. Both guards were surprised to hear Hollow's voice. I'll take her to her room and go speak to the king. Woe to you if anything happens to her while I'm gone. This last statement was accompanied by such a tone of threat that the bugs shuddered in their places and nodded obediently, letting them pass. Hollow left Orchid in her room, which fortunately hadn't been vacated yet. The few belongings of its occupant were still there, the lord's crown, the royal mantle, his spear and the tick-tick stuffed animal. As soon as the lady entered, she took her toy and hugged it, then sat on the bed and gave the gentleman a pleading look, who came closer to caress her face, seeking to comfort her. Calm down, Orchid, I'll fix this mess. You'll see, everything will be fine. Big will come to his senses, and we'll go back to the same peaceful life we had before, I promise. Just trust me. It's not like I have any other choice, Orchid lamented. Running away is no longer an option for me. I couldn't survive the pregnancy alone. What are you talking about? I'll tell you later, now go with your brother. When Hollow left, he found a pair of guards at the door of the room. They didn't seem to have any intention of entering to take care of the mantis, but just in case he gave them one last warning look, whoever dared to touch his lady would pay dearly. After a few minutes of walking, he arrived at his brother's office. He'd undoubtedly be there at that hour, doing paperwork and reading reports. A terrible nervousness gripped him. He was sure Big would be angry that he'd left while he was being punished. He'd also be furious when he found out he'd spared the mantis. Perhaps things would get worse when he told him he was pregnant. Now he was scared to death, but he took it upon himself to knock on the door. As soon as he heard it come in he entered, only to find that Big wasn't alone. Hornet was there with him. He almost wanted to run away, especially seeing the piercing look that both gave him. Hello, Big growled. Ho ho hello. Then followed a short pause, none of them knowing what to say in surprise at hearing his voice. Oh Hollow, are you talking? Hornet exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah, well, these last few hours have been crazy. So what Green said about the Shadow Lord's miracle is true. Big stood up and approached his brother to examine him better. You're a normal bug now, not a shadow. He opened his cloak, revealing his black skin. Your body has changed. He brushed his hand against Hollow's belly and he immediately squealed and moved away from him. No, don't do that, I'm not used to it yet and it feels weird. Now you're a normal insect, Big repeated. And as such a sinister smile appeared on his face. You're ticklish. As soon as he guessed the Hollow King's intentions, he tried to escape, but he was too fast and too close. He grabbed him and rubbed his belly, making him laugh uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, no, ha 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 ha, Big, please, ha 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 ha, enough ha 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 ha. You need an exemplary punishment. Don't go out again when you're grounded. Besides, you didn't tell anyone where you were going. You don't know how worried I was about you. Hollow's punishment lasted a few more moments until Hornet herself decided to put an end to it. That's enough. Act like the adults you are. And have some dignity, please. Big, you're the king, you can't do such childish things. The same goes for you, Hollow. You're the captain of the Royal Guard. The door is locked, no one needs to know. Big finally released his brother and let him breathe. Hollow gasped as he tried to regain his composure. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry you. Well, anyway, since Big took it upon himself to teach you a lesson, I'll let it go. Now I'd like you to explain to me. How come you're talking? Green and Luma said something about a miracle from the Shadow Lord. That's what happened, I fell asleep and dreamed of our Lord. He said he was going to grant a miracle, and when I woke up, it was normal. My shell is now naturally hard, my head is attached to my body, I can talk like everyone else, and I have a hennis. A hornet hennis. Yes, I get it, Hornet visibly embarrassed. Don't repeat it so much. Normal people don't go around talking about their hennises. Those are private things. Okay. What am I going to do now? The Spider Queen covered her face and began pacing around the room, making it clear that she was worried. Suddenly my brother turns into a normal bug and has no idea how to be one, and with his lack of common sense, he's sure to cause a disaster. Why, Shadow Lord? Why? A shiver ran down the spider's spine, and when he turned to look, he found a painting hanging in the office. It depicted the Lord of Shadows in all his splendor. Normally, that painting portrayed the deity as terrifying, but he swore that now he saw a mocking expression in his 8 children. He shook his head, trying to convince himself that they were just his own ideas, before turning back to his brother. Look Hollow, this transformation is something very important and many things will change for you, from the fact that now you will have to take more care of your diet, to the fact that your way of relating to others will be different. Now you could get sick if you are not careful. You will have to be aware of the needs of your body and be responsible with it. Besides that, oh no. Hornet again put her hands to her face as she paced around the room. No. What's wrong, Hornet? Big asked worriedly. I was prepared to talk about sexual responsibility with my children someday, but not with you. Sexual responsibility? Hollow repeated nervously. Of course, there are a few things you should know before even thinking about having a girlfriend, Hollow, at least until I finish teaching you. Please do not approach any female. Why do you say that? Look, it's not that terrible either, I just wouldn't want you to accidentally get some girl pregnant. Accidentally pregnant? Hornet, I think there are a couple of things you should know. Something in his brother's tone of voice set Hornet on alert. His eyes grew so cold that a chill ran down the knight's spine. What did you do, Hollow? It wasn't my fault. Well, sort of, but it was an accident, we couldn't avoid it, the pheromones were too strong. Hollow, don't tell me who did you do it with? Orchid? Not even hours, Hollow. You haven't been normal for hours and you've already impregnated a female. I'm going to kill you. That seemed like a figurative statement, but in reality it was more literal than expected. Hornet took out her needle and immediately attacked her brother, who blocked the thrust as best he could and then tried to escape from it. Please, Hornet. We can talk about it. Talk to my needle. Do you intend to leave a brood without a father? No, I just want to beat you up so you'll think twice before having another one. The chase lasted a few minutes, during which Hornet managed to land a few hits, but not enough to be satisfied. She was furious that Hollow had been so irresponsible. She had planned her own family so carefully, and this idiot had accidentally had them. The racket they made threatened to destroy the integrity of Big's office, so he decided to end the whole conflict, waited for the right moment and caught the Spider Queen, raised her to a certain height and let her wriggle around until she tired and was ready to talk civilly. Let me go, Big. I still haven't hit him hard enough. You'll hit him later, now we have other matters to discuss. Hey. Hollow complained. If you got Orchid pregnant, that means you managed to find her. Where is she? He felt distressed again, but he remained firm and determined. Before we talk about that, I want to make it clear that Orchid is willing to keep our secret. Alone gave her a book that told the entire history of the kingdom, and thanks to that, she now understands us and is willing to accept us even if we are shadows, so there's no need to eliminate her anymore. Are you willing to trust her, Hollow? Her sister asked. She promised she wouldn't say anything, and I believe her. And where is it? Big asked again. But you won't hurt him, right? Tell me where it is. She really wants to cooperate. Hollow. The knight tightened his grip on his stinger. If Big intended to harm his mate, he wouldn't hesitate to fight him. He didn't care if he was his brother or his king. Now he's in his room, the same one he's used since he arrived. As soon as he answered the question, Big left his sister on the floor and practically teleported out of his office to head for the Mantis's room. Hollow, meanwhile, darted off in pursuit. Who would reach the Mantis first? Orchid, meanwhile, was in her room playing with her stuffed animal, trying to distract herself. The wait seemed eternal, and the uncertainty was overwhelming. She had to trust Hollow, but it was difficult. The situation was extremely delicate. There was a chance they wouldn't believe her and might simply consider it best to eliminate her, even though she was pregnant. At least she had the consolation that if they killed her, she wouldn't have to witness the birth of her half-breeds. That matter had her very upset. He sighed and lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling. How long would their meeting take? Were they fighting or something? He hoped they'd finish soon. He was getting hungry. Suddenly the door to his room opened loudly, eliciting a small cry of fear from him. As soon as he laid eyes on the entrance, he saw the king of Hellenist standing tall with a fierce expression on his face. The thought that she was going to be assassinated invaded all of Orchid's reasoning. The king was a superior and immortal force against which she could not fight. She would die at that very moment, but if that was how things were, she would face her destiny with aplomb. She sat down in a proud attitude, hardened her face without revealing even a hint of emotion, closed her eyes and resigned herself. But instead of a fatal stab that would end his life, what he received was a hug. Thank you, Orchid, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What? No, weren't you going to kill me? Why would I do that? You already promised you wouldn't tell our secret and I believe you. Besides, you're pregnant. It would be a crime to murder a pregnant woman. At that moment, Hollow arrived, scared to death, his heart jumping in his chest with such force that he could already feel it in his throat, and when he saw his partner safe in his brother's arms, he fell to his knees and sighed in relief. He was already expecting to find a bloody scene worthy of a horror movie, but everything was fine. Orchid was still alive, and Big had accepted her. Now he could breathe easy and afford to get angry. Big. Why didn't you tell me you forgave her and that you just wanted to hug her? You don't know how worried I was. You didn't deserve it, Big growled, releasing the female. You've been very bad. You skipped your punishment, you didn't tell anyone where you were going, and you irresponsibly got Orchid pregnant. Please, I've been punished enough. I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong, but stop it. He stood up and walked toward the king. It's okay, Hollow, you're forgiven. I couldn't be angry with you, not after the precious gift you've given me. Biffed. Big again wrapped Orchid in a hug, but this time he included Hollow. Yes, a gift, the most wonderful one you could give me. Now, at last, Heart of Hellenist will have an official heir. What? Orchid squealed. Expecting. The news of Orchid's future eggs and a possible heir for Hellenist didn't catch the castle staff as unprepared as might have been expected, given the enormous amount of rumors circulating on the subject. Many took the possibility of these children being born as such a reality that they went to the trouble of making preparations, such as setting up a room and buying a crib. Ironically, that lie turned out to be true, and everything they did was very useful. Even Big congratulated them on their efficiency. Now the castle was shining with joy, and the babies were the main topic of conversation. How many would there be? What would they be like? What criteria would they use to choose the heir? Only time would tell. But amid all this rejoicing, there was one who didn't seem happy about it all, and it was the mother of the eggs herself. Even though they'd told her everything was fine, that they accepted her, that they'd take care of her, and that there was nothing wrong with what she'd done, it was very difficult for her to accept her situation and what she was carrying inside. She barely paid attention to her surroundings. She just stared like a zombie at the beautiful room they'd prepared for her and lay down on the enormous bed without saying a word. She didn't know what to do. It seemed incredible to her that everyone was happy when she felt miserable. Everything was wrong for her, from the toys that decorated the room to the beautiful crib that occupied the center stage of the entire arrangement. Orchid closed her eyes and in her imagination, she could see that crib full of horrible monsters begging for food and calling her mom. When she opened them again, she just wanted to cry and tear out her insides, but obviously that was beyond all possibility. Hornet, although she wasn't at all happy with the news that she was going to be an aunt, gave them her full support, not that she had any other option either. She offered them the services of the midwife, but Big opted to hire a doctor from the city, a cricket who had quite a good reputation. The insect accepted the job with enthusiasm and great pride. Serving the royal family and caring for the mother of the heir to the throne was a dream come true. She would become very famous and jobs would surely pour in. But all her optimism died as soon as she saw the expectant mother. As far as she could remember, she had never seen a pregnant woman so desolate. Even the females who didn't want children looked more content and resigned than this mantis. Her situation almost made her fear the circumstances of this pregnancy. Had she been forced to conceive? She was horrified to think about this, but it was the royal family. Even if that had been the case, there was nothing she could do. So she simply sighed and did her job. Outside the mantis room, Hollow and the king waited anxiously for the doctor, one of them looking worried and the other beaming with joy. They were like two sides of the same coin, but it didn't take long for their expressions to become uniform when they saw the cricket come out, her face announcing without words that things weren't very good. Is something wrong with Orchid? Big was the first to speak. Well, it's not very good in many ways. She took a deep breath to speak. She was a little scared of having to give bad news. Even though everyone said that Big was a very kind king, she was still afraid of unleashing her anger. She wasn't prepared to face pregnancy. Did she have an accident where she lost blood recently? Accident? No. Well, it wasn't exactly an accident, but he did experience a situation like that. Big looked at his brother in confusion. Remember when he faced a hunter? He was in really bad shape, almost died, and lost a lot of blood just when he was recovering from that other time when he tried to kill himself. That conversation alone was enough to stress the doctor. The baby's mother had suicidal tendencies, the situation was extremely delicate. The pregnant man wouldn't survive if he tried anything crazy. In fact, even without taking any self-destructive action, he was already in some danger. This is bad. Both males urged her to continue. Let's see, normally, females prepare before conceiving. Producing eggs consumes a lot of energy and vitamins. Orchid didn't have this prior preparation. In fact, she was worse than normal. Her lack of blood was noticeable. To make matters worse, mantises are among the species that expend the most energy during their pregnancy and need a huge amount of food to avoid dying before laying eggs. Extreme cases have been reported in which females even devour the father of their young to survive the pregnancy. A chill ran down the spine of both males. What he was telling them was grim and terrible. Will she be okay? Won't she eat anyone? Hollow asked fearfully. If you don't force her to do it, of course not. I doubt you'll run out of food to give her here. Just make sure she doesn't go hungry and everything will be fine. Let her eat as much as she wants, as many times as she wants. Although I will write you a list of foods she should eat in larger quantities than others. With those few precautions, she should be fine. Thank you very much, we'll take care of that matter. Yes, there is another thing that worries me. He paused for too long for his listeners. I think her mental state is more serious than her physical state. Orchid is extremely depressed, she doesn't seem to want to be a mother or even to live. I fear that if her depression continues, she won't eat well, and if that happens, not only will she not be able to lay eggs, she'll lose her life before she manages to. That news was devastating. Losing that clutch, and especially Orchid, was a nightmare. But what could they do? How could they cheer up a mantis that believed it had failed in its duty in life? Meanwhile, inside the room, the former lord lay crying again. She didn't want to see the crib or the toys, nor did she want to hear about doctors or checkups. She just wanted to die. Something that had once seemed so desirable was now horror. She had dreamed of motherhood before, of what her children would look like, but now the thought of it terrified her. She was more afraid than she had ever been. What would her sisters think of her? And now that he remembered them, how were they? Given how close the mantis community was, he couldn't even hope to hear from them. All he could do was hope that everything was okay. In fungal wastes, the results of the reproductive season were already becoming noticeable. Numerous males and females roamed the territory looking for prey to help feed their mates, sisters, cousins, or aunts. Only one female from each family was allowed to conceive each year, ensuring a good diet and healthy offspring. Even in lean years, no one had children. Reproduction was a very complicated issue for the mantises, and they treated it with caution. But this year, there was plenty of game, so the future looked promising, with many offspring that year. Among the expectant mothers was Lavender, who, due to her condition, had now had to reduce her hunting routines and demean herself to being fed by her sister and her mate. Something like that was considered shameful, but forgivable and acceptable for pregnant females. The Lord was now at home waiting for Lily and Tash to return. Her tail had grown quite large and was beginning to become a nuisance. She could still wander around, but she knew that soon her size, weight, and exhaustion would be such that she would no longer be able to leave the house. That was the heavy burden that fell to the females. She accepted it with resignation, but it was still a nuisance. Her antennae soon detected the presence of those she had been waiting for. Lily and Tash entered the room, each carrying a basket of food, which they quickly offered to the female. Lavender gladly accepted the food and quickly devoured it. That was another annoying aspect of her condition. The constant hunger. Fortunately, this problem diminished as the egg-laying date approached. "Oh, what an appetite, sister, anyone would say you'd lay a dozen eggs," Lirio joked. "Who knows, it could be," Tash said with a boastful attitude. "Don't get your hopes up too much," Lavender maintained her serious and calm demeanor, as always. On average, a female lays between 3 and 5 eggs, sometimes 6, and in very rare cases, 7. We're not flyworms who want to fill ourselves with babies. Anyway, caring for more than 6 children would be a problem. "Lavender, we were just joking, you don't have to take everything so seriously." "Ah, sorry Lily, you know I don't usually get jokes." "Yes, I know, I've known you all my life, you're a terrible sister. Do you remember that time when—" "Is there anything new in the village?" her sister interrupted. "No, everything is fine, nothing strange." "Are you sure? Haven't you heard any strange rumors? Anything I should know?" "No, nothing." Lirio felt intimidated at that moment, Lavanda's eyes were like 2 knives piercing her. "Just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean I have to abandon all my duties as a lord. If there's anything I need to take care of, I will. Don't worry, everything's fine. Just rest. You'll have a lot to do with your kids later. Don't you want to get some sleep?" Tash tried to lighten the mood, which seemed to work. "Maybe it's a good idea, but again, if there's anything I need to know, tell me." "We will, Lavender, don't worry, just rest," Lirio concluded, leaving the room with the mail. Once outside, they removed the facade of calm and joy they had put up so as not to worry the Lord. They remained silent for a moment as they moved far enough away so that no one could hear them. "Lavender already suspects something," Tash said. It was impossible for her not to notice. The news is already too widespread and she was always the most perceptive of us. Damn. She can't even wait for her babies in peace. This was supposed to be a happy time for her. If only Orchid hadn't left. Don't talk about that coward, she abandoned her sister at a crucial moment just to save herself, what trash. It was truly a blow to us. I didn't expect him to return with any decent prey, but at least I assumed he would return, and even if he wasn't up to Lord standards, he could have at least helped us with this. After all, even if his mind had become weak, his body was still powerful. Sometimes exceptions can be made, and a mantis can be spared if necessary. It's weird hearing you talk like that, Lirio. I've never told anyone but it hurt to lose my brother, losing a sister hurts even more. Oh, Tash was so surprised he didn't know what to say. Don't keep quiet. Sorry, I just can't believe what you're saying. I almost don't believe it either, but this situation is pushing me to my limit. I don't want to lose my remaining family, but from what I can see, the rebel uprising is already impossible to stop and they'll surely attack after my sister lays her eggs. Without Orchid, it will be difficult to repel their attack alone. But you're not alone, Tash quickly exclaimed. I am loyal to you and will defend you with my life. And just like me, there are many who support you. Together we will overcome and maintain power. She waved her claws to emphasize her words. I appreciate it, Tash. He sighed and turned his eyes to the sky. Even so, fighting against my people is not something I find pleasant. If it were up to me, I would prefer to avoid a civil war, especially with so many newborn babies. It was a new day for Orchid, a new and tortuous day where she wouldn't stop mortifying herself for what she had done. She felt weak, which was logical considering how little she had eaten, but in truth, she wasn't hungry. If she had taken a bite it was to calm Hollow and Big's tears. She felt horrible for making them suffer like that, but with luck, she was able to deal with her own pain. How to move forward after failing in life. How to rejoice at the birth of beings that shouldn't exist. She tried to tell herself that everything was fine, that her children would be loved, but it sounded like a lie to herself. What mortified her most was thinking about what other Mantises would say about her. Trash, traitor, degenerate, dirty and a long list of insults echoed in her mind. She could still remember the looks of contempt that the males of Green Lands gave her. From being the admired and respected lord, she was reduced to scum, and just for that she promised herself never to step foot in that territory again. She didn't want to endure that again. But the monotony of her existence was beginning to overwhelm her. Mantises were not made to remain idle, not even at their worst, and this was Orchid's limit. She needed to do something, although she wasn't sure what. She didn't have the energy to do anything grandiose or risky. What chance did she have? An idea crossed her mind, something stupid and dangerous, but necessary, or at least that's how she saw it. She got out of bed slowly. The weakness in her legs was noticeable, and even after lying there for so long, she felt tired, more tired than she'd ever been. She staggered to the exit door and took one last look at the room she was leaving behind. It was so beautiful and so sad. The staff had worked so hard to prepare it for her, but she couldn't appreciate it. Sadness was eating at her. Orchid kept the clothes she made from the fabrics in the seer's house just because she thought she'd need them later. It was a wise decision, as they allowed her to camouflage her presence during her escape from the castle and her subsequent journey through the City of Tears. Taking advantage of her hunter's stealth, she evaded every pair of eyes that could have alerted her to her escape, thus reaching her destination while remaining anonymous. It took him much longer than usual to reach his goal. His weakness made it difficult for him to walk, so his progress was extremely slow. But he didn't care. He had plenty of time and a lot of perseverance. Thus, almost fainting, he reached a certain apartment where he had previously had a rather unpleasant encounter with another mantis. She didn't know what to expect from this encounter. Would they slam the door in her face? Would he insult her? Or perhaps would he try to kill her? Whatever the outcome, she was willing to accept it bravely. In reality, she desperately needed the approval or rejection of another mantis, so she wouldn't continue wandering in a limbo of insecurity. She knocked on the door, and while she waited for someone to answer her, the weakness in her body became so strong that when Sharpie opened the door, she had to take Orchid in her arms, who collapsed right there. The editor treated her as best she could, not quite knowing what was wrong with her, although her problem was more than obvious. The swelling of her tail betrayed her condition, and the dullness of her shell indicated her lack of food. She laid her on the sofa in her living room and gave her a little honey with water, nothing better to give her energy than a burst of sugar and sweetness. Her plan paid off, as Orchid reacted quickly. "Orchid, are you okay? Hello?" "Sharpie, I'm sorry," she burst into tears at that very moment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Shhhh, calm down now, everything is fine, I'm here, drink some more fresh water, you need it." But Sharpie didn't let her speak and shoved the bottle of honey water in her mouth. She had no choice but to swallow. That stuff tastes good. "Sure, it's honey. Look, I have salad and some meat with bread. What would you like to try first?" "Nothing, I don't feel like eating, I've done something terrible." Sharpie ignored her again and put a meatloaf in her mouth. "Sorry if I don't have anything more elaborate, but I didn't have time to prepare much. I can add mushroom sauce if you want, or hot sauce, although you might not like that one very much." Forced by Sharpie, Orchid had to eat the bread. When she finally finished, she thought she could speak, but the female quickly gave her a bite of salad without asking anything. "Eat and don't talk. Pregnant females need to be well fed. Those offspring require all the nutrients possible to be healthy. Do you know about my condition?" he asked as soon as he could. "Of course, it's too obvious," she sighed sadly. "You must have been through some horrible times, being so alone at a time like this." Her claws gripped the glass where she was pouring some mead for herself with such force that it cracked. "Who is the father?" Hollow tears made their way down her face again. "Damn it." He threw the glass to the floor and it shattered with a loud crash. How could he? I never thought he'd be that kind of person. Abandoning a pregnant female, damn bastard. What? No. He didn't do that. So why are you here in such a state? You look like you haven't eaten in days. I haven't really wanted to eat. Because my children will be mixed breeds. She was somewhat surprised that Sharpie was angrier at the idea of Hollow abandoning her than at having children with him. And I'm going to have mixed race children. So? I don't understand the problem. Half-breeds. Horrible half-breeds. Oh, come on, Hollow is handsome, and while you're not exactly a magazine cutie, you're not bad at all. You could certainly seduce a few men with ease. If one turns out ugly, well, that's bad luck, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm not talking about beauty, Sharpie." He sighed reluctantly. No mantis wants to have mixed breed children. Mixing their blood with that of another species would only produce monsters, perhaps beasts incompatible with life, or weak or very dependent creatures. And oh, Orchid, is that the whole problem? Is that the only reason you're risking your life and the lives of your children? You idiot, stop thinking about that stuff. You'll have healthy, strong children. But shut up and eat more bread. This is unbelievable, all this fuss just about having mixed-race children. The mantis snorted and went to clean up the remains of the broken glass, all the while she kept grumbling, and when she finished, she walked over to a stool that was next to a blank canvas. Before Orchid arrived, she was about to start painting a picture. "And so? It's my hobby. I can't just sit still and do nothing. I tend to have a busy schedule between work, hanging out with friends, and training, but I still make time to paint something every now and then. Sometimes you just need a more peaceful activity." Sharpie took his brush and looked at the blank canvas, wondering what to fill it with. After Orchid's arrival, he had lost all inspiration and had even forgotten what he had originally wanted to paint. "Sharpie, aren't you mad that I'm having kids with a bug that isn't a mantis? I'm angry that you're so stupid as to think that's a bad thing. The mantis should hate half-breeds. Why aren't you like that?" Well, he turned his back on her, embarrassed to look at her as he gave his answer. "I guess because of all the romance novels I've read. That Well, I know most of those books are lies made for dreaming, idyllic loves that are unreal and never happen, but some of them tell more than just a fantasy. They deliver a message or something more, something that at least makes you think or makes you consider things from another point of view. I've thought a lot, and I haven't only read romance novels. I also read scientific articles, news, opinion columns, and all kinds of things that can enrich my intellect. And after reading so many things and comparing opinions and facts, I came to the conclusion that the existence of mestizos doesn't pose a problem for the world, so we can leave them alone. Even if some are too weak or incompatible with life, the world itself will decide their fate. We just have to give them the chance to prove their worth. But your opinion is an isolated one, other Mantises. Oh yeah, I won't deny that. An idea crossed Sharpie's mind. He already knew what to paint. Many Mantises won't accept your children, but some will. I have a friend who had children with a grasshopper. They both live in the Mantis community of Greenlands. They've had some problems because of it. They suffer rejection and indifference from some of their neighbors, but others accept them without problems. There are all kinds of people in the world, and well, you can't please everyone, but it's alright because you'll always find someone who supports you. Surround yourself with those people and everything will work out. How does Hollow handle the children thing? He wants to have them. In fact, he went mad with rage when I said I wanted to break the eggs. He even said he was willing to raise them alone if necessary. Oh my worm Orchid, hold on to that boy and don't let go, he's worth his weight in gold. I don't know, his lack of common sense worries me and is somewhat immature. Well, it's understandable, he's quite young, really. It's almost a shame he's becoming a father so young. He didn't have much time to enjoy his freedom. A pang of guilt struck Orchid and Sharpie noticed it immediately. Don't take it so personally. Only % of the responsibility is yours. I think this was very hasty. Maybe we shouldn't have. Maybe, but it's done, all that's left is to accept responsibility and move on. Anyway, even if this all happened by accident, it doesn't have to end badly. You love each other, right? He loves me and I think She remembered his face, his smile, his tender gestures, his clumsiness and successes, every beautiful thing he did for her, the moments they spent together exploring Hellenist, his manly and fierce figure when he fought, the power he displayed when he defended her from the hunter, the tears he shed when he thought he was losing her, the tenderness with which he caressed her, and the passion with which he took her when they finally did. I love him. Okay, that's the first thing. The second is having the courage and determination to stay with him, because no matter how much you love him, he'll make you angry more than once, and you'll probably think about breaking up with him plenty of times. No matter how much you love him, relationships don't work out without tolerance, communication, and courage. It's never easy. Only in books do things seem perfect and problem-free, but if neither of you lets your guard down or gives up, you'll surely be able to stay together for a long time. Thanks, Sharpie, Orchid whimpered as she ate the last of the meatloaf, already eyeing the salad with greedy eyes. And what do you think your children will be like? Ugh, it's good that the idea of someone being mixed race doesn't seem so terrible to me anymore, but I don't want to think about what they look like either. Well, I think something nice could come out of it. How about a boy who's almost completely mantis-like, who has his little claws, his antennae, but also horns? Yes, he could have 3 horns pointing backwards. She made a couple of strong brushstrokes on her canvas. His favorite color will be green, and he'll like thick clothing. She stepped back for a moment to contemplate her work and let out a giggle. Yes, I love it. Now you could perhaps have a girl who looks more like her father with 2 little horns on the sides of her head, but with a mantis tail, although not as much of a mantis because she wouldn't have claws. Yes, I like it, an elegant and quiet girl, a delight. Suddenly Orchid was tempted to go see Sharpie's play, but she would finish her salad first. A third half-breed could also be born, one without antennae but with 4 little horns, with somewhat eccentric tastes, with enormous and strong claws, a handsome and charming boy that all the girls will want, even if he is a half-breed. It would be very interesting. She gave a few more brushstrokes and contemplated her work thoughtfully, but not all of them have to be half-breeds. You could have one more similar to his father, but with more horns perhaps. Yes, horns are pretty. He could have many horns, as if forming a crown. Perfect. Look at this, Orchid. Drawing made by. The mantis looked at the painting in wonder. She had portrayed in a very creative and beautiful way what the mantis and shadowchild hybrids could look like, and she had to admit that she really liked the result. What do you think? Wouldn't you like to have a child like one of these? The truth is they are very pretty. You paint very well. Of course, I took classes with Master Shio himself, and according to him, I'm one of his best students, she said with absolute pride. So, are you feeling better now? Yes, quite a lot, thanks Sharpie. It's nothing, it's a pleasure to help a fellow member of our species. If you need anything else, let me know. And if Hollow gets bored of you and decides to abandon you and the babies, let me know. I'll give him a beating he won't forget. It's fine if he doesn't want to be your mate anymore, but children are a different story. So don't worry, he seems very involved in this whole father thing, and besides, Big wouldn't let him abandon us, especially considering he's already decided that one of these offspring will be the next heir to Hellenist. Sharpie remained silent for a few moments trying to process what he had just heard. He heir the heir of Hellenist. Or do you know that your offspring will be princes and princesses? Oh, worm. I just attended to the mother of the royal family. That is quite an honor. Sharpie. Come on, Orchid, it's time for you to go home. What you're carrying inside is a very precious burden and must be protected at all costs. Come on, let's go. In the end, Sharpie accompanied her to the deer station to make sure she was safe. From there to the castle, although the road was long, there was nothing dangerous to worry about. Even at this point, she didn't even bother to hide her identity. She walked with her face uncovered through the palace grounds, letting the guards see her and alert them of her presence. Thanks to this, when she finally arrived at the palace gates, Big and Hollow were there waiting for her with worried faces. She didn't tell anyone where she was going or when she would return, so they had reason to be upset. As soon as they saw her arrive safe and sound, they sighed with relief and ran to hug her. Orchid. They shouted in unison. Ah. We were so worried about you, we thought you'd gone off somewhere to die, Hollow sobbed. We were desperately looking for you. Don't do this to us again. I mean, it's okay if you want to go out. But please let us know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry you, I just went to see a friend, I needed to talk to someone. Okay, if talking to your friend makes you feel better, we're happy. Hollow hugged her tighter and rubbed her face against her cheek tenderly. Where did you go? You haven't eaten well for several days. I suppose you didn't overexert yourself and go very far, right? Sort of, I went to see Sharpie in City of Tears. That's far away. Big's expression was serious. Did nothing happen to you along the way? Orchid didn't want to worry them by telling them that she had fainted upon arrival. She preferred to lie. Everything's fine, I ate something there and I feel better now, Sharpie took very good care of me. Did you eat? Hollow asked in surprise. How much did you eat? Meat loaves, a full bowl of salad, and a bottle of mead. Both males were perplexed by her statement. Wow, I guess you're not hungry anymore after that. Oh well, I got a little hungry on the way here, he was embarrassed to say. I was wondering if I could have a little snack before bed. It's late though, so I don't want to disturb you. Oh no, it's no bother, Big interrupted. The doctor said you should eat whatever you want, so if you're hungry, you'll have to eat. Come on, Orchid, we'll have dinner together, Hollow told her. The mantis sighed with pleasure, she hadn't felt this happy in a long time, it was so beautiful to know she was loved, she adored her new family. A few days later, when Sharpie returned to her apartment after a hard day's work, she found a huge bouquet of flowers and a box of groceries waiting for her. She received the gifts with surprise, and when she read the card, a smile spread across her face. Thank you for caring for and encouraging Orchid, you've been a great help, please accept this gift. Sincerely, Big, King of Heart of Hellenist. Sharpie was happy that his king was such a thoughtful and caring person. Well, now we can finally say that Orchid's heart is healthy. All that's left for her to do is eat a lot and wait for her eggs to lay. Now for an interesting fact. Welcome to the family. It had been an exhausting day for Hollow. Normally, his job as captain of the Royal Guard didn't involve much stress. Directing and organizing shifts, maintaining discipline among the staff, taking charge of some problematic elements, and supervising training wasn't difficult or requiring too much common sense. It was more a matter of patience and discipline, qualities he possessed thanks to his upbringing as Hornet. Even when he had to fight some ruffian himself, he remained calm and even enjoyed the fight, but now things were different. For the first time, he tasted the fear of dying and the anguish of abandoning his loved ones. Despite his superiority in battle, he was scared. One mistake, one misstep, and Orchid would have to raise their children alone. Even with all the stress he was under, he performed well in combat and emerged victorious. The villain who terrorized the City of Tears was defeated and calm returned, although this did not reassure the knight. Now Hollow had a lot to think about. For the first time, he was aware of his actions and realized his complete disregard for the dangers of the world. Of course, when it's impossible to die from things like a blow to the head or lack of food, most situations don't seem serious. But after that day, he finally understood Hornet or Agram. Life was terrifying when you knew you could die. But if his sister and her friends lived and prospered despite the dangers of the world, why couldn't he? With all these thoughts running through his mind, he opened Orchid's bedroom door without knocking. He wasn't used to doing so because she no longer got angry with him for such things, although sometimes her sudden entrances made him witness rather curious events, like now that Orchid was hanging from the ceiling doing who knows what. Orchid. What are you doing up there? Come down, it's dangerous. Oh, hello Hollow. How was work? He replied with complete nonchalance. Orchid. Think about the eggs, get down from there. Relax, it's nothing, besides I'm almost done. The mantis performed a couple more maneuvers before releasing the handle she was holding and climbing down the long ladder she had brought into the room. Only when both of her feet were planted on the ground did her partner calm down and question her with a look. Don't be like that, Hollow, I had everything under control, besides, I needed to place the rope. The male observed the mantis's work. It was a simple rope hanging from the ceiling. Obviously, he asked what it was for. What else? To feed the babies when they're born. Orchid, didn't we agree that we weren't going to raise them mantis style? Of course, we'll give them lots of love, toys, and time to play with them. Sure, but here we don't hang food from a hook for them to struggle to reach. Really? Her expression of surprise was almost exaggerated. But fighting over food is an excellent exercise for precision flying, and it's fun for the kids. It's the best way to feed them. And haven't you considered that some of our children won't be able to fly? There's even a chance that none of them will. It's not certain we'll ever have a mantis. Oh right. Orchid took on a defeated attitude, lowering her head, her antennae, and her fat tail dangling. She looked so desolate that Hollow immediately wanted to take back her words. But we shouldn't be so pessimistic. It would be very bad luck if no mantises came out. We'll surely have a boy or a girl who. The tower. He suddenly shouted. That. Our kids may not be able to fly and grab food from a rope, but if I put their food on top of a tower, they'll still get some exercise even without wings. I'm a genius. Now I just have to design a tower that isn't too tall or steep, so it won't be so hard for them to eat. Now Hollow watched her, impressed. All prejudice or concern regarding the species of her children had vanished, and all Orchid could think about was the care the offspring would require. It was a pleasure to see how excited she was about the children. Surely, if she had gone ahead with her idea of breaking the eggs, she would have ended up regretting it because it was obvious she wanted to be a mother. She couldn't stop talking about the children, her tail wagging wildly with every word. Hey, what's up, honey? Do you want to play a little? The mantis challenged. Then Hollow woke up from his thoughts and realized he'd been staring at his tail like a fool. His face reddened with embarrassment. I know this, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh Hollow, you're so adorable. And Orchid immediately hugged him and kissed him tenderly. Although the male tensed in her arms for some reason. What's happening? Sorry, I shouldn't stare at people, it's rude, Agram said so. Oh yeah, it's kind of annoying when someone does that, but I don't mind if you stare at me. Wait a minute. Have you been looking at other girls? Hollow just nodded, embarrassed, unable to meet her gaze. Orchid was tempted to get angry with him, but she remained calm. He was going through a complicated situation, a sort of late puberty where he had to learn to deal with his body and everything that entailed. And although it hurt her ego that he thought about other girls, she had to understand that she wasn't the only attractive girl around him. Besides, she was perhaps in a more advantageous position than any female in the tribe. Since Mantises didn't believe in love, neither marriage nor stable partnerships existed. A male fathered offspring with all the females who agreed to him, although only one per year. Of course, the stronger the male, the more females would want him as the father of their children. As for caring for the offspring, although the greatest responsibility fell on the female, the males watched over the upbringing and protection of their children, maintaining constant visits and supervision over all of them, and even regularly contributing food and other necessary supplies. However, their obligations were to their offspring, not their mates, so they had no need to worry about them, as long as the children were not affected. Instead, she and Hollow shared an important bond. He cared about her well-being and feelings, and she cared just as much about him. They were a couple, companions who would support each other through all the vicissitudes life threw their way. And even though she understood all this, it still angered her that Hollow looked at other girls. But of the girls you look at, am I your favorite? Of course. He replied with absolute certainty that left no room for doubt. There's no girl I like more than you. There may be many beautiful girls, but none can match you. I like you so much. I love seeing you, chatting with you, hanging out with you. You're so beautiful and fun. I'm happy every time I see you. I just want to hug you and make you happy. Every day I wake up happy because I know you're there waiting for me. Enough. Orchid covered his mouth, embarrassed by his words. I get the idea. You love me very much, and I'm your favorite. More than favorite, you're my special girl, Hollow corrected. Maybe I like looking at other females, but it doesn't go beyond that. Okay, just keep going, she said, somewhat uncomfortably. What are we doing here, anyway? I was waiting for you to go eat. Were you waiting for me? But Orchid, you know you shouldn't go hungry for any reason, you don't need to wait for me. I didn't. I've already eaten alone like 3 times, but I want to have dinner with you. Besides, I have a lot of things to tell you. Ah well, let's go. This is how the relationship between Hollow and Orchid developed. Every day was an adventure for both of them, both for her, who was getting used to the life and culture of Heart of Hellenist, and for him, who was getting used to his new existence. However, they both offered mutual support in their learning and enjoyed spending time together. During those weeks, they talked a lot, as each of them had a lifetime of experiences to share. Eventually, they began to really get to know each other. Orchid told him about life in the tribe, her family, her achievements, insecurities, and repressed feelings. Hollow, for his part, told him about his great adventure, his family and experiences, even about Scarlet and her previous failed romances. Everyone in the castle agreed they were a lovely couple, and the Mantis's popularity was gradually growing. Many liked how hardworking and determined she was. She wasn't at all a fussy noblewoman, allergic to work, who looked down on the servants. Her respect for everyone and her desire to work were evident. Although she was pregnant, she refused to leave her job as Ogram's assistant, and although they were initially concerned about the matter, the doctor said it was no problem, as long as she had a chair to sit on and rest, and could eat something when necessary. Even with her limitations, Orchid did an excellent job, so much so that after a couple of weeks, Ogram seemed like Orchid's assistant. The female had a natural leadership ability that made the apprentice knights obey her without question. Truthfully, this didn't bother the dung beetle. He was already feeling somewhat old and worn out for the job. Perhaps in time, he could leave Orchid as the official trainer and dedicate himself to being the king's advisor full-time, although first he would have to wait for her to finish her pregnancy and raise the babies for a couple of months. Someday, Orchid would look back on her first pregnancy as one of the happiest times of her life, as she was pampered far more than necessary. Big even hired an extra cook just to make sure she had food whenever she wanted it. She was embarrassed that they were so considerate, but no one seemed angry. They even offered her snacks all the time, which she almost always accepted. On the other hand, the excitement of preparing everything for the baby's arrival kept her constantly talking to Big. Together, they made most of the decisions regarding the children, such as the type of sheets they bought, some extra toys they acquired, and even evaluated some potential nanny candidates. Hollow stayed out of these matters, not because he didn't care, but since Big was so excited and involved in them, he preferred to take advantage of his last moments of freedom before becoming a father and ignore everything. Fatherhood terrified him and he didn't want to think about it. Would he be able to do it well? Would his children love him? He didn't even know very well how a father should act, considering the lack of care he received from the White Lady and the Pale King. For now, his plan was to imitate Quirrell and Hornet and do everything Orchid said, because it was good that he had her. Without her wisdom about life, he would be lost. But although he had chosen to abstain from commenting on children's matters, there was one thing he was compelled to participate in, and that was the choosing of names for the children. Aster, Carnation, Jasmine, Fern, Willow, Gladiolus, Copperhue, why are they all plant names? Hollow asked. Ah, it's a tradition in my family established many generations ago by Grandpa Castano. I see, so they'll all have plant names. Well, not necessarily all of them. Big said he wanted to name someone. I have no problem with that, it's not a tradition that has to be followed to the letter. Do you have any names in mind for our children? Actually, yes, I would also like to name one of the children after something that has nothing to do with plants. And what name do you want to give him? Orchid was very curious about her choice of partner. If we had a girl, I'd like to name her Scarlet. Don't you even think about it, shouted the Mantis, banging on the table. What's wrong with you? What's the problem? You can't name our daughter that. Why? What's wrong with it? It's the name of someone I love very much. I don't want one of my daughters to be named after that. That what? The gentleman crossed his arms in obvious annoyance. It doesn't matter, I just don't want it to be called that. But why? Scarlet is a very important person to me. Hollow didn't realize that with each word he irritated Orchid more. The Mantis was boiling with jealousy, but she wouldn't admit it. Hollow had already told her the story he had with her, and this had planted in his heart the fear that this girl would take his place. He knew how important this bat was and that she could be alive somewhere and perhaps return. I don't care. I won't allow you to call any of my daughters that, and that's my final word. After making this statement, he turned around and walked away silently. Hornet's little children were very excited that day. Their mother had taken out the basket she used to carry them in. That always meant they were going somewhere fun. Where would she take them today? They were dying to know, so they climbed into it as soon as they saw it. I see so much enthusiasm here, Hornet giggled. But you'll have to wait a few minutes. We still have to prepare some things. Eee. As excited as they were to be leaving soon, the children waited patiently in their basket until their parents had everything ready. Okay, everything's organized and secured, Hornet said, putting one last jar of food in a small bag. How are you doing, Quirrell? I'm missing something. What? Hurry up, we're already at. Quirrell interrupted her with a quick surprise kiss. Now yes, everything is ready. Hey. Her consort merely smiled and went to retrieve the basket. These displays of affection were common between them when they were alone, as in public their demeanor was somewhat more distant and formal, but from time to time someone managed to spot these behaviors. It was no secret how much they loved each other. After a few moments and saying goodbye to Henry, the family left the den for a short visit. The guards at the entrance greeted the babies in a friendly manner, and the little ones even shook their hands while laughing happily. Before, Hornet wouldn't have allowed something like that, but recently she had relaxed and had accepted that not everyone was a mortal danger to her children, and the truth was, although the guards didn't see them very often, they were fond of them. Okay kids, that's enough, it's time to go. Abunai. We'll be back in the afternoon. You'll see them again. This time he addressed the guards. If anyone comes looking for me, I won't be available today. And if you have a very urgent message to deliver, leave it with Henry. Understood? Understood, Your Majesty. Okay, I'll be back in a few hours. Oh no. The Spider Queen spotted a certain nobleman whose presence she did not find at all pleasant approaching her house. If it were up to her, she would prefer not to have to interact with that annoying individual, but given her status, she was obliged to attend to him. Greetings, Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to be in your presence. The pleasure's mine, Clay. They both knew it was a lie, but hypocrisy was often necessary in politics and public relations. I see I'm interrupting you in the middle of your speech. That's right, but it will be a short trip. I'm scheduled to return this afternoon, so the matters that brought you here will have to be dealt with later. But Your Majesty, I have this decree that must be reviewed immediately and requires your signature. It's urgent and… You can leave it with Henry, I'll check it out as soon as I get back. But… I appreciate your concern, Clay. I'll drop off the papers myself when I have them ready. Majesty. Have a nice day. He completely ignored any further retorts he had, took Quirrell's hand, and the two of them retreated to the servants' station. As expected, Clay was furious. He hated that conceited queen who belittled him, and he detested with all his soul that miserable piglet who had taken what was his due. He was a high-born nobleman and a man considered by many to be attractive. He should have been her consort, he should have been the princess's father. That honor and status belonged to him. He didn't care if he made the piglet his mistress, but it was ridiculous that he should become such an important figure in the kingdom. They look cute together, right? Said one of the guards. Yes, they are very sweet and their children are adorable, it is a beautiful family. I'm glad the queen was able to find a partner who makes her so happy, not many are that lucky. Cute couple. You guys are crazy. Everyone here is crazy. Clay shouted before walking away indignantly. He just didn't understand. How could they accept that creature as the queen's official partner? It was insane. Why did they support her? Why didn't they pressure her to leave him and choose someone more worthy? He even tried to spread malicious rumors and convince others of his point, but things didn't go as planned and he was ignored. This was too annoying. He needed a drink. He finally arrived at his elegant home, where he was quickly attended to by a pair of maids, who after fulfilling their mission quickly left as they noticed their boss's terrible mood. After all the trappings of his arrival, the arachnid headed to his quarters with a bottle of liquor in one paw, chewing on his rage and frustration and solitude. However, when he reached his destination, he found an unexpected visitor. Are you alive? For several days, Orchid and Hollow didn't speak to each other. At first, it was because of her, who refused to listen to him. She was too jealous of Scarlet's memory and unsure about the durability of their love. This relationship thing was something too new for her and she hadn't yet learned how to handle it properly. But eventually, her anger subsided and when she tried to talk to her partner again, he was the one who wasn't paying attention to her and this was terrible for Orchidia. She was able to recognize that she deserved it since she had done the same thing to him, but it still hurt and she didn't know how to cope. She missed him and suffered every time she ran into him in the hallway and he ignored her. I missed him especially at night. Although Hollow officially continued to occupy Green and Loomis's room, he would often visit her for a while at night before going to sleep, though over time, his visits became more and more extended, especially when they started doing other things together besides talking. It got to the point where it became common for Hollow to stay overnight with her. He even left some of his cloaks in the Mantis's wardrobe so he wouldn't have to go get them from her room. So slowly, Orchid's room transformed into Hollow and Orchid's room. But now that nocturnal company he used to enjoy was gone and all he had left was the cold solitude of the night. He asked Big and Ogram for help but both told him to wait patiently for everything would be alright. But there was something that caught Orchid's attention. The way they smiled at her. There was something suspicious about it all. She could almost say they were hiding something from her. For a moment, she was frightened by the situation but quickly dismissed the idea that they were going to hurt her. At this point, she should have trusted them completely and if they were hiding something from her, it had to be something good. Although she couldn't imagine what good thing they might be hiding from her and why. The answer to his questions came one day when he was practicing sign language with Soul. Perhaps he no longer needed it to speak to hollows, but he still wanted to understand the other vessels, so he was trying hard. So far, he'd made a lot of progress. He knew several words and could communicate simple messages. Suddenly he heard a knock at the door and after signaling for them to come in, Green leaned out and with a couple of gestures, delivered a message. He says Big is calling me. Almost Soul corrected on his whiteboard. He calls you and wants you to go to the party hall. She didn't find it odd that Big called her. Sometimes they shared a cup of tea among a pile of sandwiches, but the odd thing was the meeting place. So she said goodbye to Soul and headed for the living room, but to her surprise, he followed her. I also want to speak to the king, the eight-eyed container excused himself. She didn't question his behavior any further and continued her way to the living room, although when she was about to open the door she hesitated. She could see a large group of people on the other side. That seemed like an ambush, but they would never hurt her, right? Inside was the air of Hellenist. No one could touch her. She looked nervously at Soul, who smiled, encouraging her to continue. Finally he sighed to give himself courage and opened it. She almost screamed in shock when she was greeted with a resounding surprise. And confetti was thrown all over her. They'd thrown her a party, and now she finally understood what Big and Ogram were up to, although from what she could see, there were a lot more people involved. There were a bunch of containers, some she didn't even remember, and there were the king, Orem, Sharpie, the spider queen and her family, another pill bug that looked suspiciously like Quirrell, and Hollow. They both ran to hug each other as soon as they saw each other, and during the moments that their embrace lasted, they were unable to say anything. I'm sorry Hollow, I acted like a fool. Don't worry, I'm used to it. What did you mean by that? It wasn't until Orchid answered him angrily that he realized he'd messed up. Sometimes, being able to speak and say anything that came into his head without thinking wasn't a very good thing. But luckily, he had a backup plan. I have a gift for you. What? Really? Hollow handed her a small box with very elegant wrapping, the mantis opened it eagerly, excited to see its contents, and when she had it in her hands, she squealed excitedly. That's a beautiful cloak. And it's very fine by Worm, I'd even say it's more beautiful than my royal cloak. It's quite fine, yes, Hornet wove it with her own thread. No way. It's a web made by the Spider Queen herself, I can't accept it. Of course you can, you're part of the family now. Orchid was speechless at these words, her partner laughed at her reaction and proceeded to explain. Hornet and Ogram explained your reaction to me a little. It never occurred to me that you might be jealous of Scarlet. It's true that I love her very much, but my relationship with her is different from the one I have with you. Even if she were to return someday, she would never take your place. I would never leave you aside. Now we'll have children, a family of our own to add to the large family we already have, and that's why this party is here. To celebrate the growth of the family. Exactly, and that's what this cloak represents, you're belonging to this family. Hornet has woven a caper scarf for all of us, it was about time you had something too. Orchid, why are you crying? It's nothing, I'm just happy. Sniff. That was a lovely party, much more enjoyable and intimate than the grand balls at the palace. Orchid chatted with her friend and sister-in-law, ate a lot, and enjoyed feeling the embrace of her beloved knight again. She laughed at the craziness of the dumpsters, played for a while with her nephews, and generally had fun. That would be another memory she would cherish forever, one that would give her strength in her darkest moments. In Fungal Moors, Lavender was resting in her nest, hugging the 5 blue eggs that had just emerged from her body. She had just finished cleaning them and was now preparing to take a well-deserved nap. Her sister and her partner were guarding the entrance to her home, and that was enough to make her feel safe. However, her fragile calm was disturbed by screams that echoed outside her room. He raised his antennae nervously, unable to perceive the meaning of the words being shouted, but their tone made him suspect some tragedy. Finally the door to his room swung open and the mantis came screaming in. My lord. A civil war has broken out. War was unleashed in mantis territory, dozens of insects fighting each other with a brutality only this species was capable of. Screams and curses filled the air of fungal wastes, drowning out the moans of those dying on the ground, while the scent of fresh blood was nauseating. It was a vicious scene that well represented the nature of these creatures, but even Mantises had their limits. No one wanted to continue taking the lives of their fellow species. Many even wondered if this was alright, if there was no other way to fix things. And among the many questioning the situation was Lavanda, who waited helplessly in her room next to her eggs for news. Barely a day had passed since the war broke out and the effects were already being felt. She had recently been informed of the deaths of some comrades she held dear, lives that would never be recovered, deaths that could have been avoided if she had been able to maintain power. It frustrated her that she couldn't stand up and go fight to end the conflict once and for all. She wouldn't give anything to stop all this madness. My lord. The male voice caught her attention. After turning towards the entrance door, she found Tash, who was looking at her gravely. Behind him Lirio was entering the room. What's going on? From the seriousness of their expressions, I sensed that the message they were trying to convey wasn't a good one. The battle is very evenly matched, neither side is giving up. In fact, I'd almost say our enemies have the advantage. Lily was definitely worried. Lavender, even if you join the battle, I don't know if we can win. I see. What are you saying? Of course we can win. Tash waved her claws to emphasize her words. You are the lords. You can defeat all those rebels. You just have to fight and ignore their foolish proposals. Proposals? What proposals? The rebels have made a proposal to stop the attack, Lily explained. They want us to surrender, to give up the throne and sacrifice ourselves. In exchange, they offer to stop this stupid war and ensure the protection and breeding of Lavender's eggs. The Mantis glanced at her future offspring. The idea of securing their future seemed too tempting. Her priorities were clear in her mind. Taking care of her own was paramount. If she persisted in fighting and clinging to power, her offspring might be harmed and many brave warriors' lives would be lost. But if there was a way to end all this mess quickly. No, Lavender. Tell me you're not considering it. Tash shouted. We can win and you know it. But at what cost? My people are warriors and never surrender, you know that well. I don't want to see my people decimated. I don't want my tribe reduced to a handful of Mantises just because of my stubbornness. On the other hand, how long could this disaster last? Do you want our children to be born in a time of war? For everyone's children to have to suffer unnecessary hardships? At least I don't want that, and a leader must know when to retreat. But Lavender. Giving up power means death for you and your sister. If the lives of 2 Mantises can save the lives of many more, so be it. No, I don't accept it. Tash looked down and trembled in place. Lavender tensed, knowing him she was afraid of a violent reaction. Tash, understand, this is for the future of our children. This is how it must be. For your future. For your future. For me, there's no future if you're not in it. She shouted, revealing the tears falling from her eyes. Tash, do you? Both sisters were stunned by the male's reaction. This was something that should never be seen. But Tash wasn't going to settle for crying while the love of her life walked to her death. Taking advantage of the female's shock, she grabbed Lavender in her arms and ran away with her. Tash, what are you doing? Lily shouted, chasing the male. Come back here. No. I will save Lavender. She must live and continue to rule. Tash, let me go. Think of the children. Lily, hide the eggs. I'll keep Lavender safe until she can fight again. We don't accept the proposal. You have no right to decide that. Many Mantises will die because of you. Tash didn't answer, she just focused on where she would take her partner, feeling unable to look her in the eyes. Orchid woke up startled by the nightmare she had just had, a horrible one in which her sisters were being attacked by the town, and she could only watch helplessly as they perished in their clutches. She breathed deeply, trying to calm herself and convince herself that it was just a bad dream. Her people would never rebel against the lords, and her sisters still had a long period of government left. Her agitation didn't go unnoticed by the male sharing the bed with her. Hollow woke up sleepily and asked if she was okay and if her tail hurt a lot. Curiously, it was only at that moment that Orchidia became aware of herself and her situation. She remembered that she was in the final stages of her pregnancy, her tail had grown so much that she was no longer able to get out of bed, and she had also been overcome by a terrible sleepiness and spent all her time sleeping. This had been the case for the past 3 days, waking only briefly to eat a little food and then going back to sleep. Hollow had been very restless during that time. His instincts urged him to stay close to the nest to protect it, but he also had to work, so he would regretfully abandon his mate in the morning. As soon as he returned, he would run to her side, and there was no one to get him out of the room. It's not that Orchid complained, she liked waking up and having him by her side, even if he didn't say anything and just hugged her, it was enough for her. Orchid, are you okay? Hollow repeated when he noticed the Mantis wasn't responding. I'm fine, it's nothing, my butt just hurts. A lot. He proceeded to massage that area, which greatly relieved the female's discomfort, but this day it wasn't producing the same results as usual. However, it didn't seem strange to her. She already knew what this process was like and what to expect. So she stretched a little and made a simple request. Hollow, could you go to the kitchen and get some honey water? Sure, I'll tell one of the maids that. No, I don't want a maid to bring it to me, I want you to go. Okay, but why? Don't question me, just do it, okay? He said this last thing with such tenderness that he couldn't refuse. Despite the anxiety it caused him, he had to get away from Orchid and the nest, but he consoled himself with the thought that it wouldn't be for long. If he hurried, she'd be back in a few minutes. As soon as the bedroom door closed, Orchid shifted into a more comfortable position, resting all fours against the bed and the tip of her tail brushing the sheets. Traditionally, egg-laying was something only done in the presence of females. She was very sorry to expel Hollow from the room, so she sent him off to do a simple task while she took care of everything else. His tail hurt too much, that was undoubtedly the sign that the time had come. She took a deep breath in preparation, then when she felt ready, she lifted her tail, and one of the eggs slid out. It was easy and gave her some relief from the pain, but it was only momentary, as another stinging pain soon hit her, forcing her to tense her tail and release another egg. She'd already laid 2. The minimum clutch she'd hoped for was 3, so it was clear there were still more to come. She feared Hollow would arrive before she'd finished her task, so she applied some pressure to speed things up, with such force that 2 more eggs were ejected, one after the other. Now she had a decent clutch, but her tail still ached. It was clear she wasn't done yet. She flicked her tail in an instinctive movement to position the eggs for expulsion. She could almost feel them descending. The pressure at her entrance told her they were ready to drop, and with one last effort, she managed to expel the last 2. The female collapsed on the bed panting. She had hurried as much as possible so that Hollow would not see her put them in. She felt her entrance and the damp sheets, probably stained with her body fluids. She was sorry that those beautiful fabrics were dirty because of her, although knowing the people of the castle they would not be angry with her, rather they would be happy that the eggs were already out. Just then, Hollow returned from his important mission to find honey water, but he was surprised by a strange smell that permeated the entire room. He left the glass on a table and ran to the bed where his partner lay. He found her lying limp, her body limp, with 6 bright blue eggs next to her. He nearly had a heart attack when he saw them. There were 6 eggs. 6. Double the number his sister had laid. Just thinking about that many children made him fear for his future. How would he cope with so many children? How would he take care of them all? Before he knew it, he was already pacing nervously around the bed, but Orchid's call stopped him in his tracks. "Hello, I'm sorry." "Huh? Are you sorry? Why?" "It's just I haven't told you until now, but on my last visit to the doctor she told me that because I ate poorly at the beginning, very few of my eggs would hatch. I laid 6, but with luck, we'll have 2 or 3 babies. I'm sorry, Hollow." Hollow was truly sad, but not because of the prospect of having fewer children. He didn't like seeing his partner down. "Don't worry, Orchid, 2 children are more than enough to start a family." "Really? You're not angry?" "Of course not, bringing children into the world is already a success, no matter if it's 1 or 6, for a first clutch it's more than enough." "You're right, it's fine for a first brood, we can always have more babies in the next one." "What? Yes, next." Hollow felt dizzy. He'd had enough with 1 clutch without thinking about another. In fact, if it were up to him, they'd be the only children he'd ever have. But then he saw Orchid take the eggs in her arms and look at them with such excitement that it moved him, even slightly wagging her tail in pure joy. "Hey, is it okay for you to do that? Your butt just hurt and it's still really swollen." "Don't worry, it feels fine, it doesn't hurt anymore. In about 3 days it'll be back to normal size and I'll be able to return to my daily routine and training nights." "You seem very excited about that." "Yes. It makes me very happy." In a spontaneous burst, she approached Hollow and hugged him. "I love you, Hollow. I hope our life together lasts a long time." "I hope so too, Orchid, I hope so too." Hornet tossed and turned lazily in her bed. She didn't realize when she fell asleep, but now that she opened her eyes, she was beginning to consider it a necessary nap. She was so exhausted that her eyes had closed on their own without being able to avoid it. But now that she was back in the waking world, her routine worries were once again invading her. First, she had to find out where her children were. She remembered leaving Henry to watch them, but it would be best to supervise. Perhaps one had slipped out of her sight, and she was partly right. She only had to move a little to discover a bundle next to her, none other than Ren, who had decided to take a nap next to her mother. Hornet was touched by the sight of her little girl curled up sleeping and didn't want to wake her, so she carefully got up. But even though she tried to be careful, Ren woke up and let out a moan, calling for her mother. "Calm down, daughter, I'm here, everything is fine." Water. "Shhh, go to sleep, mom has to go do some things, but she'll be close." But no matter what excuse Hornet gave, Ren couldn't understand it, so she ended up carrying the woodlouse in her arms with her to the living room. Once there, he found the other 2 children sitting quietly watching Henry knit. The doctor had told him it was a very good exercise for regaining mobility in his limbs, and like a good patient, he did his best to practice. And this activity had been extremely interesting to the children. They always watched, enthralled, as he transformed a strand of silk into some garment. "That's great, since they were little they were interested in the traditional arts of weavers, that's very good." The children ran excitedly to greet their mother. Henry, for his part, stood up and bowed respectfully, which was much more fluid and pleasant than the previous ones. His improvement was evident. "Greetings Henry, thanks for watching the children." "There is no problem, your majesty, they are calm children." "I'm not so sure about that, they're calm with you, but it's not the norm, anyway." She glanced at Henry and the three larvae. "I was going to prepare something to eat, but now that I remember I'm missing some things. Do you think you could stay alone with the children for a few minutes while I go shopping? I can hash it." "Okay, I'll be right back." But as soon as the children noticed Hornet heading for the front door of the house, they ran up to her seeking her attention. "What's up, kids? Do you want to come with me?" "Eee," the larvae shouted. "Okay, you can come, we won't be going far anyway." "Change of plans Henry. I'm going out with the kids. We'll be back in a few minutes." Since the walk was so short, Hornet didn't see the need to carry the basket to transport the little ones. They would only go to the store, which was one floor below their house, so the babies would have to walk that distance. The exercise would be good for them. She left with the children who obediently followed her, although just in case, Hornet had Chester on a string. The journey went smoothly. They went down to the lower platform, arrived at the store, bought the necessary supplies, and started walking back home. There was nothing out of the ordinary about that walk, nothing to suggest any danger was nearby. There were plenty of spiders around, friendly neighbors who knew and loved the children. But mixed in with all that crowd was a stranger from outside the town, someone of unknown identity who wasn't even a spider. It was a lobster who had been paid to commit a very cruel crime and who was willing to do it for the large sum offered to him. It all happened so fast, Hornet barely managed to see a hooded insect that, with ghostly speed, snatched up her daughters and grabbed her son. Since it had the latter attached to a strand of thread, it couldn't easily carry him off, giving her time to realize the situation. But the bounty hunter knew what he was doing. He quickly cut the thread and escaped with the three children. Hornet screamed in despair and threw down her shopping bag, cursing the creature as she ran after him and ordered everyone to catch the ruffian. But his prey was too swift, and now that he realized it, it didn't have its needle with it. Without it, it was defenseless, and its speed was limited by the capacity of its legs, which wasn't much compared to what it was chasing. Its limbs were enormous. Because of the clothing covering it, he couldn't guess what it was, but from what he could see, it must be a lobster or a mantis. The creature soon reached the edge of the village and, without fear or hesitation, threw itself into the lake with the children in its arms. Hornet shrieked in terror when she saw the insect sink into the water, but as soon as it disappeared beneath the liquid blanket, it re-emerged, swimming with great skill. This individual was trained in all kinds of disciplines to carry out its work efficiently. Thus, after a few minutes, it had reached the shore of the lake and entered the caves of deepness. Despite his skill and speed, escape would not be easy. The alert had already been given, and numerous arachnids were crawling throughout the network of tunnels, ready to catch him and make him pay for his crime. The fighting was fierce, with the corpses of Mantises fallen in combat, littering the village floor. Each individual fought to survive or die with honor. Those were the only options for a mantis with the stigma of warrior seared into his mind. It was all fight or fight, never stopping to think or question his actions. But in every generation or society, there has always been someone who deviates from the norm. Chris was a calm and quiet male, not accustomed to getting into fights. He hunted efficiently, seeking to meet his hunting quotas and avoiding standing out. Violence wasn't his thing. He preferred to observe and analyze, avoid trouble, and keep a low profile. Participating in a war was the last thing on his mind, and being forced to do so was a nightmare. With pain he had to kill a couple of compatriots he cared about deeply, people he had known since he was a kid with wings and who had pained him to the core, companions who had hunted alongside him and who he was now saying goodbye to forever, but a mantis showed no pain. A mantis was a relentless warrior who did what it had to do, however Chris had a limit. When he killed a female and heard her final words, he couldn't bear it. "I'm sorry." It was his last message, something he would have preferred to say himself, to shout from the rooftops. He didn't want to kill anyone, but he didn't want to betray his lords either. Could one be a coward and loyal at the same time? He screamed in helplessness, but his cry was drowned out by the revelry of war and the pain of the dying. Then, unable to bear it anymore, the mantis ran toward the Lord's Hall and slipped to the exit that led to Deep Nest. He would rather die at the hands of the spiders than continue participating in that senseless carnage. That day he would be a coward, shame gnawing at his heart, but it was already broken. Nothing could be worse. He went deeper and deeper into enemy territory, swearing to himself that no matter what beast appeared, he would not attack and would let himself be devoured. However, his wishes were far from being fulfilled. The first creature he encountered was covered in fabric, obscuring its identity and making it difficult to guess its species, but what was visible were the 3 babies it was carrying in its arms. "Damn it. They're going to catch me," the stranger shouted. Suddenly, he spotted the mantis standing in his path, watching him curiously. A smile appeared on his face at the thought that had crossed his mind. He took out from his clothes a second outfit identical to his own, with which he dressed the mantis. At first the male wanted to oppose, but his movements were too fast for him. In a matter of minutes both were dressed in such a way that it was impossible to distinguish them. Then to complete his plan, he tore off the clothes of the child he was carrying in his arms and tied them to a claw. After that he ran away while screaming at him. "Goodbye, fool. Good luck dealing with those poor wretches." Chris wanted to retort and ask what was going on, but the commotion of an army of legs made it impossible. A group of spiders arrived just as the kidnapping lobster had already disappeared from sight, so they couldn't witness the truth. What they saw was the child thief standing with one of their clothes in his hands. The mantis just looked at them, confused by the fury in the arachnid's eyes. "What's going on here?" he dared to ask. "Where are the children? Where's the princess?" a spider shouted. "Princess? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. The princess. The daughter of the spider queen, you just kidnapped her, in your clutches are the clothes of one of her brothers. What did you do with them?" "I didn't do anything. Some guy just appeared out of nowhere and handed me these clothes. I don't know what's going on, Chris didn't notice, but behind him a devotee was stalking him, and when he least expected it, they knocked him to the ground and ripped off the clothes he was wearing, revealing his species. "A mantis? Are you one of the mantises from Fungal Wastes?" "Yes, but..." "The mantises stole her. The mantises kidnapped the princess. This is an attack on the crown. This is war." Chris didn't understand what was happening, but there was one thing she was clear about. Difficult times were ahead for her tribe. Loyalty and love. "But understand once and for all that I have nothing to do with the stolen children," Chris shouted exasperatedly. "Shut up, Mantis." One of the arachnids guarding her cell kicked the bars. "Do you really expect us to believe you with all the evidence against you? You were wearing the same clothes as the thief and had in your clutches one of the beautiful outfits that the queen herself wove for her offspring. How do you explain that?" "I told you. A bug dressed me in its clothes and handed me that rag." "How dare you call Queen Hornet's clothes rags? You wretch. Never in your life will you be able to hold silk of such quality in your clutches. Now stop lying and confess what you did to the children." "I'm not lying. Let me out. It's true that I always despised mantises, but I believed that at least they were honorable beings who wouldn't commit such cowardly acts." These words offended Chris, who threw herself against the bars and stuck her claws through them, trying to teach the insolent spider a lesson, but her target jumped back, avoiding harm. "Ha! You want to kill me? Of course, that's the only way you uncivilized beasts know how to fix things. Come here and fight. I'll mess with your brain until you understand that I didn't do anything. I want to see you try." "Calm down, both of you," shouted an authoritative voice. The Spider Queen had arrived on the scene. Hornet strode in, striking a solemn silence into those present. Her gaze was cold and terrifying, and one could sense the fury hidden behind it. Chris shuddered in place. She remembered the Spider Queen from her confrontation with the Lords, and in that moment she wondered how someone could change so much. When he had seen her at the meeting, she had seemed like a female that was too small and not particularly lethal, someone who didn't need to be worried about, but now she seemed like a monster, a horrible and ferocious being capable of tearing his head off with its bare hands. Was this the fury of a mother who had lost her young? The mestiza walked up to the prisoner's gate and watched him silently for an eternity. "Tell me where my children are now." "I don't know, I didn't steal your children," he replied in a trembling voice. Suddenly a needle pierced the bars and landed just inches from Chris's head. "I am willing to be benevolent and spare your life if you hand over my children to me now. But I really don't know." A blow to the fence forced the mantis to retreat. "Look, you bastard, if you don't return my children to me, your entire tribe will suffer the consequences. Among the kidnapped children is the heir to Deepnest, the spider destined to rule this entire territory in the future. An attack on her is an attack on the Weaver people, and if a mantis harms that child, the entire tribe will pay the price. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Yes, I understand, but I didn't kidnap those children, it was another creature." "Enough, we can't talk to you." Hornet turned around, her cape billowing behind her, adding a more dramatic air to the scene. The guards bowed to her in farewell, and Chris threw herself against the gate, begging for mercy. A mantis begging for mercy? What kind of joke is this? Since when does a mantis beg? Hornet mocked. That was true, under normal circumstances Chris wouldn't have been worried about a war against the spiders, she would have fully trusted the tribe's ability to repel an attack, after all for years they had kept the vermin at bay in that territory, but now with a civil war raging, and with a good part of the population dead or badly injured, they were at a clear disadvantage, they wouldn't survive. "It's not fair that my tribe should pay for a mistake that I alone made." In a desperate move, Chris tried to shoulder all the blame so the tribe wouldn't be affected, but that would backfire. "So you admit that you had something to do with the kidnapping of my children?" "What? No. I mean, I didn't kidnap anyone, I was just trying to escape the war. He suddenly fell silent. It was unwise to reveal the tribe's delicate situation to the spiders, but at the same time, he had no other way to justify his presence in Deep Nest. He tried to think of a decent response, but Hornet didn't have time to wait for him. You've already decided your fate. This is war. However, we'll have a little more decency than you, and instead of vilely attacking from behind, we'll make a formal declaration. You can't do this. My people have nothing to do with it. I'm sorry, Mantis, but I have more evidence of your guilt than your innocence. Chris had no way to reply to this. Dejected, he went to the back of his cell, where he curled up in a corner to lament his existence. Princess, princess. Did you miss me, princess? Did you miss your dear caretaker who loves you so much? How is the most beautiful little princess in the entire kingdom? Silky laughed happily in Ania's hands. At least she didn't have any bad memories of the maid, unlike her brothers, who were in a corner as far away from her as possible. Ren was curled up, crying silently, while Chester stood protectively in front of her, growling in disgust. There were two other individuals in the room, a lobster with a scarred face and an arachnid dressed in the finest clothes to be found in Deep Nest. Both of them looked very upset, but the one who looked particularly bitter was the spider. He was irritated by the grimaces and antics the female made to entertain the baby he was playing with. Ania, please. Will you be quiet? We're in an important meeting finalizing business. But Clay, the princess is bored. I don't give a damn if she's bored, we're not her personal clowns to entertain her. But how can you say that? She's the heir to Deep Nest. We must protect and care for her. Correction, she was the heiress of Deep Nest. What do you mean? Ania pulled the girl closer to her body in a protective stance. I mean, that girl must be eliminated. Wyatt, you can't do that. I understand that you want to kill the other two, but she's the princess. Of course I can. Why do you think I had these brats kidnapped? To kill them and pressure the queen into having new offspring with another male. Anya gave him a disapproving look. And why do you think Hornet would have children with another arachnid? It's already been proven that woodlouse can breed spiders. That's true, but if I manage to convince the community that it's dangerous for an heir to be the son of a woodlouse because of the enemies it would arouse, then Hornet would be forced to have offspring with a pureblood spider. And guess who they'll choose? There's no better candidate than me, a high-born spider from one of the most important families in Deep Nest. I don't know, if I were the queen I would look for someone with more brains. What do you mean? This plan to kidnap these children doesn't seem very brilliant to me. Hornet will be devastated. I don't think she'll feel like having children for a while. Besides, what are you planning to do with the babies? Well, what else? Kill them. Wyatt. The scream she let out was so loud that even little Silky complained. Come on, my girl, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Why are you reacting like this? It's the most logical thing to do. If I want to become the father of an heir, I must eliminate the competition. I won't allow it. If you want, kill the others. But don't touch the princess. Anya hissed, clutching the baby to her. She's the daughter of a woodlouse, you shouldn't protect her. But she's the heir, a beautiful child with exquisite silk, who looks like she'll grow up to be a great queen. I've already sworn loyalty to her. I must ensure her well-being. You can swear loyalty to my children later. No. I won't leave you, I'll tell the queen. You'll end up with a needle stuck in your throat before you can say anything. You should be dead. They've been searching for your body like crazy. Besides, think about it, I'm your ticket to forgiveness and a return to your old life. When I'm well established within the royal family, I'll plead for you. No. Ania stepped back, holding the baby in her arms. I'm not okay with this. We already have a perfect heir. You can't kill her. And it's not certain Hornet will choose you as her father either. Remember, for years I tried to play matchmaker so you'd end up together, and in the end, she ended up with the woodlouse. Ania, give me the baby. Clay approached his cousin, but she stepped back. No. Give it to me. Take it away from me if you can. You're a softie, a lazy spider who spends all day resting. You don't know how to fight. Your only talent is spending money. I only know how to spend money. Well, maybe you're right, Rex, take the girl away from him. Ania was a very athletic and strong spider, she stood out from the ordinary, but she was still not capable of facing someone of Rex's level. She was unable to land a single blow or use her corrosive venom. The lobster played with her as it wanted and left her so beaten up that she ended up on the ground, screaming in pain and frustration, while she watched a bounty hunter walk away with the girl in his arms. How could you do this to your cousin? We had a pact, together we would lead Deep Nest to glory, and now you betray me like this. Stop complaining. Clay approached her and looked at her sternly. It's not like you did a good job. You didn't manage to get Hornet for me, nor were you able to eliminate the eggs. You should be grateful that I have you under my protection. I'm risking my neck to take care of you. You're risking your neck? I'm the only one who's risked anything here. What have you done? Spreading gossip that no one believes. What a great sacrifice. Ah, enough of this, anyway I don't know what you're trying to do by saving this thing, it won't benefit you at all, the queen will still hate you, you won't get her forgiveness so easily. I'm not doing this for profit. I'm loyal to Deep Nest. Of course, whatever you say. Clay turned his back on the female as she shrieked and hurled insults left and right. He walked over to the lobster, who had watched the scene calmly, though inside he felt very uncomfortable. Ignore her protests have no relevance to our dealings. I know. Now, I've got the children you asked for, so it's time for my pay. Excuse me? Your work isn't done yet. You have to delete them. In fact, I don't know why you didn't do it as soon as you had them. That was never agreed upon in the deal or the price. Ah, you damn vermin. Do you want more money? He took out his wallet, which was overflowing with cash, and opened it to take out some geo. I should have known. Scum like you are only driven by greed, you're incapable. No. Huh? Clay stopped and looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? I'm not going to kill those children. I don't do that kind of work. As a rule, I don't kill children or mothers. Well, if the female is a wretch, I might consider it. Please. Don't tell me you're moral now. You're a damn mercenary. How many have you killed before? What do 3 maggots matter? Look, bastard, it's true that I've killed dozens of bugs before, but they were always adults with rotten hearts. I've never touched an innocent larva. I still have my limits. But what a huge hypocrite. It's not hypocrisy. I don't pretend to be a good person. I know what I've done and who I am, and I accept it. I've committed many atrocities. One day, I'll pay for my crimes and die horribly. My decisions led me down this path, and I own them. I'm a piece of trash of the worst kind, and I'll never pretend to be something I'm not. Unlike others who appear to be impeccable noblemen on the outside, but underneath, they're scum. Clay ran up to the grasshopper, indignant, ready to slap him for his insolence, but as soon as he got close, he thought better of it and backed away. Don't compare me to trash like you, he hissed angrily. I have respect for myself. Enough. I won't put up with this insolence. Forget your pay. Really? Oh, that's too bad. Maybe I should stop by and say hello to the queen and have a nice chat with her. I'm sure she'd love to hear about her children and learn about this adorable secret hideaway. Alright. Clay, dripping with fury in every move, pulled out his wallet, grabbed the agreed upon geo pieces, and threw them against a table. There's your pay. Now get out of my sight. A pleasure doing business with you. There was sarcasm in every word. The lobster left Silky on the ground, collected his pay, and left without saying anything else. The girl looked at Clay and Ania, who was lying on the floor full of pain, and ran to her. She was scared, so scared that she didn't even cry when Rex beat up the former maid, but now that he was gone, she cried, expressing her terror. Calm down, princess, everything will be okay. Stop giving her false hope, Anya. Clay picked up the girl, and she writhed and cried. You can't get good lackeys these days. To think I'll have to kill these things. Anya, can you take care of it? I'll kill the other 2 only if you spare the princess. It's no good to me. He turned his back and walked over to a table where he had a huge needle. This is unbelievable, having to do these things myself. I'm a nobleman. I shouldn't be getting my paws dirty with this, you damn brat. She pinned the baby girl against the table and raised the needle, ready to plunge it into the tiny body. Then she looked down at the baby, its watery eyes, its tucked-in legs, and its trembling little body. She tightened her grip on the needle, swallowed, and her hand trembled. She just had to lower the needle and bury it in that soft flesh, but it wasn't that easy, much less for someone who had never even hunted for food on their own. What's wrong, Clay? Can't you do it? His cousin mocked. If you don't feel like killing her with a needle, there are other ways. You could wrap her in a cloth and whip her, or feed her poison, or the easy way is to throw her into a pit of acid. That's very convenient because there won't even be any trace of her shell left. Be quiet. Ah, it's not that easy, is it? You're a softy, all talk, but incapable of doing anything for yourself. And this is how you expect to raise your status? Enough. Clay put the needle aside, grabbed Silky, then went to her brothers and put them in a cage, covered it with a cloth, and picked it up ready to take it. Where are you going? Ania struggled to stand up despite the pain from the beating she'd received. The Green Lands. Stop. Where are you taking the princess? Don't tell me you're going to throw them into a pit of acid. No, I leave them there. With Queen Clara. Of course not. I'd question why I have the children. I'd abandon them in the jungle for some beast to eat. In fact, I have a particular being in mind to sink its claws into them. Ania staggered toward him. A very ancient and voracious being, a huge creature with eyes from whom no prey ever escapes. You're not talking about him? You're really planning to cross the jungle to leave the children there? I knew you were an idiot, but this is too much. Shut up, fourth-rate maid. How dare you? I'm your cousin. And a stupid woman who gave up her noble status and denied her family just to serve that pathetic queen. And look who gets you in the end. Don't talk like that about His Majesty. Well, His Majesty hates you and doesn't want to see you, he seeks your death and will never listen to you, the only thing left for you is to cling to your stupid cousin and obey him in everything, so that when he becomes the queen's consort, he will watch over your safety. So don't question me and wait here quietly. Goodbye Ania, I'll see you later. The spider could only watch helplessly as her cousin led the children to their doom. But what could she do if no one was willing to listen to her? Orchid's 3 days of rest passed faster than expected, and the mantis now felt brimming with energy, her tail had returned to its normal size, it no longer hurt, and finally those cravings for food had disappeared, she was ready to return to work and train knights. That day passed normally. He had breakfast with his partner, they chatted for a while, and then each went off to perform their respective tasks. He went to lead a cavalry squadron, and she went to join Akame in training for the new members who would defend the kingdom in the future. The mantis was very well received by the recruits, and after the usual greetings, the training began. Hey, a dragonfly said to the beetle practicing with her. It looks like Orchid is in a very good mood. Because you said so? She's more sadistic than usual. Yes, I think you're right, my horns are even hurting now. Hey. What's going on over there? The aforementioned mantis shouted. The recruits jumped in shock and looked at her in fear. If you have time to chat, you'll definitely have time to run. I want you to run laps of the gym. Now. Yes ma'am, they shouted in unison. And so the training session went. It was very productive for all the recruits and for the trainer as well, as, to her delight, some of her students challenged her to a duel. It was wonderful for the mantis to wield a weapon again and duel with someone, even if it was an apprentice who wasn't even close to her. In any case, she wasn't too harsh on them, and after the fight, she gave them a rather motivating speech that left them in high spirits, ready to challenge her in the future. Once the work was done, Orchid went to take a relaxing bath, get something to eat, and prepare for her sign language classes. She was determined to have a decent conversation with a container one day. For now, she continued studying and practicing with Soul, compassing simple sentences. But this time, for some reason, she couldn't find the 8-eyed creature anywhere. She went to their usual meeting place and found nothing. She went to some nearby rooms in the creature's quarters, but there was no sign of it. Somewhat worried, she was about to ask the servants about it, but something more suspicious caught her attention. Agram and Green were running through the hallways together, heading somewhere. That was certainly strange, so it caught her attention. Hey. What's up? Green rushed to answer with an exaggerated pantomime that Orchid could barely perform. Are Hornet and Quirrell visiting? I see you're getting better at this, Agram congratulated her, but the message is a bit more complex. Hornet and Quirrell are here, but they seem to be having serious problems. Oh. Come on, they're in Big's office. You're already part of the family, so you should know all about this. Those words made Orchid happy. Feeling part of something was very important to her, so she followed them with great excitement, but all joy died when she saw the scene she witnessed. Big's office was very crowded that day, most of the occupants were containers, there were Shadow, Azuri and Soul, whom he had been looking for, also in the center of them all was the king sitting on his knees hugging Hornet who was breaking down in tears. He had never seen someone cry so heartbreakingly, near them Quirrell was also present and looked as desolate as his wife, in fact Hollow was hugging him in a clumsy attempt to comfort him. What happened here? The mantis asked. Your people stole my children. Damn mantis. Hornet shouted angrily, but after seeing Orchid's stunned face, she calmed down. I'm sorry, this isn't your fault. You had nothing to do with it. If it's something related to my people, it matters to me. It's just that Hornet couldn't continue because tears filled her eyes, preventing her from speaking, so Quirrell took the floor. They kidnapped our children, took them away, and a praying mantis was found wearing the same clothes as the kidnapper, and it also had Chester's cloak in its claws. And this mantis confessed. He denies everything. Then he must be innocent. All the evidence is against her. Hornet shouted. But a mantis would never do something like that. A mantis would never leave its territory unless it was to leave its tribe forever like you did. What would a mantis do in Deep Nest? Well, I don't know, but there must be an explanation for all this. There isn't. Hornet burst into tears again, and Big hugged her. And what do you plan to do now? Hornet growled. What? You can't be serious. You should gather evidence first and… There is no further evidence, Quirrell intervened with a seriousness that is very rare for him, and we don't have time to look for it either. This was a serious offense that requires immediate punishment. If we don't assert our rights and demonstrate our power, the people will lose confidence in the queen and insecurity will grow. Even if we don't recover the children, we must make the guilty pay. But the Mantises weren't, they have no reason for this, they… Orchid, I understand that you want to have faith in your people, but you abandoned your tribe, you are no longer part of them, and you no longer live in their territory, you don't know how things are there. But they can't have changed that much in 4 months, unless new lords had taken over. Then she remembered that nightmare she had had days ago, where her sisters were killed by the tribe. I want to talk to the captured mantis. Sorry, we can't allow that. Why? I demand to see that mantis. You have no right to demand anything. Hornet snapped. You may be my brother's partner and the mother of Hellenist's heir, but you have no authority or political clout whatsoever. Orchid felt a tremendous temptation to reveal her true identity, but for her honor and self-respect, she remained silent. Besides, these are internal matters of the deep nest, and if I came here it's to Hornet started to cry again, say goodbye sniff. That. We'll go fight in the war, Coral explained. But it's not certain we'll come back alive from this. Big, I want to ask you something. Hornet sobbed. If anything happens to me, please take care of the spiders, protect deep nest. I will, I promise you Hornet. I will fight by your side. The voice rose up among them all, and Orchid's heart almost stopped. Hello? Hornet exclaimed in surprise. What are you saying? Do you really intend to go fight in the war? You're not a shadow anymore. You could die. Besides, you're going to be a father soon, think about your family. That's what I do. You're my family and I can't abandon you. And what about mine? What will happen to the Mantises? I'm sorry Orchid. He turned his back on her, unable to look her in the eyes. The mantis, unable to bear the situation, ran away from there. She couldn't believe that they had turned their backs on her, that they preferred to believe in evidence rather than the words of a mantis, that they sought conflict rather than a peaceful solution by talking. They would attack before gathering information without even listening to reason. They were acting just like a mantis. She clenched her claws in frustration. They wouldn't even attempt dialogue because Mantises never dialogue. It was simply a waste of time. In reality, they had gotten what they deserved. For years, they had sown violence, and that was what they were reaping. But it was too late to reconsider. They would be attacked by their lifelong enemies, and what was worse, a ruthless warrior would rise against them, strong enough to face a god. And she wouldn't be there to defend her territory. This was the worst thing that could happen to the tribe. Doom and horror. But she wouldn't give up, she couldn't stand idly by while her two families faced off in a deadly battle, so she made a decision. She would go to Deep Nest to interrogate that mantis and find out the whole truth behind the disappearance of those children. Rescue operation. The mantis's heart pounded like a small drum in her chest, the strain she endured tremendous. Fear and emotion danced together inside her, roiling her mind and shaking her resolve. She was betraying Big and Hollow's trust, but she hoped they would forgive her. They, more than anyone, should understand her feelings of love for her family and her desire to protect them. So, in one afternoon, he drew up a complete escape and rescue plan, which he put into action that same night. At bedtime, as usual, he had a cup of tea with his partner, but at Hollow's, he poured a herbal tea for sleep so that he would sleep until the next day, when he had to get up to go to war. As always, Hollow stayed with her in her room, and as soon as he fell asleep, Orchid got out of bed, grabbed her incognito clothes, and slipped away from the palace. She knew the place like the back of her hand, so she knew where to escape without being detected by the guards. The palace had the peculiarity of being harder to enter than to leave. Once outside, she made sure to conceal her identity and consulted the map she'd brought with her. She managed to obtain one from the palace library. She hoped it would be enough to prevent her from getting lost in Deep Nest's intricate network of tunnels. But since her first stop was in the civilized part of the kingdom, she took advantage of the amenities it offered and took a deer to a distant village. Fortunately, they had night service. Once there, he had to figure out where the prisoners' cells were. The map he had wasn't detailed enough to include that kind of information, and for strategic reasons, it wasn't something they would tell the general public, so he had to figure it out on his own. But how to obtain such information? Sometimes the most obvious answer was the correct one, and there was no better way to find a location than by asking, but for someone like Orchid, that was beyond her capabilities. Deep Nest was just hours away from going to war with the Mantis tribe. Any insect of that species was not welcome, so she would have to use alternative methods. As soon as she got off the station, she faced her first problem. The place was being guarded by a security guard. After a quick glance, she noticed it wasn't a particularly strong individual. It was probably a weak but fast spider, whose job it was to raise the alarm if it saw anything suspicious and then send for guards who were worth the effort. But Orchid had confidence in herself. She wasn't just strong, she was also fast, so as soon as she got off her vehicle and the creature approached to question her, she practically vanished from sight, then appeared behind it and knocked it out. But that problem overcome, it was time to figure out which direction to take. She hid among the shadows and the threat of the village's houses, stalking the perfect prey that would aid her in her mission. First, a very robust devotee passed by. He looked like a great rival to fight, but he wasn't what she was looking for. After a few moments, another possible candidate came into view. A fat, somewhat older spider with a stern appearance. The mantis considered it for a few moments and discarded it. It seemed too stubborn. It was a long time before anyone else passed by her hiding place, but it was worth a wait because this time it was the perfect prey. A drunken spider stumbling home. Perhaps she had had the brilliant idea to have a drink before the next day's battle, but whatever the cause of her condition, Orchid wasn't interested. She just wanted to get all the information this individual could provide. He tensed his muscles and crouched in his hiding place, waiting for his prey to get close enough. His staggering made it somewhat difficult to plan an effective attack, but he could deal with that. The spider came closer and closer, letting out strange shrieks that she called a song. The racket she was making was such that no one would be surprised if she screamed, but that didn't happen. Only a soft moan was heard before silence gave way. Orchid had the spider gripped in her claws, covering its mouth, preventing it from calling for help, though she doubted anyone would come to her rescue, even if she could scream. Her goal, however, wasn't to harm this girl, just to interrogate her as gently as possible. So she slammed her against a wall and whispered in her ear. "Tell me where the prisoner cells are. Popo, please don't hurt me. Just tell me where the prisoner cells are," he repeated calmly. "I'm too young to die." "You won't die, just tell me where the prisoner's cells are." "Mom, sorry for not washing the dishes and walking the tick-tick, why?" Orchid banged her head in frustration. She was losing patience with this whiny spider. Apparently, her brilliant plan wasn't as simple as she thought. It was then that she came up with an ingenious idea, a bit crazy, but just maybe it would work. "Your mom is waiting for you." "What? Where?" "It's in the prisoner's cells, tell me where it is so we can go together." "Of course. They're outside the village, in a secret tunnel behind a pair of cloth-wrapped rocks on the southern side of the lake." "Perfect. Thank you." He released the spider and headed straight for the cells, although the spider wasn't amused. "Wait. Take me with you. I want to see my mom." "Mom." Orchid reached her destination without any problems. Even in her drunken stupor, the spider gave very precise and easy-to-follow instructions. But once again, she faced an obstacle. The prison was guarded by guards, who seemed far more competent than the guard at the station. But Orchid was on another level. You couldn't compare a common arachnid with a lord, especially one who had undergone such rigorous training. Using her hunter's stealth, she knocked out the guards, managed to sneak inside, and make her way to the cells. Most were unoccupied, but at the far end, in the farthest cage, a male mantis could be glimpsed. The poor creature was desolate, its spirits were low, it was clear that no one had harmed it had no visible wounds or any marks of torture. Orchid was surprised that they were so kind to the prisoners, although she reconsidered her judgment when she noticed the creature's mental state. What had they done to it to make it feel like that? She cautiously approached the cell and caught its attention. As soon as the insect noticed its former leader, it ran to the bars to get a better look. His eyes must be deceiving him. This was impossible. Of all the things that could happen, this was the most unexpected. "Lord Orchid!" he exclaimed with joy and surprise. "Shhhhh, be quiet, Chris, you're going to give us away." Orchid knew this mantis. He was one of the most reserved members of the tribe, well known for his powers of observation, and the same one who had acted as judge in their confrontation against Deep Nest. "I'm sorry, my lord," he whispered this time. "The surprise of finding you here was too great." "Yes, I understand, this is certainly a very unusual situation. But now that you've come, everything will be fine. Come, my lady. Finish off all these weaklings and restore the tribe's honor. Let the arachnid blood stain these lands as a sign of your power and as a warning to all those who dare to confront the Mantises." "Chris, I'm not going to do that, I want to resolve this conflict as peacefully as possible." "What? How can you say that?" "Lower your voice." Chris had gotten too excited during her speech. "I'm sorry." He resumed his whispers. "But why wouldn't you put an end to all this insolence?" "Because I'm sure this is all just a big misunderstanding that could have been avoided, and because I don't want to hurt the spiders." Chris looked at her incredulously. "Look, I have my reasons for this, they're somewhat complicated to explain, but I assure you they're good reasons, just trust me. Now, I want you to explain to me what happened here, I want the truth, don't hide anything from me please, because whether this can end favorably depends on it." "Okay," Chris didn't seem convinced. "They accused me of kidnapping some babies, but I'm innocent. They falsely framed me. When I was walking through the tunnels of this horrible place, a creature that I suspect was a lobster saw me and dressed me in clothes identical to the ones he was wearing. Then he gave me the clothes of one of the children he had with him and left. Just then, those horrible spiders appeared, and when they saw me like that, they thought I was the kidnapper." "Please. Don't tell me you don't believe me either." Yes, I believe you, it's just that you won't deny that it's a bit suspicious, mainly because you had no reason to be in spider territory, mantises never leave fungal wastes. You don't say anything. She gave him an accusatory expression. Okay. I left the territory, but I had a reason for doing so. I was seeking strength and power. Mantises don't leave their home unless they have a reason. What was yours? To tell the truth, Chris wanted to avoid answering that question. He was ashamed to say that he had escaped from a battle. It was something horrible, a sign of weakness that would earn him everyone's contempt. And having to confess something so shameful to no less than the Lord was a nightmare. She would undoubtedly expel him from the tribe, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to speak, even if it hurt. I was escaping from a battle from the Civil War. Civil War? Yes. During their absence, many in the tribe began to question the Lord's power. With only 2 of them, they felt they weren't enough to rule all the Mantises, so they began plotting to overthrow them. But these cowards, instead of fighting head-on and challenging them properly, waited until Lavender had laid her eggs and was weak to attack. There was a general uprising, but some of us remained loyal to the Lords, but war is horrible, seeing so many of our comrades dead, having to murder our countrymen I couldn't stand it. I was a coward and I ran away, escaping to Deep Nest where the incident occurred. Poor thing, you must have had a really bad time. Chris looked at her in disbelief. Was the Lord really pitying him? Shouldn't she be despising him? My lord, are you alright? No, I'm not. It pains me deeply to learn that my people are dying because of my absence, and that now that their forces are decimated, they will be attacked by the nation of Deepnest. We must act now to clarify this whole matter. Yeah, sure, but what are you planning to do? First, get you out of there, then we'll go look for clues to find out what happened to the children. But that will take forever. Wouldn't it be better if we went to fungal wastes to join the battle? I can't, there's someone fighting in the war one can't face. He's too powerful, too important, and too dear to me. Chris felt her world crumble when she heard that statement. Was her beloved lord expressing affection for a foreigner? Had she broken one of the tribe's greatest taboos? This was supposed to be a joke, but just looking at her told her she meant it. Lord Orchid, what happened to you outside the tribe? Well, he sighed many things, but it's something very long to explain and we're short on time. It would be best if I found a way to get you out of there. I don't think my claws could break those bars, so it would be best to look for the key. She was speechless when she turned around and found a spider that, like her, did not want to reveal its identity, so it was covered in webs, keeping its entire body hidden, leaving only the tips of its legs visible. Orchid froze in place. A single scream could betray her and ruin her plan. She needed to reach her and knock her out to avoid a disaster. But something unexpected happened. The creature pulled a shiny key from its robes, placed it on the ground, and slid it until it was in front of the mantis's legs. The mantis looked at it suspiciously. Who are you? The loyal servant to Deep Nest. What are you looking for in return for this favor? Save the princess of the kingdom. They've taken her and her brothers far from here, to a land filled with vegetation, where the greenery is endless. Green lands. They want to sacrifice them, to leave them abandoned to be devoured by the wild beasts that inhabit that place. If the children disappear, they will lose the only way to save their tribe, so don't fail. But that place is huge. How are we going to find them? He exclaimed, forgetting for a moment to remain silent. Look for the beast with a colossal body and 6 eyes covered by a green cloak. That's all I can say. Once his message was delivered, the enigmatic figure climbed a wall to the ceiling and fled at full speed. Sometimes I envy the talent spiders have for walking on any surface, Orchid said thoughtfully. But we mantises have many talents too. Chris replied. We can hang from walls and we're very fast. I know, every species has its own thing. For the second time that night, Chris was surprised by his lord's behavior. He should have proclaimed the superiority of the Mantises instead of praising other, lesser creatures. He didn't have time to express his thoughts. The guards had overheard some of Orchid's exclamations and were now on their way to inspect the cells. The Mantis rushed to retrieve the key and free the male, just in time to confront the guards. Don't kill them, Orchid ordered, just knock them out. Chris nodded, not very sure of this, but he was her lord, he still recognized her as such and had authority, he wasn't going to question her. The battle was short and the greatest burden fell on the female. Chris only served as support in that crusade. Her combat skills were far from reaching those of the Lord, and in her opinion, this difference had increased even more in the months that Orchidia had been away. Now she was dying of curiosity to know about her adventures. Once they got rid of the guards, they left the compound and dove into the lake to reach the other side. They had to navigate several tunnels and intricate twists and turns to make their way to the upper level where the deer station was located. Orchid's map was vital in this endeavor, and although it took a while, they managed to reach the site. The knocked-out guard was still on the floor, but he was close to waking up, a sure sign of all the time that had passed. It was almost morning, and the war was about to begin. Big was heading towards the palace gate to bid farewell to the brave warriors who would join Deep Nest in their fight against the Mantises. Both kingdoms were allies, and several of the knights volunteered to lend their support to the spiders. If it were up to Big, he would present himself to the battlefield to fight side by side with his sister and find out the truth about his nephews. Since he was an expert at hiding his feelings, he showed a facade of calm, but he was boiling with rage. He had no shortage of desire to go to that tribe and make them shudder in fear, but Orchid stopped him. She knew that seriously damaging that village would break the Mantis's heart. Although at this point that tribe would end up destroyed no matter what, with the military support he was providing it was enough to tip the scales in favor of Deep Nest. That alone kept him calm. But he still felt worried. Some knights could be harmed or die in battle. In particular, he felt concern for Hollow, who unlike Shadow or Soul, was now mortal. He did not want to lose anyone from the family. He walked slowly to his destination, as if he wanted to delay time and the warrior's departure. Once he arrived, he bowed respectfully to the beetles, grasshoppers, and containers about to go into battle. They all responded to his greeting, except for one individual who was so sad he was unable to take any action. The motionless knight was none other than Hollow. His behavior naturally worried his brother greatly, who immediately approached to inquire about his condition and the cause of his discomfort. The answer was short and simple. Orchid is gone. Two Mantises made their way through the wild vegetation of Tierras Verdes, going deeper and deeper into the wilderness, but this was not a problem for them. Their bodies were adapted to move through the vegetation and even blend in with it. They were hunters after all. Chris stared wide-eyed at everything around him. He'd never left fungal wastes before and was enthralled by the vegetal beauty of the place. He didn't miss the mastery with which Orchid navigated the environment, directing her path to a specific spot. He deduced she'd been there before. He was dying to ask for details, the names of plants and some of the local beasts. Even if they weren't in such a bind, he would have enjoyed trying to hunt some of the prey. He was particularly interested in those strange creatures that kept jumping around. But there was something that really caught his attention. Along their way, they crossed paths with other Mantises a couple of times, and on both occasions, he and the Lord hid. Why did they do that? And why did Mantises live outside of fungal wastes? They're my brother's followers who survived the infection, formed their own community, and live in this place now, and if we're hiding, it's because they don't like me very much. But my lady. You shouldn't hide like a pathetic worm, you should stand strong and proud and subdue those Mantises. You are a lord after all. First, Chris, this isn't my land, and second, things here aren't like back home. To survive, you have to act differently, with more intelligence than strength, and with more wisdom than impulsiveness. But trust me, the experiences I've had here have taught me a lot. Far from angering Chris, this response ignited his curiosity. He truly wanted to discover the secrets of Tierras Verdes, learn about his lord's experiences, and learn about the Mantis community here. He still didn't understand why a society wasn't governed by force, but he trusted his leader and was willing to follow his wishes. Suddenly, Orchid picked up a trail that seemed interesting. She discovered traces of blood, tiny drops scattered on some leaves, as well as some stained thread strands and a small piece of cloth. The ground and leaves were damaged, a clear sign of a recent hunt, and the clues left behind suggested the prey was a weaver. Strange, very strange, it wasn't spider territory, and if a spider visited the place, under no circumstances would it venture into the wild unless it was a hunter or adventurer. Her instincts made her follow the trail of the battle, the broken leaves, the drops of blood and the silence. They were close. Finally, they reached a clearing where they encountered the deadliest beast in the entire territory. Orchid quickly recognized it. That grassy hood and its 6 eyes were unmistakable. Chris shuddered at its presence and looked to Orchid for reassurance, but nearly panicked when he saw the female, as nervous as he was. That creature must be dangerous. Fortunately, it seemed he hadn't seen them yet, or so he thought, because he took a couple of steps back, seeking the safety of the foliage, and immediately the hunter's terrible voice caught his attention. Don't try to hide, I know you're there. Chris breathed raggedly, her muscles tensing with stress. Her honor as a mantis demanded she go out and fight, but her common sense told her to run. She had no right to decide her course of action, as Orchid took the initiative, emerging from her hiding place and confronting the monster. Ah, the female mantis, nice to see you again. How's my pupil doing? Have you laid the groundwork for the next generation yet? The male mantis was speechless. His lord was speaking as an equal with that monstrosity. It was undoubtedly the most admirable creature he had ever seen. I need those babies you have there. Until that moment Chris hadn't noticed it, but the hunter had in his hands a small cage in which 3 larvae could be seen, a mixed breed spider, a mixed breed woodlice and a something that he didn't know what it was, but that looked a lot like the silent warrior who had defeated the lords. Confusion reigned in his head. They're my prey. They came as a gift along with the spider I caught a while back. They're not much, but the larva meat is very tasty. I won't give up this delicacy so easily just because you're my pupil's mate. This comment set off alarm bells in Orchid's companion. I don't want them to eat, I need them alive, the fate of an entire town depends on this. Explain yourself better. The hunter seemed very interested in the matter. Those 3 larvae are the offspring of the spider queen and among them is the heir to Deep Nest. The Mantis tribe has been falsely blamed for her disappearance and this has sparked a war. I need to return the princess to end this conflict. The hunter took his time pondering the Mantis's request. It was a delicate matter, no doubt. What happened to the Mantises was none of his business, but at the same time, it was unfortunate that a village was lost. The diversity of creatures was what made the world beautiful, and if he could ensure an abundance of prey in the future, he had to act. Okay, you convinced me, here. He opened the cage and took out the spider. He placed it on the grass, and the girl immediately ran to Orchid, who hurriedly picked her up. After that, she waited for him to hand over the rest of the babies, but the hunter didn't move a muscle. And the others? You don't need the others. It's the disappearance of the princess that caused the political conflict. If you bring her, that should be enough to save your people, right? Yes, but I'm not really a kind person. I like to hunt and devour my prey. Sometimes I do things that I think might be good for the environment and wildlife, but I'm not going to give away my food just because. What do you care anyway? You're a mantis, you're only interested in your race, and you despise half-breeds. A few months ago, the hunter would have been right and Orchid would have abandoned those children without much remorse, but now things were different. She held the key to saving her tribe. She could walk away safely with the solution to all her problems, but the thought of doing so seemed unbearable. Thinking about Hornet's heartbreaking cry hurt her soul, abandoning that child who looked so much like her lover filled her with guilt, and knowing that she would never see the smile of that adorable mixed-breed piglet again saddened her. They were Hollow's nephews, and now part of her family. She couldn't abandon them. Chris. Yes, my lord. He approached submissively. Take the girl. She handed him the baby and then walked toward the hunter. My lady. What are you doing? I will fight for those larvae, that's why I ask you take care of the girl. If anything happens to me, take her to the Spider Queen so she can stop the war. But why risk it for these babies? We don't need them. There is someone who does need them, too. She extended her claws and got into battle stance. I am a mantis and a lord. I do not run away from a battle or allow myself to be given less than what I deserve and want. I will have it all. The hunter smiled under his hood, a feeling had told him that those cubs would guide him to a better prize, and he was not wrong. Oh my pupil, you truly chose an excellent female, I am proud of you. Rematch. A new day began in that underground world full of wonders and curious insects, but this day all that would be overshadowed by death and violence. In that territory that marked the border between Deep Nest and the Mantis village, 2 armies had gathered, one on each side, representing each village that was going to fight. That setting was perfect for the massacre that would take place, decorated with the corpses of battles fought in the past, although this time there was a fundamental difference. The Mantises' enemies were weavers, thinking insects capable of developing strategies and raising the level of difficulty. Ignorant of this, the Mantises would have had complete confidence in their ability to win, however their condition was not the most optimal, and they knew it, but their innate stubbornness denied them the possibility of looking for another solution. They didn't know why Deep Nest had declared war on them, but they didn't question it. If they had to fight, they would fight. Furthermore, this conflict had served to unite them, for due to the war, everyone forgot their differences and opposing views, and they all submitted to the Lord's command to fight their enemies. Lily and Lavender were leading their army. They weren't feeling well, exhausted both physically and psychologically, but to everyone else, they looked as strong and confident as ever. Or so they tried to pretend, but their facade nearly fell apart when they spotted the silent warrior among the enemies. How could they face that knight? He defeated them as a child, and now, as an adult, his power would be even more devastating. Besides, they didn't count on Orchid. What would become of them? From the Deep Nest side, Hornet also analyzed the enemy side and was surprised that there were only 2 lords. Look, Hollow, there are only 2 lords. Where would the third be? He asked his brother. Who knows? Hornet was never very good at remembering people's faces. It was common for her to forget those she saw only once, which is why she wasn't able to recognize Orchid, especially if she wasn't wearing her royal crown. Hey, it's funny now that I look at them closely, the lords look a bit like Orchid. Are you just now realizing? Quirrell exclaimed. Wait. Are you going to tell me you never knew Orchid's identity? His identity? Don't tell me, why didn't you ever tell me? I thought everyone knew, and since no one said anything, well, I assumed it was a fact accepted by everyone and that there was no problem. But suddenly she realized an extremely uncomfortable reality. Oh no. I have been disrespectful to a Mantis Lord. And in Hollow you irresponsibly pregnant a lord. DP, I thought that was a topic already overcome, the bug stammered. But you never told me who she really was. I'm going to kill you. Again. At that moment the horn signaling the start of the fight sounded and the two masses of bugs waiting for their moment rushed towards the battlefield. The assassination of Hollow would have to wait. On another battlefield, a much smaller one filled with vegetation, two other individuals were preparing for their own death match. The hunter analyzed his prey with delight. It looked much more determined than the previous time, where he perceived a low spirit in it that did not allow it to reach its full potential, something that disappointed him greatly, but all that was behind it, now this mantis seemed like another one, a much stronger and more fun one to hunt. She let out a colossal battle cry that made all the surrounding creatures tremble and flee in terror, except for the mantis, which stood as firm as a rock, waiting for her offensive. Such a display of courage and audacity thrilled the hunter, who rushed towards her like a wild beast, making the earth rumble in her wake. He threw his claws at her, tearing through the air. With an antenna, Orchid avoided a deadly scratch, but she could not avoid the second attack, which managed to graze her shell, leaving a superficial wound that was not serious, but which was a warning of the power of her adversary. You can still escape if you want, my pupil won't be very happy when he finds out I killed you, and I'm sure the offspring you had with him will be even more powerful if you train them. How do you? Your tail is slightly larger than when I met you. After becoming mothers, female tails are never the same again. What can I say? I'm very observant and attentive to detail. Chris was stunned from his position. Had he heard correctly? Had his lord had offspring? With whom? He didn't know what kind of apprentice the hunter had, but he assumed it was a mantis. There were several in that territory. It wouldn't be surprising if Orchid had found a strong male who had caught her interest. Surely, she was someone extraordinary with such a master. At this point, Orchid no longer cared what Chris thought. She was only interested in rescuing the offspring, so she had no qualms about provoking the hunter. The mantis, no, Orchid, don't run away. Much less when I know I can win. Really? Well, we'll see. Barely giving her time to react, he launched a flurry of thorns at her, an attack that had caused her a lot of trouble the previous time, but this time it wouldn't be the same. The warrior ran, avoiding the barrage of projectiles as she closed in to land a close-quarters blow, a strategy that was exactly what the hunter was looking for. As soon as he had her within reach of his claws, he unleashed a devastating blow that sent her flying. But after batting away that small threat, a pain afflicted her hand. And after observing her, he saw why. Her hand was bleeding. Orchid was so fast that she could have hurt him without him even noticing, but the wounds were nothing to worry about, barely a small scratch, nothing compared to the blow he'd given her, enough to leave her sore the next day. But as expected, the mantis wouldn't be defeated by something like that. She was already back on her feet and was scrutinizing him with a murderous expression. Both predators rushed towards a direct confrontation, one with elegance and skill, the other with brutality and strength, like a mass about to run over the insect. Orchid reacted in time to dodge the bulky body hurtling toward her. Her size and strength weren't enough to stop it, so she opted for the wisest decision and the most cunning strategy. When the hunter halted his advance, she turned to face her adversary, and just at that moment, she felt a slight pain in one of her paws. A fleeting glance clarified the situation. She had a sharp piece of wood stuck in her limb. The mantis had set that small trap before moving out of its path, another wound that didn't require much attention, but was a nuisance. The hunter was beginning to deduce a pattern. The time it took the beast to tear off the splinter was enough for Orchid to approach and scratch its arm, a new scratch that confirmed the hunter's theory. The mantis knew that with its physique, it couldn't face the creature in a direct attack, so it resorted to small wounds that would accumulate until it weakened and gave it an opening for the final attack. When it was young, it had once resorted to this strategy to face prey larger than itself. Of course, once it reached its full size, it no longer needed them, but in those mysterious twists and turns of life, it was now its turn to be on the other side. But it wasn't a foolish prey that would be easily defeated. He crouched down, sinking into the thick vegetation that covered the area, leaving Orchid blind, not knowing where to go. This wasn't new to her. She'd faced this situation before, but now with prior experience and, above all, a cooler head, she knew what to do. She quickly found a stick and proceeded to bury it in the nearby bushes, searching for her opponent. It didn't take long to find him. The creaking of the wood betrayed her determination to find the right bush. The 6 eyes beneath the blanket of grass glowed, and the creature reared up to its full height. It knew this trick wouldn't work twice, which was why it didn't like leaving its prey alive. They grew smarter and potentially dangerous later. At this point, its mind was made up. It would kill this mantis. It no longer cared what its pupil said. It would just leave the other mantis alive to save the tribe or whatever. Still with the wood in its mouth, it swung its paw at the Lord, who dodged it with a jump, but without giving it any respite. As soon as she landed it showered her with a shower of thorns, but the mantis did not retreat from this and, enduring the pain, grabbed the stick that protruded from its adversary's mouth and pushed it. The wood lodged in his throat and forced the predator to expel it quickly, but the damage was too much. It had attacked a weak spot and was now the victim of an uncontrollable coughing fit that had him with all four limbs resting on the ground in an absolutely vulnerable position. The mantis wasn't going to waste such an opportunity. It mounted the hunter and dug its claws into his back, eliciting a terrifying scream that further injured his already sore throat. The beast's back began to bleed profusely. The monster thrashed desperately trying to get rid of the nuisance on top of him, but the insect remained firm in its position, with its claws dug deep into his flesh. Finally, he had no choice but to lie down on the ground and roll to free himself from his attacker. Orchid retreated in time to avoid being run over, but she didn't emerge unscathed. One of the hunter's claws managed to scratch her leg. It was a single attack, a single laceration that made her scream as if her life were ending at that instant. Both beasts took a moment to breathe and try to intimidate the other. In such a battle, mental strength was vital, but neither of them seemed unsure or scared. Even when blood oozed from their bodies and their wounds stung, they were determined to keep fighting until one of them fell. Chris watched the battle in ecstasy. He couldn't explain how, but somehow his lord was managing to even the odds. He could barely breathe with excitement, and his heart swelled with pride at the thought of their leader being so strong and brave. The children didn't understand the situation they were in, but that display of power had also impressed them, and their deathly silence was proof of it. The crying and moaning had ceased. They were only waiting to see how events would unfold. The hunter let out a battle growl, summoning the courage to ignore his wounds and launch himself into the attack. Gathering his strength, he took a colossal leap. Orchid watched as a mass of fury and grass descended upon him. She managed to leap with her good paw, avoiding being crushed to death. This she was forced to do several times because the beast had suddenly decided to transform into an incubating Molech, leaping repeatedly, seeking to overwhelm her with its eyes. It was impressive that a being of such magnitude could be so fast. The mantis defended itself as best it could, dodging with only one leg, but the pressure was too much for it. Finally, in one of its attempts to evade the attack, its muscles gave way and it was unable to jump. Lying on the ground, she saw almost in slow motion how that colossal being came at her. Her survival instinct and determination led her to make a last desperate effort. She dug her claws into the ground and with the strength of her body, she moved to one side, precisely occupying the piece of land that was not covered by the hunter's body. She couldn't let him repeat his jump, so in desperation and having him just a few centimeters away, she threw herself at him and dug her claws into his chest. Blood gushed from the wound, and as a consequence the mantis received a brutal slap that left her somewhat stunned, but still wanting to fight, she clung to the claw that struck her, bit and scratched it, causing such damage that its owner was almost unable to move her. The beast swung its arm, throwing the warrior to the ground, but as soon as she landed, she jumped at him again. The hunter recognized this behavior. It was the final moves of a desperate creature that had no more resources. It attacked and attacked like a savage. It was a clear sign that it didn't have much energy left, but at the same time, that made it even more dangerous. The monstrous being wasn't sure he could hold out much longer either. The mantis had caused too many deep bleeding wounds. He had difficulty moving his claws and was beginning to feel exhausted from the loss of blood. He was even certain that the last blow he had landed on the mantis hadn't had the force he'd hoped for. Add to that the fact that one of his hands had been completely disabled and he could see that he might be in trouble. He threw Orchid once more to the ground, but this time he showered her with thorns to prevent her from jumping on him. This managed to keep her on the ground, and without wasting the opportunity he stepped on her. The mantis squealed in pain at the weight its shell had to bear, but that was just the beginning. With his good hand, the hunter grabbed the injured leg and pulled on it, trying to tear it off. The mantis screamed even louder, desperate for pain and fear of losing a limb. It writhed with all its might, but that only made the situation worse. It was going to die at that moment, without having saved the larvae, without being able to ensure that its tribe would be okay, and without saying goodbye to its beloved knight. Suddenly, it stopped moving and brought one of its claws to its back, where it grabbed a handful of the thorns embedded in it and, in a final desperate maneuver, threw them at the hunter's face. Most of the projectiles hit the edge of the hood or didn't hit at an appropriate angle, but one, almost miraculously, buried itself in one of its 6 eyes. The hooded man grunted in pain and loosened his grip on the prisoner, but that was enough for the mantis to break free and once again raise its claws against him. Orchid now turned into a wild beast, made a deep cut in the belly of the hunter who was within her reach. The blood once again made its way out, this time staining the attacker. Her blue skin was tinged with crimson, turning her into a grotesque monster, a representative of death, and to culminate the terrifying image she screamed with more force than she ever had. It was like a roar that shook every living being. For the first time in years, the hunter was frightened. The creature before him, with its bright crimson skin and death-like claws, was the living representation of a nightmare, a horrible memory lost in a mountain of years and forgotten thoughts. But this vision was real, not a nightmare he'd rather forget. It was a flesh and blood creature that was tearing his body apart with every scratch. Even Chris himself was frightened by the sight before him, trembling in place he hugged the larva in his arms. It was terrible, that was the true power of an unleashed lord, a sight he hoped to never see again. Attack after attack, the hunter's strength dwindled. Now he was no longer able to respond, and it was only a matter of time before he succumbed to the mantis. His body collapsed to the ground with a crash, and he was no longer able to get up. The king of the jungle had been defeated. He always knew this would happen one day. Old age attacks everyone equally, and there's always someone more powerful to face. He accepted it with resignation. He had no problem with it. It was the law of life, the same one he had honored for so many years. He watched the mantis stalking him at a safe distance, waiting for some movement on his part to attack again. It was very cautious, something very wise having an opponent like him, but it was enough. He wasn't going to lie to it, nor would he lie to himself. I'm done for, I can't fight anymore, come and finish the job. If there was one certainty Orchid had, it was that the hunter would never say anything that wasn't true, so she let her guard down and approached him. Now that it was all over, she couldn't believe what she had done. She had defeated a huge monstrous being. Not even she believed her own boasts about bringing it down. But the lies she'd made up for herself turned out to be true. She was now the most powerful mantis in all of Hellenist. What are you waiting for? You know what you have to do. Don't delay this any longer. I want to die quickly. I think I deserve at least this much. The mantis meditated on her request, her options and their implications, but there was something that made her feel bad about all this. It had been a long journey that she had made to culminate at this point. She had achieved her objective, but along the way so many things had happened that nothing was the same. She was not the same as before, and of course her decisions were no longer the same as those that the Orchid would have made a few months ago. Without saying a word, and before the astonished faces of Chris and the hunter, she went to gather plants, herbs that she knew were capable of clotting bleeding wounds, although the burning they caused was serious. Without much care, she covered all the predator's wounds with the leaves of these plants. He cried out at the stinging sensation, but didn't complain. He knew what it was all for, although he couldn't explain the mantis's kind act. He was still too weak from blood loss, but he was out of danger now, so at that moment he dared to ask. Because? My lover won't be very happy to know that I killed you. Besides, someone must tell my legend, the story of the mantis that was able to defeat you. The mantis that should never have existed to tell the truth. His pride was wounded, but he wasn't ungrateful, and he recognized that this opportunity to live was the chance for a rematch in the future. Perhaps, he wasn't sure he'd be able to face her again someday. So you'll just let me go like that? Not quite. Without warning, Orchid dug her claws into one of the hunter's hands, where the finger joint was, and yanked it free. The beast's cry was immediate, and a second shriek followed as the mantis covered the stump with another medicinal leaf. I'll take this as a trophy. I need proof of my victory, and this finger will suffice. The sharpness and size of this claw are all I need to prove my power to my people. Now, I take my prize. The insect ran to the cage where Chester and Ren were, both still, too scared to cry or complain. She decided to take the entire cage with them inside, mainly because she didn't have a basket or anything to carry them in, so that was the most convenient option. Then she went to where Chris was, and they both left. The hunter lay there for a few more minutes, pondering what to do. He had his den nearby, where he'd stashed some food, so he wouldn't starve to death while he recovered. That mantis had been too kind to him, but he didn't regret it. He'd gladly tell the story of the mantis that defeated him. He owed it that much. Ah, my pupil, you really chose an incredible girl. That's tears. The war between the Mantises and the spiders had already broken out, proving to be an event as horrific as it was cruel. Corpses of bugs from both sides joined the ancient carcasses from past battles that still remained on the field, a reminder of the war's ferocity, but those aged bodies weren't enough to deter the bugs from taking up arms once more. The Mantises' supposed offense had been too grave. But unlike the previous battles, where mindless insects had succumbed to the power of the Mantises, the current confrontation was tilted in Deep Nest's favor. The spiders were swift and skilled, gradually gaining ground and forcing their adversaries to retreat. Even with the lords fighting, the tribe was unable to confront the threat or the silent knight who now resembled a bloodthirsty monster. In reality, he wasn't the only problem. The Spider Queen and her consort were magnificent adversaries. In truth, they underestimated them when they met them. All the Mantises thought it would be an easy victory. Killing the queen automatically marked the defeat of Deep Nest, and for that very reason, many launched themselves against her seeking glory and honor, but they only found pain and death. After the first lives lost, the Mantises opted for a more defensive stance, seeking to contain her and waiting for the right moment to launch a deadly attack, but it didn't seem to come. The queen's enchanted thread was an impenetrable wall that danced at her will and burned on contact. But there was one brave man willing to take the risk of killing her, and he had a plan. Ash was determined to have the glory of victory. It was the only way for Lavender to forgive him after kidnapping her. Now he could no longer be in her presence, because she immediately sought to finish him off. If she had now ceased her desire to kill him, it was only because they were at war, and they needed all the Mantises available to fight, especially strong individuals like him. Ready for anything, the male snatched one of the carcasses from the ground and, using it as a shield, launched himself at Hornet. The magical golden thread struck the dead mantis's shell and managed to cause minor burns to the mantis, but it was nothing compared to the damage the carcass had taken. This took Hornet by surprise. The flow of soul into his weapon ceased, visible by the dimming of its glow. This was the signal Tash needed to attack. He grabbed the strands and tore them apart with the sharp edges of his claws, leaving the half-breed vulnerable for a few moments. Hornet reacted well, putting her needle forward in a perfect maneuver. That male wasn't enough to subdue her, but she didn't have the capacity to deal with him and at the same time pay attention to the two females bearing down on her. She lowered her guard for a moment to repel the two Mantises, and Tash aimed her claws at the spider's heart. That deadly blade was approaching Hornet's chest. She managed to glimpse it, her life flashed before her eyes. She thought sadly of her family and friends, her kingdom and the young ones she lost. She didn't want to die, but just at the last moment, the one lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment to reveal itself, dropped. From the ceiling of that cave, Ania detached herself and threw herself at the mantis, causing horrific damage to its chest. Tash immediately pushed her away and distanced herself to rethink her offensive. The spider turned to look at her former master, and her heart broke at the rage in her eyes. Hornet didn't know how to feel about this. She was staring at the creature who had nearly killed one of her daughters, the servant who had been loyal to her for so many years, who had betrayed her in the worst possible way, and who was now saving her life. The sneak attack of a mantis reminded him of where he was and the situation he was living in. He had no time for his personal conflicts. His priority now was to win. The adrenaline of the battle kept her moving, but with each passing minute, the extra energy was depleted and the aching in her body set in. Orchid was exhausted. All she wanted was to lie down and sleep for a while, but this wasn't the right time. She was covered in her adversary's blood, in a wild territory, the well-being of her tribe was in danger, and she had 3 larvae in her care that required attention and care. Unfortunately, her body wasn't in any condition to continue at that pace without a break. Her already weakened legs buckled under her weight, and the mantis fell to its knees. Her companion ran to her aid, frightened both for his lord's well-being and because he didn't know how to escape the jungle without her. "My lord. Are you alright? Are your injuries serious?" "Don't worry, Chris, I'm fine, just exhausted." "Well, allow me to disagree. Perhaps you stop the bleeding in your leg with those plants, but you need rest, or failing that, more elaborate medical help." "But there's no time for that, I have to take the babies to their mother." Orchid managed to stand up with some difficulty. "In your condition, I don't know if you'd be able to make it to the village like this, or protect the hatchlings and yourself. Remember, we're going to a battlefield. If the spiders see you with the hatchlings in a cage, they might react badly, thinking the worst. You're right, I can't show up there with the kids in this condition." He took a few moments to think of an appropriate course of action, but in his condition, just standing required quite a bit of effort. Even thinking about anything was much more difficult. Although he tried to concentrate, his mind began to wander in confusing and meaningless thoughts, where every image he saw evoked some distant memory, but somehow it managed to help. The path of his eyes crossed with a thorny branch that activated a relatively recent memory. She examined her surroundings as if she hadn't been busy with that for the last minutes, but with this second glance she could recognize the place, she knew it, and it was close to a place where they could help her without asking too many questions. "Chris, I know what to do, come help me a little." With the help of his companion, they made their way through the jungle until they reached a rustic path that led them to a cabin lost in the confines of that orchard, a place where 2 artists had taught him an important lesson. The urgency of serving her lord made Chris forget all discretion or respect. She kicked the door of the cabin and forced her way inside, but as soon as she entered she regretted not having knocked first, because she had to witness an uncomfortable scene involving 2 beetles kissing. Without saying anything he quickly left the cabin, slamming the door. Chris, quite disturbed, sat outside the cabin where Orchid and the children were waiting for him. His pale and distressed expression did not go unnoticed. Are you okay? I saw two beetles kissing. Yes, I forgot to tell you that the occupants are a couple. But they're two males. Males can't have offspring together. Chris couldn't understand why her lord was so calm. Of course, the thing is that here, bugs don't necessarily pair up to have offspring. Sometimes they pair up just to share life without having children, and you can do something like that with any kind of bug. How odd. Yes, maybe a little, but when you understand the situation a little better, it's not so bad anymore. At that, Shio left the cabin with a furious face, but all traces of anger vanished when he saw Orchid badly injured next to the male mantis and 3 babies in a cage. Orchid? What's happened to you? Kneel. Come here quickly and get some wise life bulbs. The timely attention of the 2 males with the appropriate implements allowed Orchid to recover quickly. Her wounds closed with no possibility of further bleeding, adding a couple of new scars to her collection. But that wasn't important. She was recovered now, still tired, but with her willpower, she would find the energy to run to the tribe. Thanks for your help, I must go now, Orchid said as soon as she felt better. Wait. Are you just going to walk away without even giving us an explanation? We helped you recover, it's the least we deserve. Besides, where are you going with those caged children? What are you up to, Orchid? Shio exclaimed, worried. The babies, you're right. He watched the babies for a moment, then the 2 beetles. He was embarrassed to ask for more favors, but he didn't have much choice. He opened the cage, took the 3 babies out, and handed them to the painter. What does this mean? Well, these babies were kidnapped, and this led to a misunderstanding and some pretty serious problems, but now I'm going to fix this whole thing. Could you take care of them for a while? I promise their mother will come for them in a few hours. These babies were kidnapped. And now you're giving them to us. I swear you won't have any problems. I'll fix everything so there are no more misunderstandings. If I don't take you with me, it's because I'm going somewhere dangerous and I can't allow anything bad to happen to you. Please believe me. Shio scrutinized the mantis for a few moments, searching its features or expression for any trace of lies, but there was nothing suspicious, only anguish and longing. He would never have agreed to such a favor for anyone else, but Orchid wasn't just anyone. Okay, I'll trust you, don't make me regret it. Yes. Don't worry. Everything will be okay. I hope so. For the record, Orchid, if I agree to this it's only because you're Hollow's mate, and if he chose you, it must be because you're someone he trusts. I'll keep that in mind. Chris, who didn't know these insects at all, had simply waited silently beside them, offering no opinion or comment on what they were saying, until she heard the mention that Orchid was Hollow's mate. She had to stifle a scream and hide her discomfort until they were a safe distance away to question her lord. The only Hollow she knew was that silent creature that had defeated their leaders long ago. Weren't they talking about him? No, that was impossible. It was surely a mantis that shared a name with him. Orchid would never do something as horrible and disgusting as pairing up with a foreigner, much less have offspring with him. But despite her trust, she needed to get the thorn out of her side. The mantis said goodbye to the males and took Silky's cape with her as proof that she had found the babies. Then they hurried off to fulfill their mission, but Chris's mind was in turmoil and she needed to clear her mind, so as soon as they were a safe distance from the hut, she confronted the female. My lord, I don't mean to sound disrespectful, and I know this isn't the best time, but I need to know the truth. Do you have a mate here? Did you have any offspring? Orchid took a few seconds before answering, unable to look him in the eyes, but with absolute determination she cleared up her doubt. Yes, during the time I was away I had babies with a local male. And who is he? Why isn't he with you now? What kind of mantis is he? Do you intend to take him to the tribe? It's not a mantis, Chris, it's a foreign insect, it's Hollow, the silent knight who defeated my sisters and me. Chris stepped back in shock. He couldn't believe what he had heard. That had to be a lie. Why, he asked in a trembling voice. Because I fell in love. No. No. Of all the Mantises, you couldn't have succumbed to that disease. It's not a disease. Of course it is. Chris grew increasingly agitated. It's a disgusting disease that makes people stupid and weak, forcing them to make stupid decisions and neglect their strength to lead lives of idleness and waste. That's not true, they're just myths. People in love never admit they have a problem. I think I was just like him, Orchid thought. Despite that, she mustered up the patience to try to explain her position. Love doesn't make you weak, but it brings out the strength or weakness within you. A truly strong person will be able to bear their feelings without letting it affect their decisions. They will stand firm and do what's right, even when their heart aches. And is that even possible? Do you think I'm weak? Chris wasn't sure how to respond to that. After the battle he had witnessed he could call her anything but weak and she seemed so clear-headed that no one would say she was in love, but he still couldn't accept it so easily. She had committed a sin. His offspring. Yes, that's a whole other matter, I won't lie to you, I didn't want to have them, it was never in my plans, but I don't regret it, I can't regret it anymore. They'll be mixed race. Only half of them. Look, I can't explain to you in minutes what took me months to understand, nor can I change your way of thinking with an emotional speech. That's why I leave the decision to you. If you wish to follow me, I will be delighted to have you among my allies, but if not I will assume the consequences. I am prepared to face everything that comes, be it rejection, hatred or death, but let it be known that I will not go down without a fight. Chris just remained silent, chewing on the rage and disappointment he carried inside. A part of him refused to believe what he was hearing, and another accepted reality and looked for the right moment to jump on that mantis and kill it. But he, more than anyone, was a rational person, capable of analyzing things carefully to reach the best conclusion. As if I could kill her, as if I could do anything you say, you let me decide, but in reality, I have no choice. I lack the ability to defeat you in combat, and even if it were possible, you are the only hope I have left to save the tribe. You have the connections and the strength to command respect and make yourself heard, whereas I'm just a poor mantis who was too cowardly to die in battle. He fell to his knees in frustration. How I hate myself right now, how I hate having to rely on a traitor. Orchid couldn't deny that those words hurt her inside, but she remained firm and authoritative, as befitted a lord. Then stand up and follow me, I'll show you my vision of things, I promise you won't regret staying faithful to me, and that one day you'll understand me. Now let's go. The battle was becoming increasingly clear, the Mantises were falling, their victory was impossible, the great army was reduced to just a small handful of individuals, and they had retreated so much that now the combat was being fought in the very hall of the lords. Besides the warriors, only the Mantises remained that were on the upper floors of the villa taking care of the newborns. The wear and tear of the warriors was also evident, they had almost no energy left to continue and could barely stand, something that did not go unnoticed by the enemy, who, in an act of mercy, although for the Mantises it was mockery, ceased their attack. Now both groups remained alert, waiting for any attack from the other, but it was obvious who was in a better position to respond. It was then that the spider army split in two, opening a path for the queen, who followed the path they had opened for her, approaching the lords themselves. Her gesture was arrogant, but at the same time, a great deal of pain was evident, something unusual for a leader who held victory in her grasp. It's the end, the Mestiza declared. The lords did not say a word. Now that I have defeated them, I demand the answer to the question your partner refused to answer. Where are my children? The Mantises looked at each other in confusion, wondering. The queen had children. Since when? Was all this fuss because she couldn't find them? Who was the mate she was talking about, and what did they have to do with it? A sensible decision would have been to try to clear up that misunderstanding and offer help in the search for the lost children. They could have ensured their survival with such an action, but the Mantis's pride prevented it. They were unwilling to accept defeat, and in a childish and stupid act, they sealed their fate. What a pathetic mother, incapable of caring for her children, blames others, Lirio snapped, seeking to hurt the mother's heart. None of the Mantises reprimanded Lily. They were willing to die rather than live in dishonor. The furious half-breed raised her needle to punish the insolent mantis, but before she could strike the killing blow, two individuals fell from the ceiling. The force of the fall raised a thin cloud of dust and forced Hornet to retreat. The spider immediately took an offensive stance, but once she saw who it was, she didn't know how to react. In front of her was Orchid, along with another mantis she didn't remember. Now knowing the mantis's true identity, she couldn't look at her the same way anymore. She was a leader, part of the tribe she was at odds with, and at the same time her brother's girlfriend. Hollow would never forgive her if she harmed her. She could almost feel her gaze fixed on her back, watching her every move. She was capable of opposing her in order to protect her. For their part, the tribe was also astonished. After 4 months, the missing lord had returned, but something about her was different. Now she was no longer wearing her crown, and her royal mantle had been replaced with a new one of very fine workmanship. Despite no longer wearing her symbols of royalty, she looked more regal than ever, proud, powerful, and lethal. Had she returned to turn the fight in her favor? Because she looked strong enough to defeat the Spider Queen herself. Orchid Hornet hissed. Don't think I'll hold back with you just because you're. I wouldn't expect you to do that, it would be disrespectful, but I'm not here to fight. He interrupted her before she could complete her sentence and reveal her secret. So? Everyone, spiders and mantises, were waiting for his answer. I've brought the answer you need. He took out the silky cloak he had obtained previously and threw it at Hornet's feet. Silky? Cried the mother, throwing herself to the ground to pick up the precious fabric. I found your children, all 3 are alive, I left them in Tierras Verdes in the artist's cabin. As? I don't know. I don't know what caused them to end up in Greenlands, but the Mantises weren't responsible for this, and finding out the truth is a task that falls to you now. With this matter clarified, I demand that you leave our lands. How can I trust you? Hornet feared she might be cruelly disappointed. If what I said turns out to be a lie, I'll give you my head, Hollow gasped. Hornet herself couldn't believe what she was hearing. But if my words turn out to be true, I demand a public apology from us and compensation for the damages caused. So it will be, I give you my word. The conversation was far from friendly, so no one bothered to say a proper goodbye. The spiders turned around, ready to leave the scene, but one individual refused to leave. Hollow stood in the middle of the room, staring questioningly at the mantis, hoping it would run into his arms like always so they could return home together. But this time, that wouldn't be the case. He sensed it, and she knew it. They couldn't talk openly about their affairs. That secret couldn't come to light, so Orchidia resorted to the only resource she had. The few words she had learned from the container sign language. Take care of them, I love you, goodbye was all he could say. With his heart crying, the knight turned around and prepared to follow the rest of the arachnid army that had already left the room. Now only the confused Mantises in the room remained, who had witnessed the scene without fully understanding what was happening. All of them had their eyes fixed on Orchid waiting for an answer, although none had asked a question yet. I'm back, was the first thing Orchid said. I'm back to take back my place as Lord. No one was in a position to talk about civil war yet, but before anyone could even suggest the idea of fighting, Orchid decided to set the record straight. Why did you leave? A young mantis that had recently lost its wings dared to ask. I went looking for strength and I found it, he declared proudly. Then he pulled out his great trophy, the hunter's claw. He threw the enormous finger in front of his sisters, who stared at him in astonishment. The Mantises crowded around to look at the finger, some whistles of admiration accompanied the whispers that escaped from their mouths. No one in their life had ever seen a finger of such size, the being that possessed it must have been enormous and powerful, it was incredible. Orchid, did you defeat this creature? Lavender asked. I defeated him, Chris is my witness. It's true, I witnessed every blow, every maneuver, it was a magnificent battle. Murmurs ran through the room, impressed comments and praise for the lost lord. A renewed admiration had awakened in the people who were now willing to accept their leader and obey her. She had returned, she had saved them and had brought with her proof of her power. She deserved all their respect and much more. No one would question her leadership anymore. They were happy and content with her, so everyone, including Lily and Lavender, stood and bowed to her, honoring her as the most powerful mantis in the tribe. Orchid stood proud and arrogant. This was what she had always dreamed of years ago, the ultimate aspiration of her life. But now it tasted like a bitter victory. She only wanted to return to her mate and her balls, but for the sake of maintaining the balance of power in the tribe, that would no longer be possible. Now all she had to do was be strong, overcome the pain, and hold back the tears she wanted to shed. As soon as Hornet set foot on her own territory, she looked for Quirrell and Hollow who came to meet her. Once she was sure they were okay, she located Ania, who, like the others, ran to her queen expecting a warm welcome after having saved her life, but instead she only found pain. Hornet leaped at her, needle in hand, and with tremendous brutality, jammed the point into the joint of her leg, then yanked it out from the base. Anya cried for mercy, but her punishment wasn't over yet. A second leg was ripped off with the same force as the first. The spider was now lying on the ground before everyone's eyes, some looking at it with pity, others with disgust. It gathered its remaining legs fearing for them and trembled in place when it glimpsed Hornet's red cloak. Please my queen, no, I beg you. The piercing scream rent the air, drops of blood trickling down the spider's face, oozing from where its two upper eyes had once been. Overcome by its pain, it brought two of its remaining legs to its face as it whimpered for mercy. Why, my queen, why are you doing this to me? The image she projected was pitiful. I saved her life. I've taken that into account, Ania. That's why I took two of your legs and two eyes instead of your life. Saving me isn't enough to redeem you from the harm you caused Ren. It's not like you just tried to kill her. You tortured her, you made her suffer on purpose, you showed her no mercy. And I don't think you're truly sorry for what you did to her. I don't see you're remorseful about it. He crouched down to the spider's level. Would you be able to accept Ren? Would you be able to acknowledge that what you did was wrong? He only received silence as a response. I want you to leave, to go away. I never want to see you again in my life. Go far away from this kingdom and never come back. Because I swear that if I see you again I will kill you. No, please no. Don't exile me. Think of all the years I've served you. I'm loyal to deepness. I saved your life. I helped that mantis find her children. I supported you in battle. Enough. Get out of my sight. At a signal from Hornet, two devotees took her by force and led her out of the kingdom to serve her sentence. Life for a crippled spider was complex and her future was not very promising. And yet, despite everything, it still pained Hornet to have to do this. It was incredible how Ania managed to break her heart over and over again. She closed her eyes so she wouldn't see her as they dragged her out and she didn't move until her screams stopped. It was then that her husband's hug surprised her. "Are you okay?" he asked worriedly. "I will be, I hope now, I must go for my children." "Oh Hornet, I'll take care of everything." "Yeah." He dared to give her a fleeting kiss before leaving, and as soon as his cloak was lost from sight, Hollow fell to his knees and began to cry. He had been holding back so as not to upset his sister, but it had already been too much for him. Hollow Quirrell ran to help him, the container clung to him crying desperately. "Orchid left me, Orchid left Orchid." Hornet ran through the jungle with her heart beating at full speed. She had all her hopes pinned on the clue Orchid had given her. This had to be real. She couldn't have lied to her. She had to get her children back. She didn't want to take her life. Everything had to be all right. Anguish settled in her stomach when she spotted the cabin and desperately kicked open the door. "I. I. Why are we screaming?" "Sorry, it's customary." Almost shyly and trembling from head to toe, Hornet murmured. "My children, where are my children?" "Oh, are they yours?" Neil asked. After saying that, two little heads peeked out from under his beard and Hornet could finally breathe easy. "Silky. Chester." Finally, the reunion happened. The mother hugged her children while shedding tears of joy. The emotion was so great that even the children burst into tears as they clung to her desperately, fearing they would lose her again. But it was obvious she would soon notice that one of the girls was missing. "And Ren? Where is he?" "Ren? Oh yes, the little one, I have her here." Shio pointed to the pocket of her apron where a small bundle could be seen. The mother went over to look inside and there she found the little girl curled up in a ball. "Ren?" The woodlouse responded to its mother's call and immediately uncurled itself and burst into tears, just like its siblings. Hornet immediately picked it up to give it a well-deserved hug. "My children, my babies, they're finally with me." Both males were moved by the scene. Shio almost held back tears. "How beautiful of all the possibilities, we never imagined those children would be yours, they are adorable." "Ah, thank you for taking care of them, sorry if they caused you any inconvenience." "Any problems?" "No way. They're adorable and well behaved and we have a great time painting together." "Did they paint?" "Oh yeah, there's his artwork." Neil pointed to a pile of papers stained with paint and paw prints. "Of course they all ended up covered in paint, but it was fun," Shio added, "but don't worry, we already bathed and fed them. We were putting them to sleep when you arrived, although it wasn't necessary with the little one. I just had to put her in my pocket to make her close her eyes. She's adorable." "Oh." Hornet took in the scene. The clean, well-groomed children, the drawings showing they'd had a good time, two adults happy to care for them, a quiet secluded location, and no political agendas involved. A very interesting thought came to mind. Guys, I don't know if it's too forward of me, but seeing how well you took care of them, I don't know, could I ask you to take care of them again sometime? Of course I'll pay you for your services only if it's not too much trouble, of course." "Delighted," they shouted in unison. Epilogue and Prologue. It was another normal day in Greenlands, where, like almost every day, Hornet could be seen walking the rustic path that would take her to the nest where her children were cared for. Perhaps the first few times she'd had to take this route, she'd complained about how long the walk seemed, but after making it a routine, she'd learned to enjoy the trip. Besides, her children loved going there. After arriving at her destination, she respectfully knocked on the door and was greeted by a beetle sporting a large horn and a plush beard. "Hornet. Welcome. Is it just me, or are you earlier than usual?" "Hi Neil, yes, I'm coming to pick you up a little early today. It's just that we have an important family gathering and I had to take you with me." I see, come in, the little ones are with Shio, by the way, because it's so early we didn't have time to bathe them." "Don't worry about that, we'll take care of it at the castle, excuse me." Hornet entered the artist's studio where she found Master Shio, wiping away the paint stains from Chester with a rag. The boy was unusually calm and meekly allowed himself to be cleaned. But when he saw his mother, a certain excitement permeated him and he greeted her with a squeal, a rather subdued one for someone as energetic as him. Of course, the half-breed immediately became concerned. "Chester, darling, are you okay?" "I don't think it's anything you should worry about, Hornet," Neil reassured her. Chester's lack of motivation is also something his sisters experience and it's normal for their age. "What do you mean?" "That they will soon have their first molt." "Oh." This news made her happy. A mother is always proud of her children's small achievements and now a momentous event was about to occur. Their first molt. Soon, they would have a tougher shell and be less vulnerable. Of course, they would still depend on her for care, but she was still very happy for them. "Ah, my little Chester, so you're going to be a big boy, huh?" He took the baby in his arms, who settled into them, and closed his eyes. It's strange to have you so down. Anyway, it looks like I'll have a very peaceful vacation. Are you going on vacation? Shio asked. Oh yeah, I've been getting ahead on work the last few weeks to ensure myself a few days of absolute freedom. Coral and I, along with the kids, are going to Dirty Mouth to rest, and it's true I didn't tell you. Next week, you won't need to babysit. Ah, I see. The sudden news saddened the Beatles a little, but they didn't take it badly either. It would only be a week, they too would be free to do other things, and they would soon see their offspring again. Then I wish you a good vacation, I hope you enjoy it a lot. Thanks, come on girls. She called to the little ones who were lying on an armchair, resting. They were also lacking energy, but not so much that they couldn't walk on their own to the basket where they would be transported. Once all the babies were inside, Hornet said goodbye to the Beatles, gave them their pay, and left with her children for the White Palace, where she would meet with Coral and the rest of her family. A very important event would occur that day, and everyone had been summoned. That's it, slowly you got it perfect. Well done, Rosa. Lily congratulated the chick that was clinging with all its strength to a huge piece of food hanging from a hook. This girl was the one who had the most trouble flying, and that was why it had taken her so long to eat. It was a relief to finally see her nibbling on the piece of food. All her siblings, on the other hand, had already fed and were now being cared for by Orchid, who was putting them in hanging bags to sleep. She did it, Orchid said, relieved. That's great. I'm really worried about that girl. Ah, this is nothing, I'm sure Rosa is like me, I was never good at flying, but as soon as I lost my wings and started walking there was no one who could stop me. I hope so, we need as many offspring as possible to survive. Yes, the population declined quite a bit after the war. Lirio's sad tone was quite unusual for her. In fact, I wanted to talk to you about that. Lavender and I were considering the idea of allowing 2 females from each family to have children next year. Food expenses can be difficult to bear. Yes, but we could provide some extra help for everyone. After all, we have the deep nest compensation. You're right. We can demand a food tax and cover the costs of allowing more children to be born next year. You're a genius, Lily. It's not that bad, it was all Avanda's idea. Oh, of course. I think she's the smartest of us. By the way, where is she? She should be here putting her children to sleep instead of us. I think he's in the back fighting with Tash. Lily mentioned this with a tone of complete nonchalance. Again. Orchid took Rosa, who had barely finished eating, and put her in her bag. Once the girl was settled, she left in a rage towards the back of the house she shared with her sisters, and just as Lily had said, there was the third lord arguing with Tash, although it seemed that soon it would stop being an argument and become a fight. I have the right to see my children. Move aside. Tash shouted angrily. Over my dead body. I'm not letting my children get involved with a weakling like you. You're a disappointment, Tash. Get out of here. I don't need your help raising these kids. Whether you need it or not, they're my children too. I have responsibilities and I want to make sure they're okay. They're fine. Now go and take this trash with you. He dismissively kicked the dead prey Tash had brought as an offering to feed the kits. How dare you refuse my food? Do you want the children to starve? Between my sisters and I we can feed them. Understand once and for all that I don't need you and I don't want you in my life. Damn you. I'm going to. Stop it, both of you. Orchid shouted furiously. But. Shut up or I'll break both of your legs. The threat worked, as both Mantises remained silent, waiting for her next action. The Lord sighed and placed her hand on her forehead. She'd had enough of this situation. Ever since things had calmed down in the tribe and there were no more distractions, the pair had been arguing all the time. Lavender, look, I don't mind hunting for my nephews, but if someone can make my life easier by bringing me some food from time to time, I'm not going to turn it down. That's what I say. Tash bellowed. But this bastard is a weakling who fell in love and almost destroyed the tribe. Lavender first, Tash is physically strong, and whatever goes through her head doesn't affect the quality of the food. Second, we've already agreed that what happened is a shared responsibility for all of us. We can't undo what happened. We're all paying, and all we have to do is move forward and try to solve all these problems. He turned to Tash. We accept your offering of food. Orchid. Thank you. Tash calmed down a little and assumed a respectful attitude before saying anything else. Can I see the children? No. Lavender squealed. Actually, they're sleeping now. Could you come back tomorrow? But a little earlier, then you can spend some time with them. Lavender glared at her. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow, thanks. After bowing respectfully to the lords, the male left the room, leaving the sisters alone. Orchid remained calm, despite the furious glare Lavender gave her. She sensed some unpleasant arguments were coming. Why was it so difficult to maintain peace in her family? She didn't want her nephews to grow up hearing screams all the time. Why Orchid? Why do you always defend Tash? you know I never want to see him again in my life. That's you, but children have the right to see their father. With a father like that, it's better not to have anyone. Don't say that, Lavender. The other female he has children with says he's an exemplary father. When her babies were small, he brought them food regularly, visited them, taught them things, and now he goes hunting with them. She has no complaints about it. But I do have it kidnapped me, it forced me to make a decision that condemned many innocent Mantises. So you regret being alive? No, but it's complicated. I still carry the guilt of what happened. She lowered her head, frustrated and hurt, but reacted when her sister put a claw on her shoulder. I should have killed him when I could. It wasn't necessary, better alive than dead. Lavender looked at her in silence for a few moments. You've changed, Orchid. Yes, traveling always changes you. I'll never be the same again. Do you dislike what I am now? Not quite. You're stronger and better at managing the resources at your disposal. You're impressive. She walked a little and rested her eyes on a lever as if it were the most interesting thing in the place. Lately, I even feel small around you. Small? You learned so many things outside. You had the idea of collecting those mushrooms that people outside like so much and exchanging them for medicine and materials. You know what things to get and how to use them. You acquired the benefits from outside without anyone having to enter our lands, and you keep making changes that only seem to improve things. You know I never said it, but maybe I underestimated you and Hygo. I never took you seriously because you were children of that other father. You seem too emotional and to a certain extent weak, and in the end you end up being the most powerful of all of us. I don't know what to say. Orchid was somewhat embarrassed by her sister's words. Even though my children have such a pathetic father, I take comfort in thinking that at least they'll have the influence of a powerful aunt and, in the future, cousins they can compete with. Cousins? Oh yes, Lily and I were considering the idea of allowing 2 females from each family to have children next year. Yes, he told me. Then it's your chance. Orchid grew nervous at his insinuations. Next year, Lily and you can have children at the same time. Doesn't that appeal to you? Since you're the most powerful female in the entire tribe, no male will be able to refuse you. I wouldn't even rule out the idea of several offering themselves to you voluntarily. Since you've become more sociable with them since you've returned, your popularity has increased, and… That's enough. Her sister interrupted her. Orchid. Please don't continue, I'm not in the mood to think about children or suitors right now. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Maybe you'd like to discuss that later. I don't want to deal with it now or ever. He slowly walked away from his sister. I won't have children with anyone. What? But don't you want to pass on your genes and knowledge? I'm sure your children would be very strong. No, I don't need it. I don't want to be a mother. Being an aunt is enough for me anyway. If you'll excuse me, I'll leave. And after saying that, she disappeared from Lavender's sight, who only looked at the empty space that Orchid had left without understanding her sister's statement. Why? The Lord walked through the village and wherever she went, a mantis bowed before her. She was the most respected of all, but now she didn't want anyone to remind her of it. She was just looking for a solitary place to live out her bitterness in peace, but not even that would be granted to her, because since her return, she had a shadow that followed her everywhere and watched her every move. She knew that even in that cluster of mushrooms under which she had taken refuge, he would be lurking there. Get out of there, Chris. I know you're there. I'm not in the mood for your games today. The aforementioned appeared behind a mushroom and approached his lord with complete confidence. What's up with him today? He usually plays along with me for a while, trying to find me. It's none of your business. I am the one in charge of monitoring your movements and the bearer of your darkest secret. You should not disrespect me. Are you really trying to rat me out? He said in a threatening tone. Chris took her time answering. Not really. He leaned against the stem of a huge mushroom. Without you, it will be the tribe's downfall. Besides, the changes you've brought are marvelous. I don't think we've ever been better off for as long as I can remember, and I hate to admit it, but I might consider learning a little about your way of seeing the world and doing things. Thanks, Chris. Orchid gave him a faint smile that left the male very dissatisfied. Oh come on, I try to be nice and tell him my deepest thoughts, and he responds like that. I'm sorry, it's just that this date is a bit complicated for me. My children were due today, and I won't be there for them. Her voice broke at that moment and Chris, now without prejudice or contempt, hugged her to comfort her. He saw his lord as the strongest and most respectable person in the world. He may not have yet accepted the fact that she had had children with a foreigner, but he wasn't heartless. He understood her grief as a mother and how much she needed a friend at that moment. Some time ago, forced by circumstances, he had decided to be Orchidia's right-hand man and ally. Now that was a decision he supported wholeheartedly and would follow her until the end of days. Hornet and her husband entered the Great Hall of the White Palace and were surprised to find it so crowded with people. It seemed that Big had gathered the whole family for the occasion. There were Clara with her faithful knight Demeter, Moon, Demetrio, Azuri, Sol, Shadow and a bunch of other containers whose names she couldn't remember. For her, who was so bad at remembering names and faces, having siblings was terrible. As always, she just greeted everyone even if she had no idea who they were. Coral had a better memory and sometimes helped her by whispering some helpful information, but it was still a great relief for her when the greetings ended and she was able to head over to where Big was. "Welcome Hornet, nice to see you. How are you? How are my nephews?" "Oh, they're asleep." Indeed, the babies, despite the commotion, were as still as a stone in their basket. "Yes, they're going to shed their skin soon and need as much sleep as they can. Sorry, Big, you won't be able to play with them today." "Okay, it could be another day, right?" "Sure, you can play all you want another day." "Hey, is it my idea or did you get the whole family together?" "I gathered everyone I could, I wanted everyone to be present for the birth of the children." "If I hadn't kept my baby's birth dates a secret, would you have made this paraphernalia too?" "Of course." Hornet sighed and was glad to keep her secrets, that taste of hers for magnificence and ostentation she would never share. The Spider Queen then turned her eyes toward the reason for the celebration. In the same spot Silky had previously occupied during her presentation ceremony, there was now a beautifully crafted nest, replete with plush sheets and pillows arranged so the eggs could rest safely inside. They were 6 blue eggs, quite pretty in her opinion. Next to the nest was the father, but his appearance was desolate despite all the joy in the environment, all the containers that were celebrating happily, the food laid out on each table, and the imminent arrival of his children. He was sad, losing his beloved, and the idea of raising the children without her was unbearable. Just to not ruin Big's day he remained firm without crying. The reality was that he still hadn't overcome the fact that Orchid would no longer be with him. His moved sister approached him. It broke her heart to see Hollow like that. He had always been joyful and carefree, never taking anything seriously and enjoying every moment to the fullest, full of optimism and faith. Now he was a wreck of what he had been. "Hollow, are you okay?" "More or less." "Do you need a hug?" "Yeah." Hornet circled around her brother and he made it easier for her by crouching down to be at her height. Even though he was now twice her size she felt like a child in his arms. "Calm down Hollow, everything will be okay." "I'm scared, Hornet. This is a tremendous responsibility. Before, I was more at ease thinking that Orchid would be with me, but now. SHHH don't say anymore, maybe Orchid isn't with you, but we're all here, I'll help you in any way I can, maybe everything seems terrible, but it isn't that bad, you have a huge family by your side, and all the ideal conditions to raise those offspring, there are people who have raised their children in worse conditions than you. But until recently I wasn't a normal bug, I'm still learning a lot of things. Will I be able to teach them properly? Of course you will. No one is born knowing how to be a parent. We all learn along the way. I don't deny that the ideal thing would have been to wait until you were a little older, but well, trust that everything will be okay. Maybe some books will help." "Good idea." Their talk would have lasted a little longer if it weren't for Quirrell's shout alerting everyone to the fact that the eggs were breaking. Big, in a flash, was transported to the nest to witness the birth of his new nephews from the front row. The rest of the containers gathered around, half shoving each other to try to see the spectacle. For all of them, this birthing experience was completely new and extremely strange. After all, none of them had the gift of giving life. Hollow watched in terror as the egg cracked. It was time, his life would change forever and he didn't want to, what he wouldn't give at that moment to go back in time and do things differently, not have to face this situation, not take charge of the lives that were coming his way, but it was too late. Here he was, filled with anguish, watching as the cracks in the egg grew bigger every second. Finally, a claw poked through the shell, a thin, bluish limb. Soon, another claw emerged from that hole, and together they used force to force the rest of the little mantis's body out. Hollow sighed, and soon all his fear turned to joy and tenderness. When he saw the face of that little mantis, he couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance it bore to Orchid. The little bug emerged soaked in the fluids of its egg, its wrinkled, wet wings needing a moment to dry and allow it to fly. In the mantis tribe, it would have been left alone until it was able to take flight, motivating it to fight from birth, but for this child, things were different. As soon as it was born, its father took it in his arms and hugged it, crying with emotion. The baby, of course, didn't understand anything, but instinctively tried to wrap its little claws around its father. Hollow never thought he could love someone so much, and from the bottom of his heart, he swore he would give everything to protect that child. "She looks just like her mother," Hornet exclaimed. Hollow loosened his hug to allow Hornet to get a better look at the hatchling. "Ah, but he's a male." "A male Orchid?" Hollow joked. "Please, I hope you don't call him that." No, of course not, I have another name in mind." Hollow remembers that I want to name one, Big commented from a safe distance, so as not to scare the newborn. I know, but we'd better wait until everyone is born. Sure, the second one is coming anyway. Indeed, the second egg was already showing signs of cracking, but at the same time, another egg was in the same condition. It was as if they were competing to see who would break first. Each time someone took the lead, revealing a new crack. It was a long wait as the offspring took their time emerging, but finally, both shells split together, revealing their occupants. One of them was perhaps the most curious bug they had seen in a long time, clearly a crossbreed. It had the plump body of a mantis, with a pair of tiny wings on its back, it had black hands and, most curiously, a head with 2 small horns and 2 long antennae. The second child was a full-fledged shadow child, with his black body and his white head with horns. He had of them, 2 pairs on each side of his face, one pointing up and another pair pointing down, and an additional pair on the top area that rose towards the sky. "He's a child of the shadows," Big exclaimed excitedly as he approached. Excitement made him lose all caution regarding his actions so as not to frighten the babies, and as expected, they began to cry in terror, or at least 2 of them. Both the mantis and the half-breed showed fear at the giant in front of them, however, the third child just looked at him with curiosity. This brave attitude greatly encouraged the monarch. "He's not afraid of me." Mad with joy, Big took the boy and brought him close to his face. He was so small that he could fit in the palm of his hand, and despite his tiny size and the fact that this giant could kill him just by squeezing his hand, the boy remained calm. Hollow, holding back the urge to snatch the child from his brother, just looked at him in anguish, but his worries went elsewhere when his sister took him by the arm and whispered in his ear. "Hollow, you better be careful with that kid, he doesn't seem to have much common sense, if you don't take good care of him he'll end up dead before his time." The knight swallowed hard, worried about the offspring's future, but for the moment his priority was something else. He took the still crying baby girl from the nest and held her close to his body for comfort. This worked out well, as she calmed down immediately, although it upset her brother, who began to scream and try to push his sister away. "I see he's very jealous," Hornet declared. "Don't tell me," Hollow sighed tiredly and turned to the boy. "Don't be like that with your sister. I love you both equally. You'll both receive my affection, so calm down." "Woo. Or maybe he's hungry," Coral commented. It could also be. Feeding the child was what gave the best results in calming him down. After eating, he was so tame that he even curled up next to his sister to sleep. She, on the other hand, was calm and good-natured, a bundle of love to share. She hugged everyone who picked her up and squealed with joy when she was fed. The third child was not too enthusiastic about eating and proved to be very picky. He practically had to be forced to shove the bottle into his mouth, at least at first, but when the taste of the food convinced him, he stopped resisting and finished his portion. Finally, when the 3 larvae had eaten, they settled into their crib and fell asleep. "Okay, Hollow, first lesson learned. You'll have to repeat this 3 times a day until they learn to eat on their own. It's not that hard to start with, right?" Hornet encouraged him. "No, not really. They're adorable," Big said, beaming with happiness. "And one of them isn't afraid of me. I don't know if it's a good sign." "Don't be so pessimistic, Hornet. Anyway, how long do you think it will take for the other 3 eggs to hatch?" Hollow jumped in place, he had forgotten to tell Big about the problem Orchid had mentioned. "Big, oh look, I don't think there would be ever." "What do you mean?" "Orchid told me that because she didn't eat well at the beginning of her pregnancy, it was very likely that a good portion of her eggs wouldn't hatch. She predicted she would only have 2 or 3 offspring. Apparently, she was right. Only 3 hatched." "What? But maybe it's too soon to say, a few more could still open, right, Hornet?" He looked at his sister, hoping she would agree with him. "Sorry, Big, normally the eggs open at the same time, separated by only a few minutes, but it's been an hour since the first one opened, that's too long, they won't open, they're dead." Big sighed sadly, it was a cruel surprise, but there was no choice but to resign himself. He wished they had been able to feed Orchid better, he would have loved to have those offspring running and playing around the palace, he would have to settle for half. "Okay, 3 kids are enough, right Hollow?" "Of course, 3 children is perfect," plus a crack cut off her words and her breath. One of the remaining eggs was moving. Now everyone was silent, watching as the ovoid shook while more and more cracks crossed its surface. In the last 4 months, too many things had happened, too many events that should never have happened. A mantis fell in love and left her land, she became a mate with a foreigner, had children with him, and defeated the being she should never have defeated. But all of that fell short of the miracle everyone was now witnessing. A supposedly dead egg had revealed a being that, above all, should never have existed. The reactions to seeing this creature were extremely diverse, murmurs and exclamations emerged from everyone. Coral stepped back in shock, Hornet stifled a scream, Hollow clenched his fists, and Big began to cry. From that blue egg hatched a small pale glowing worm. Final notes. Well, here we are. Before you throw stones at me and chase me with torches, I'll say that the ending hurt me too. It really wasn't what I originally wanted, really. To tell the truth, this story was born by simple chance one day back in the days when I was finishing Hellenist Tales after seeing a rather nice comic. I liked the idea and included a little joke about it in that book, but that wasn't enough. The idea of the Mantises meeting a handsome grown-up ghost appealed to me, so I decided to make a romantic comedy. A very simple and predictable story, but entertaining to read and without any great pretensions. In fact, it was even going to be a cliché with legs based on one of the typical romantic novel structures. Strong and cold woman does not believe in love. Strong and cold woman, due to some situation, meets a somewhat special man with whom she is forced to live. Little by little they both fall in love. Strong and cold woman suffers conflicts because she is in love and does not believe in love. In the end she accepts her feelings. They both get married. Yes, that was the summary and the original basis for the story, which proves that there are no bad clichés, just people who don't know how to use them except for the hexy babysitter. That one is completely untenable. So, in the original ending, Hollow and Orchid were going to stay together, the Mantises and everyone were going to accept their relationship, the 5 kingdoms would finally be united, they would raise their children together, and all the happy things you can imagine. I really fantasized about this a lot, so much so that one day I stayed up until 1 in the morning drawing. But as I wrote the story, it became increasingly clear that things wouldn't be so happy. The more I delved into Orchid's closed mind, the clearer it became that it wouldn't be possible for the tribe to accept their relationship right away. So the ending was changed to Hollow and Orchid staying together, but she would have to live with the pain of not seeing them anymore, although they would accept her decision and send her letters from time to time. Then seeing that they were so closed off, especially Lily, they wouldn't have a good relationship when they separated, and Orchid would stay with Hollow, but without knowing about the tribe ever again. But when the civil war broke out and as the story became more and more complicated for me, it became clear that they could no longer be together. The story headed towards that ending on its own, and there was nothing else to do. Because a good writer doesn't force the story in the direction it wants, he lets it flow to the ending it needs. And so we ended up with this, a somewhat sad ending, which is very unusual in a romantic comedy. But before I finish, I'd like to clarify that although at first glance, it might seem like the book's theme is racism, it's not really. The real theme of all this is a change of mentality, something that is extremely difficult, especially for older people, because it's not easy to accept that you were wrong all your life, all those years. At first, in fact, it can be a horrible thing to accept, causing a lot of pain and requiring a lot of time and understanding. Forcing a change of mentality abruptly can generate the opposite effect, more rejection and even violent behavior. That's why Orchidia can't act like a dictator and force everyone to accept her ideas all at once. If she did, everyone would turn against her at some point. Well, theoretically, if I don't die before then there should be a 3rd book where we finally put an end to all the loose ends that were left in Tales of Hellenist and never, Scarlet, Sandwich, the Nightmare King, what will become of the Mantises if Hollow and Orchid see each other again and above all, the story of their offspring. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.